Okay. Okay, I'd like to call this meeting to order at 5:31, Thursday, May 4th, regular board meeting, Orange Unified School District Board of Education. Let's see, open items, call meeting to order. Let's see, Trustee Rumsey established quorum.
Yes.
Okay. Public comment on closed session items.
Yes. Alex Broussard?
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, and also, more importantly, the members of the public, my name is Alex Broussard. The reason that I'm speaking tonight on the closed agenda items regarding pending litigation is because one of those pending litigations is against me. My lawsuit against Orange Unified School District for violation of open public meetings and violation of the California Official Records Act is going. Excuse me. Talking about pending litigation can be a bit difficult for an attorney because you don't want to say something that gives something away. But I do want to be open and transparent with the public because that is something that I don't think that we've seen from this board. So the lawsuit that I have against the district has been answered. Their answer pretty much denies the allegations in my lawsuit. Discovery is pending. If people have specific questions for me, I'm here. I'm able to talk about the things that I'm able to talk about, but I want to have transparency where I think there's a lack of transparency from the school district. Thank you.
Any other cards? Trustee Rumsey? Okay, I'd like to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Oh, time is 5:34. Okay, big apologies. A lot on closed session agenda. I'd like to open the regular meeting, Board of Education, Thursday, May 4th, 2023, regular board meeting, Orange Unified School District Board of Education at 7:40. Okay, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, report of closed session decisions. There were no actions taken in closed session to report out. Okay, item C, adoption of the agenda.
President Ledesma, if I could request to move, and I know we kind of talked about this before, and I know you kind of went back and forth on this, and I appreciate that, but if we could move information item A and switch it with information item B. I think that the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation presentation should be a lot shorter than the high school swimming pool presentation. So I don't know if you want to wait and decide on whether or not to move that, or if we can just do that now.
Anyone opposed to that? Okay.
How long is the presentation?
Like 10 minutes. 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, there you are.
Okay.
I mean, the shortest thing you hear tonight.
Okay, so information discussion items, 8A now becomes B, and item B becomes A. Okay,
Mr. President, real quick.
yes.
I understand these are all, what I'm going to reference to are going to be consent items. I didn't have an opportunity to get with Mr. Gonzalez, but I don't know if there's a willingness to table a few of these, since it doesn't seem to be any timelines from what I've seen, maybe on one, but to see if we can get some contracts associated with these companies. The reason I ask is that I asked for this back in August and September on a few items, and I asked Ms. Corella at the time for those contracts, and it was told to me that they would be provided, and they were never provided to me, or to us, I should say, as to what are the contents, what are the contractual obligations, you know, things of that nature. So I would like to suggest of removing these items for such time, if the board is amenable to it.
These are consent items. Can you point out which ones?
Consent item is 13A, 13B, 13E, and I know we talked about, or we received some emails, but I didn't get a chance. Talked about 13G, and I know Mr. Tam brought forward some information on the Verizon on 13H. And it's the career technical education on 13M and S. So we can either table those if there's no urgency until next meeting, then I can get with staff and staff can provide all of us the contractual information.
I just want to make sure I wrote down all of the right ones. I've got A, B,
C, D, E, F, G. No, I'm kidding.
and I was almost there, but what did it jump to D?
B is in boy, E is in Edward or Echo.
Okay.
G is in golf, H is in hotel, M, and S is in Sierra.
S.
So, Mr. Ortega, you're asking for additional time because you want more information than what we got today?
Yeah, I would like to see the contractual, basically the contracts. Because it was mentioned, again, this was back in August or September of last year. And even prior to that, I had always asked for the contracts on some of these items. And we were never provided those to the board. And or to the public for that matter, is most of our contracts should be on the board agenda so the public can see what it is we're authorizing. Not saying for every item because we'd have about 200, but those that are specific. And then the same questions I would provide to staff in return would provide it to the whole board so everybody knows that what those questions are and the contracts and so forth.
Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, is that,
You're good? Yeah.
you're amenable to that?
They're all in the Ed Services Department, so I checked with Mr. Abercrombie, and he says we can push them all to
Sounds great.
June 1st, and then we can
Yeah.
provide through our purchasing department the contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Ortega, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to move to adopt the agenda minus those items I spoke of.
Okay.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Trustee Ortega, seconded by Trustee Rumsey. Any discussion?
I'm still looking through these items since this was obviously sprung on us right now, so if I can just look at it. Acceptance of grant funds, that's
Which one?
item M.
Career technical education?
Oh,
Nothing's time sensitive, right? We're good, we can, okay. I think that's the most important thing is if it's time sensitive.
okay.
All right? We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Adoption of the agenda. Okay. Item 4, Superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Tonight, I would just like to highlight one item that has, and I think we're going to pull up some information here regarding the Orange High School time capsule. And so we thought this would be an interesting item to share with the public. As you know, we have begun the second phase of Measure S at our high schools. Trying to read, looking at pictures. I trust you, Max. High level of trust here. As you know, we began our second phase of Measure S at the high schools, and as a part of that, the 100 and 200 building at Orange High School, consisting of the main administrative offices and several classrooms, was demolished in early April. And that was to make way for a new administration classroom building and an alumni corner on the corner of Schaefer and Walnut. Prior to the demolition, our district facilities team worked to preserve the many historical artifacts stored, in some cases embedded in the foundation, in the previous administration suite, which was built in 1952. So I think what we're looking at here is the original building of Orange Union High School, and that was built in 1905. So the school actually started in 1903, and then they built that original building in 1905. And in that building was a cornerstone, which is there for you to see. And then when they built the new Orange High School in 1952, which was occupied by students in 53, they actually excavated that cornerstone, took it with them to the new building, and installed it there. In 1953, when they did that, they actually opened up the cornerstone that it had a time capsule built in within it. And so in 1953, they opened up that time capsule, they looked at everything that was in there, and then they also added some things from their 1953 years, and then sealed that time capsule back up, and then that remained in the new Orange High School building until this most recent demolition project. So as the staff went through and was doing the excavating, they salvaged that cornerstone, discovered the time capsule, and recently Orange High School had an event where they were able to open that up and see the materials that were inside of the time capsule, and you'll see some pictures here. And so they were able to see things from the early 1900s as well as in the mid-century. And it's just very interesting to see all of the things that were captured there. And after taking a look at the first look at all of these things, they are going to be shared with the Community Historical Society at its May 16th regular meeting, so if anybody's interested in that. It is the district's hope that the Historical Society and possibly retired Orange High School staff will be able to shed some light on the significance of the artifacts that were found, that were unveiled at that event. I think it was just last week. And so we thought that that would be very interesting for everyone to see. And the next the next chapter of this will be when the new building is built, and they plan to join the early 1900 artifacts with the mid-century artifacts, and then have students add their own artifacts from present day that will be preserved for future generations to discover. So, so we thought we would just share those pictures and what was discovered, and we thought that would be of interest to the community. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Board President's report. I have none, but I'm looking forward to the rest of this agenda. Thank you. Okay, item 4C, board recognition of students, staff, and community. Anybody like to share? Trustee Erickson?
Sure. Hello, everybody. Got a full house tonight. Coming up on the end of the school year, I know there's just so much going on and everybody's so busy. And so I know it takes a lot for you to get out here, and I appreciate people that have come out tonight. I wanted to congratulate Palmyra Elementary School for their 70th anniversary. Yay, Palmyra. They had a wonderful celebration I think it was last week, I'm losing track of time, but they had a really large crowd. They had a lot of alumni, former administrators, former students. The PTA put on a great spread. It was just really nice. The band performed, the children sang, and it was just a really joyous event. So congratulations to them. And they are now the Palmyra, they're renamed, maybe somebody knows, what is it? Palmyra Gate Magnet.
Gate
Okay.
Magnet.
Got it. Thank you. Sorry about that. I also wanted to report that trustees Page and Yamasaki and I went to the School Bus Driver Day celebration over at the Transportation Department, and it was fantastic. The entire Transportation Department was celebrated, and they should be, because we have an amazing Transportation Department. They also had recognitions that were voted on by their peers. And for the Mechanic of the Year, they had Leonardo Rodriguez. Clerical Employee of the Year was Lori Rode. Instructional Aide of the Year was Myra Geronimo. And School Bus Driver of the Year was Cherie Neal. So congratulations to all of them for being recognized by your peers. We also attended the day before Earth Day, the dedication of the Gene Carter Nature Center over at El Medina High School, and that was fantastic. It's one of those things where, I think I said this before, there's a lot of things that divide us these days, but on that day, all of the board members were there. We were all there to celebrate because it was just such a great occasion, and I think we all enjoyed it. Gene Carter, as I said then, is synonymous with student empowerment. She was a young teacher in 1970, 1971. The same year our nation was celebrating its first Earth Day, and she was teaching conservation and the environment to students who were coming of age during what's called the Decade of the Environment. And those students didn't just want to read and hear about nature, they actually wanted to get their hands dirty and get in, and that's what she did. So she was doing project-based learning before it was even project-based learning. So good for her, and over the years she really created a student-centered space that many, many students have enjoyed over the years. She has said before, I hope that the school district and the county see the value in teaching little kids about nature and about the value in having older kids teach little kids about nature. And I know as a school district and as a school board, we all see the value in that. And it is a really unique place where students, high school students, are the docents. And that's really the only place that we have that anywhere. So thank you to Gene Carter, and thank you to everybody who showed up. And then yesterday, Trustee Yamasaki and I went to the first annual, I think, elementary school esports tournament. It was at Villa Park High School. It was a great competition. Thanks to Mr. Larios for setting up the Setting up the competition, Randy Colsett, Christina Lynn, I know I'm going to miss somebody, but our education tech department really did an incredible job, and all of the coaches at each of the elementary schools that really put in a lot of time to make our kids have the special experience. And we actually got to race Mario Karts, and it was dreadful, but it was a lot of fun. And so we're just really grateful for staff. And there's so much going on, and so much more going on in the next couple of weeks. So I'm sure you'll hear a lot more from everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Erickson. Trustee Yamasaki?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Trustee Erickson, for giving half of my report because we were at most of the events together, so that's great. But I do want to say thank you to everyone at Palmyra, the Nature Center, and the school bus drivers celebration, and even the esports competition. Those are the ones we went to together, and it was so fun, and she gave you all the details, so I don't have to. But I will say about the esports competition, the one thing that was funny is that Trustee Erickson and I had an opportunity to play, and it was so fun. The kids were yelling out things like, you need a boost, you need to go faster, get the mushroom, power up, drift, and we're both like, we don't know how to do this. We just see the up and down button, and my only goal was to stay in the lane. But it was fun to see, and the kids were so excited showing us what we're supposed to do. So. I also want to mention that I was at the Orange High School time capsule, and Trustee Page and I had the honor of doing that. And there was so much interest in the community after I shared it on social media. People were reaching out, making comments. And I'm glad to hear that there's going to be an opportunity for the public to review. So that's awesome, and I encourage everyone. I mean, it was awesome to see. Last week, I attended Canyon Rims Elementary School's 25th year celebration. Speedy, the Roadrunner, and Canyon High School cheer enthusiastically welcomed the families. Students, parents, teachers, and many retired teachers and principals were there and shared their memories at the school. I remember when it opened because my daughter was little. We just moved here. I would like to thank Principal Tippett for inviting me to speak at the celebration. I also wanted to say that yesterday I attended the middle school track meet that was at Fred Kelly Stadium. It was great to see all 6 of our middle schools compete. They did races and they had times, and I'd like to thank the staff for setting that up. The kids really had a great time, and it reminded me of the foundation games. My kids did the foundation games where all the schools came to a track meet, and it was amazing. And I'd like to see us bring back this foundation games somehow, some way, and as well as the Special Olympics. Those were great events, whole school events that were well attended and celebrated. So I'd like to see if we can bring that back to our district in the next school year. And this morning, I had the privilege of attending Canyon High School PTA's meeting. The Canyon PTA is always well attended. This time, the teachers made signs, made breakfast for all the PTA volunteers, so it was beautiful. The PTA gave out awards to teachers and people who've made a difference at Canyon. At the PTA meeting, I presented Mrs. Fisher, the librarian, an Orange Edge coin, and she and I were both crying. She was a teacher at New Canyon Elementary School when my daughter was there, so I was her first room mom then, and we've gone a lot. I was so happy that she was assigned to Canyon, and so she's a very special person. She made a difference in my daughter's life, and she has made a difference in thousands of students' lives. She transformed that library. It's comfortable, it's welcoming, and she allowed kids to talk in the library, collaborate, and if you ever go there at lunchtime, you'll see so many kids in there, and it's just buzzing with activity, and so she is going to be retiring, and she will be missed. And so I want to just say how much I care and love her. She's amazing. And finally, I just want to say that we are going to be participating in the Orange May Day Parade this Saturday, and a lot of our schools will be marching, will be participating, and so I encourage the public to come out and attend and support our schools. So thank you.
Trustee Minor?
Sure, I'll go. So I got the opportunity to go up to Fort Irwin. I was given a tour from the Army via Black Hawk, so it was a really cool experience. And we were asked a bunch of questions about how the Army can collaborate with our board to try and bring, they have a huge shortage right now of recruits. So they were asking for advice and how they can best partner with us even more. So anyway, it was a really great experience. It definitely gave me a better perspective of military and what it's like being on those campuses. Those men and women are very young, but brilliant and driven, and it was really cool to hear from all different backgrounds of Army soldiers that are there for different reasons. So that was really fantastic. And then I am excited tomorrow to go to Panorama for their anniversary. It's the 55th anniversary of that school, and that's where I went to elementary school. So I'm excited to be back there. And graduations are coming up, so I look forward to that, as well as the May Day Parade on Saturday. That's it.
Thank you, Trustee Minor.
Can I just throw in that I'm excited to hear that you went to Fort Irwin. My husband was stationed there. So,
Trustee Page?
Thank you. So in addition to all of the events that my colleagues have already shared that we attended, this month has a lot of different themes to celebrate, and I just want to give a really warm thank you to all of our teachers. I know this week and next week they're doing teacher appreciation, and so all of your students are bringing stuff in. But it's been multiple years, I think, that I want to extend my personal thanks for everything that you've been doing through teaching online, hybrid in the classroom, and then this year back in the classroom. And as a parent myself, like, I see the teacher side of everything that they do. Like, we get messages in the middle of the night, early mornings, Sunday mornings of like, this is what you have to anticipate for the week. And just the level of communication that you have with parents and the way that you create a safe and environment for learning is amazing. So thank you for everything that you do for all of our students. This month is also Mental Health Month, and thanks to Mr. Irvin and being creative with finding additional grants and working collaboratively with Ed Services in all of our school sites, every single school has a school counselor, where we didn't have that before. And it's definitely needed because the conditions that were before were that many students needed to see a counselor, but the counselor only had enough time to see potentially severe cases and didn't really even get to meet students that were in the school. And so now we have counselors that are able to visit every single classroom and do mini lessons with students. And my second grader was teaching my son, who's TK age, how to do some of those breathing techniques. The thing that stood out to me the most, and I'm giving a shout out to Miss Ferris at Fletcher, that she teaches words of affirmation. And so she was showing every single student that they are brave, they are strong, and this world is a better place because they're in it. And I think that as a parent, hearing my own children talk about that, about not only themselves, but to each other, it says something about our students and the direction that they're heading in because we have these additional resources in our classroom. And so thank you to Mr. Angel for being able to lead our school psychologists and counselors and just being able to continue that in our school district. So thank you, and a shout out to all of them.
Thank you, Trustee Page. Anyone else? Okay. Let's move on to item,
Just real quick, Mr. Ledesma,
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I want to congratulate all the students who made CIF this week. I know it's amazing to see the students participate in all their various different sports. I mean, I've had the opportunity to go look CIF personally, and it's amazing. So I just want to congratulate our students for that and for their hard work and their effort because of balancing everything with having to study, coupled with outside as well. So they ought to be commended for that. And also the Orange High, unfortunately, league finals happens to fall on the same day as the OHS, the Orange High School, time capsule. Thank you. So anyway, and the open house too, prior to the building being taken down, we did have that event, and I think we did talk to that. The community is pretty rich as far as alumni go, because that was one of the only schools at the time. So anyway, I just wanted to say for the CIF, especially the students, congratulate them and all their efforts and all their hard work. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
thank you, trustee Ortega.
Mr. Ledesma?
Yes.
I think the students have something to say as well.
Yes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Madison Saloom. I'm the representative from Canyon High School. So just to give like a little update of our school. So this week, I think like all the other schools, is AP exam week. So it's definitely a lot of stress and a lot of waking up in the morning to like have to go take like 3-hour exams. So there's that. Dance company on the week of May 17th to the 19th is having their Empowered May show. So our dance company actually is like really amazing at our school, and they put on this huge production every May, and I encourage everyone to come. Boys tennis, boys golf, girls and boys lacrosse, track, softball, and baseball all made it to CIF, which is a really big accomplishment, so congratulations to them. And then we have our prom May 20th, our last rally this month, and a dodgeball tournament, so yes. And then Trustee Page asked us to talk about like a specific teacher that we've had over like our past 12 years. So here's what I came up with to share with you guys. So when it comes to my experience with the teachers I've had over the past 12 years of my life, I have nothing but amazing memories. At Crescent, I had the most supportive gate teachers that taught me so many life and academic skills that I still use today. At El Rancho, I had teachers who did nothing but prepare me so well for my years of high school. At Canyon, over the past 4 years, I have had so many teachers that have been so impactful, whether it was through online learning or in-person learning. One teacher that I would like to spotlight tonight is my AP Government and AP Macroeconomics teacher, Mr. Gollin. When it comes to Mr. Gollin, it is clear that he cares so much about his students, whether it's by recognizing their hard work by words of encouragement or by making sure that all students are in a good mental place. His interactive teaching style allows students to learn difficult lessons easily. Rather than just lecturing the class on hard economic or government terms, he continuously asks questions and plans fun activities into our lessons. The most helpful activity he does is whiteboard drills, in which we draw economic graphs to help us really capture the idea and concept of the lesson. To be completely honest, sometimes the curriculum of AP Government and Econ isn't very exciting, but I always look forward to my class because Mr. Gollin makes it fun to learn. The way he cares about his students and does his best to make his students learn is really what makes teachers really great. So thank you to all the teachers for everything that you do.
Hi, my name is Ruby Hewitt. I'm the El Modena Student Board representative. So just to recap, since the last board meeting, during our last board meeting in April, we had our dance showcase, which has been very long awaited by our entire dance program, since we didn't have a showcase in winter because we didn't have a teacher for a really, really long time. So this was our only opportunity to have a showcase, and it was a really, really, really great run. And we all had a really, really fun time. Some of us, our last times dancing together on our stage, so that was super exciting. I also was going to talk about the Nature Center dedication, but Trustee Erickson kind of stole my thunder there. But it was a beautiful celebration, and we really, really appreciate Jeannie Carter as a school. We also had our athletic night on Monday, May 1st. All of our sports were there to showcase their amazing programs to prospective students and families at Fred Kelly. So that was super fun, and it was a great way to connect with our community and prep our future vanguards for the amazing high school experience that they're going to have. And then I wanted to get to my thanking a teacher. So I wanted to thank Dr. Chapman, who's here right now. Not only was she an incredible AP Psych teacher and a push teacher, she's also a really great dancer, it turns out. I danced with her in Dancing with the Teachers, and she gave Rihanna a run for her money. We did the Super Bowl halftime performance, and it was such a great time learning and teaching together, and it was just so fun. Dr. Chapman has always been so willing to jump in to support her students at the drop of a hat. She pushes her students to be the best that they can be, and I truly think that anyone who has had her walks out of her room a better person. I know that I have. So thank you so much for everything that you do and being an irreplaceable part of our Vanguard community.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Diego Paz. I'm the representative for Orange High School, and I'm here to give my 2 cents about everything Orange High once again. As I mentioned before in the previous meeting, OHS is entering sort of a major time for student recognition. You know, since it's AB tests, most of us seniors are graduating in a month, and we're also doing the fabled decision of deciding where to go to the next 4 years, or depending on who we are. As such, the main event that pioneered sort of this time of year was last week's College Week, put on lovingly by our AVID staff and student leaders. The event taking over the whole week was filled with activities made specifically to celebrate seniors, especially those choosing where to go in their next stage of education. For example, on Tuesday, our AVID teachers, accompanied by student ambassadors, helped us put a sort of accepted luncheon for each of our Panthers that dedicated themselves to the military, trade school, community college, 4 years, that kind of thing. Everyone got to enjoy chicken sandwiches, hung out with friends. They even got to pick out some creatively made cupcakes. Each of them had like little flags representing like the college where we're going to, so that was pretty sweet. In addition, on Friday, they held, ASB held a joint pep rally alongside AVID to celebrate both our seniors committing as well as our prom court that we announced. It was filled with music. We had our spirit squad come in, cheer and song. They held a performance, and I think students had a really long time. I heard staff were saying that it was one of our best, well-attended, spirited pep rallies in a while, so we were actually very proud of that. And then as Superintendent Gonzalez highlighted earlier in his report, as you know, we had our time capsule extravaganza event, that sort of thing. And just to echo what he said, first of all, unfortunately, as Ortega also mentioned, I was, on the same day was the Orange Coast League track finals for Orange High School. So as a track student, I couldn't exactly be at the time capsule and the event at the same time. So I had to take my priorities and run my distance events at the 2 mile and the 1 mile at their track event. But from what I hear, and from the student leaders and everyone who attended the time capsule event, I hear it was truly one of a kind. And, you know, like, there are people from all over the community, civic leaders, company representatives, alumni, teachers, students, and it was like, as someone who got to see it, who didn't get to see it in person, got to see it from sort of a different lens outside. It was just cool to see everyone partake in the shared history and through the shared experience that is Orange High campus. Clearly, generations have experienced wildly different campuses, as I didn't even know that there was an office building before the other office building that dates back all the way to 1905, which is insane. But so obviously, everyone has experienced a different campus depending on your generations. I know, and even with Measure S, the campus is continuing to change. And, you know, despite this huge generational gap and these differences in experiences, like, we did not necessarily experience the same Orange High, but it's still the great it was still great to see everybody of different backgrounds come together to celebrate Orange High at its core, regardless of what the campus looks like. And so that was just amazing to see. And then just a personal thank you to the board members, Paige, Yamasaki, and those who were able to attend. I know Paige in particular actually went to the track meet as well right after, which is amazing. I don't know how you managed to do that, but just wanted to say that I am eternally grateful, and I'm glad to see that you guys partake in the history as well. And to conclude, I'll give my own teacher story in recognition of sort of this time where we're appreciating teachers. I think the board is going to proclaim the Day of the Teacher on May 10th, and even last Tuesday was National Teacher Appreciation Day. But I wanted to share my own highlight of appreciation, and while it's not a high school teacher or anyone I know recently, it goes back to 4th grade when I was a student at Lamson Elementary. To be transparent, I was not always the best student in elementary school. You know, I finished my work, but I didn't pay attention half the time. I finished it too fast, so I would always talk during class. You know, I was kind of a kid with like a huge imagination, yet, of course, that imagination came with some drawbacks, of course. However, my teacher, my 4th grade teacher, Miss Bear, I'm not sure if she's still teaching. I wish her well. I really hope she's still out there. But she saw something in me, and I don't know what it was, but she saw something at me that had potential, and perhaps that I would prosper in a learning environment that was a little more hands-on. So it aligns kind of funnily because Palmyra Elementary actually had their 7th anniversary and are now identified as a Palmyra Gate Magnet School. And back in my 4th grade, my Miss Bear recommended me to attend Palmyra, transferring from Lamson into their GATE program. And so at first glance, as a kid, you know, there's not too much going on in our own little imaginative world. And my big problem was getting to leave all of my old friends behind. So that was like a huge conflict for me because that's like my own little world at school, and I have to leave all of them behind to go to this like program. I'm like, what? So, you know, I didn't want to leave my friends, but Miss Bear recommended that I take the GATE test as recommended by her, and I passed. So I had this whole like mental turmoil going on, and I was like, I wasn't sure if this was what I wanted to do. And as a 4th grader, I didn't really have like a concept of like way beyond what was just going on in my own current time. So, but from what I remember, both my mom and my teacher in conjunction convinced me that this was the way to go, despite what I wanted at the moment. And I think that's something great because in the long run, it's essentially changed the trajectory of my life. Like Miss Bear was convinced that I had some sort of gift, and she went out of her way to ensure that I take advantage of something like that. And once I switched schools reluctantly, I became immensely close with those at Palmyra, and we each shared the same imagination that I shared earlier in the GATE program, and it was an environment that I was able to flourish in. Likewise, I shared the same work ethic learned from those classes into middle and high school, and miraculously, I ended up in this seat. So, with that being said, I thank Ms. Bear from the bottom of my heart for placing my life in the best direction possible and shaping me into the leader that I am today. I'm not quite sure where she is now, whether she remains at Lamson or not, but I hope she is doing wonderfully, and the experience, even just beyond my own, it just goes to show how important our teachers are in guiding our trajectories and setting us up for success. Like, it's not just me, but the experiences that some of my other peers share, and even some of the other students on campus, all these people that have been brought up by our, like, especially in elementary school, at such an influential time in your life. And I think it's important having teachers that are willing to give such a great foundation that, such as Ms. Baird gave me. And yeah, my script ended, okay? That is it.
Look what happens when teachers focus on education. Look what happens when teachers focus on education. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Hi, my name is Hope from Villa Park. As mentioned earlier, Ms. Delarios, the head of our esports and graphic design department, did host an esports tournament, and the feedback was extremely positive. It was an amazing event that we were able to hold. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go, but I did hear from a lot of my friends that did go that they had a really good time. Like others have mentioned, AP testing has started, and it's been really stressful for us seniors since, to be honest, most of us are already checked out, and we want to graduate already. So, you know, with senioritis at its peak right now, it's kind of hard to wake up every morning and take the test, but it is what it is, you know. Spirit Week is from May 15th to 19th. Highlighting this will be an annual dodgeball tournament and a flag football tournament. On top of this, that week we will also have College Commitment Day on May 16th. During this small event, everyone will have a chance to come out to the amphitheater and celebrate and take pictures and announce where they'll be furthering their education. Prom is going to be next Saturday, May 13th at Arroyo, I still can't pronounce this, Arroyo Golf Club in Trabuco Hills, and the theme will be Golden Gala. On top of this, VP Baseball won Crestview League last week. It was very tight, but they did clinch it, and their first CIF game was supposed to be today, but it got rained out, so it'll be tomorrow versus Damien High School at home. VP Track as well also has CIF preliminaries at Ventura High School next Saturday. Our annual teacher appreciation breakfast will be tomorrow morning, May 5th. Countless parents volunteered to cook food and create an amazing experience for our hardworking teachers. And one staff member I wanted to appreciate today, her name is Miss Nunez. She's our senior staff clerk. Although she is not specifically a teacher, to the students, she has a very big presence on campus. She's a one-of-a-kind staff member that truly relates to students, sort of like a therapist, and is someone I can talk to about literally anything going on in my life. I even talked to her. I talked to her yesterday as well. Whether good or bad, almost every day on campus, one of the things I look forward to most is to swing by her office and catching her up on my day. Ms. Nunez is someone who has made a big impact on not only my own, but countless other students' experiences at my high school. And she's definitely a staff member I will miss dearly after graduation. So I just wanted to say thank you to Ms. Nunez.
Have you all decided where you're going to go next year? Will you tell us, or do you not want to tell us?
So I'm going to UC Santa Barbara.
I have committed to UCLA. Go Bruins!
I'm copying Hope. I'm going to UC Santa Barbara. And then I'm going to UCI. So
Go Anteaters.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to 4D, State of the School Report, McPherson Magnet School. Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Presenting this item is Mr. Angel.
And Diego, Ms. Bear is still at Lamson. She was one of my teachers at Lamson Elementary. And go Gauchos. Good evening, President Ledesma, esteemed Board of Education, Mr. Gonzalez, Cabinet, and OUSD community. My name is Eddie Angel, Executive Director of Student and Community Services, and it is my true pleasure to welcome Trey Esperanza and Ethan Halter, along with their principal, Mrs. Gotzi, and assistant principal, Mrs. Cardenas, from McPherson Magnet Middle School, to the podium for tonight's State of the School Report. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Good evening, Board President Ledesma, Superintendent Gonzalez, distinguished board members, and Orange Unified Cabinet members. My name is Trey Esperanza, and I am the Student Body President at McPherson Magnet School. We are very excited to share the State of the School report with you. We are also accompanied this evening with our principal, Ms. Gotzi, and Assistant Principal, Ms. Cardenas. Ethan and I are both 8th graders and have attended McPherson Magnet School since kindergarten. We are excited for promotion and all the upcoming activities to celebrate promoting as the McPherson class of 2023, including class field trips to Disneyland and the promotion party. For Ethan and I, we will be attending El Medina High School, and although we are very excited for the next steps in our education, it's a little bittersweet to think about leaving our school of 9 years. I know we will keep in touch with our friends and come back to visit the amazing teachers, but we will definitely miss the everyday life at McPherson.
I am Ethan Halter, the Student Body Vice President at McPherson. Our yearbook and journalism teacher, Mr. Turner, and McPherson students put this video together for you to get a glimpse of all that has been happening on our very busy campus. A few highlights to point out to you in addition to what is shown in the video. We had our WASC accreditation visit in March and just heard this week that our school received a 6-year accreditation status. We are very proud of this accomplishment as our whole school community worked to give input to our self-study and create an action plan of success for the next 6 years. We also celebrated our school's 25th anniversary with an epic community STEAM night event. Alumni, past parents, students, and many of the McPherson staff came out to make this night a grand celebration of McPherson over the last 25 years. Most recently, we just had a fantastic spring carnival put on by our PTA and fun open house, which allowed our parents and families a chance to see all of our work in our classrooms. As our video highlights, these events all contribute to the community that makes up McPherson. We hope you enjoy our video and get a glimpse into all that makes Meteor magic at McPherson.
What if I told you I know a school where character matters?
And learning matters? And fun matters. And being a kid matters. And family matters.
At McPherson Magnet School, all of that and more matters.
McPherson Magnet School is home to 840 students.
We are the only K-8 school in Orange Unified.
Our school's magnet focus is math, science, and technology, but we are so much more than that.
McPherson's classrooms offer students a wide variety of learning opportunities.
And we like to go on field trips too.
From robotics to science fairs to photography to computers, we are always learning.
But the true strength of our school is our community.
McPherson's staff and students work together to create lifelong learners.
We are preparing for the future while living in the present.
Our school gives us the opportunity to grow and explore,
while still letting us be kids. We hope you like our school as much as we do. At McPherson, you are always welcome.
Because at McPherson,
we are more than just a school. We are a family.
Thank you for the opportunity to share about our school this evening.
Okay, thank you. Item 4E, you've got the board recognition, you've got the EDGE Employee of the Month, Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you. Tonight, we celebrate the You've Got the Edge Employee of the Month program for May. Certificated and classified employees are eligible, and an award is given each month during the school year to an employee who exemplifies one or more of the district's core values of integrity, equity, respect, and excellence. This month, we celebrate Sandra Yee, second grade teacher at Prospect Elementary School. And we're also going to celebrate Min Lei, maintenance specialist painter in the maintenance and operations department. Both have been selected for this honor this month.
Welcome. Okay. Welcome, Sandra and Min. Both Sandra and Min go above and beyond to serve the staff and students of the Orange Unified School District in ways that affect the core values of OUSD's EDGE. Our first recipient is Sandra Yee. Prospect Elementary Principal Mary Hitton had this to say about Sandra. Ms. Sandra Yee is a second grade teacher at Prospect Elementary who demonstrates all the district's core values each and every day. When you walk into Ms. Yee's classroom, you will immediately notice a classroom environment that is welcoming and inviting to all of her students. All students in Ms. Yee's class are engaged and actively involved in their learning. As a result of Ms. Yee's high standards and dedication, her students continue to grow and thrive with a focus on communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. Student work is celebrated throughout the classroom, on the walls, and students' growth is evident by the leadership roles students take. Prospect is fortunate to have Ms. Yee as a part of the teaching team as she continues to positively impact her students' learning year after year. Congratulations. And you also get a personalized mug here.
My husband Henry's here, and my daughter, who just turned 5, is here as well.
Okay, we have another recipient who is not able to attend, but I'm going to go ahead and speak about them. Our next recipient is Min Lee. Unfortunately, Min is not able to join us tonight, but this is what Panorama Principal Aaron Rosley had this to say about Min. Min exemplifies OUSD's core values and provides exemplary customer service. Every interaction with him ends with a smile and an appreciation for his work ethic, and spirit. He recently came to Panorama to work on a specific painting assignment. He not only courteously explained what needed to be done, he exuded friendliness to all staff he encountered and went out of his way to provide assistance in other areas by fixing things and doing touch-ups in areas that needed it. This shows the pride he has in every school he supports. His impact is felt by all school site principals, and I am just an example of one who has had the honor to work with him. We are thankful that Min and his integrity, excellence, and respect will continue to have a lasting positive impact on OUSD. We want to thank Sandra and Min for representing OUSD's EDGE values. They will be awarded with a customized EDGE tumbler with their names engraved, gift cards from Schools First and Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation, and a framed Employee of the Month certificate. Congratulations, Sandra and Min. The Board of Education thanks you for your dedication and devotion to the Orange Unified School District.
And Mr. Ledesma, I think both Sandra and Min were very shy recipients this month, and so we talked Sandra into being here today, but Min, we were unsuccessful. He said he likes his work and not necessarily large crowds of people, but Mr. Naquette is here representing maintenance and operations, and he wanted to just say a couple words about
please.
Min, if that's okay.
And thank you. I just wanted to say a few things about Min. He works with me, and I say works with me because he's an amazing individual. I'm so happy to have him in our department. He spreads the EDGE spirit throughout the district. So in my department, we also have Employee of the Month, and then we also have Employee of the Year after we get through all of our Employees of the Month. He got Employee of the Month for 1 month, and he got Employee of the Year last year. So he's an amazing individual. Yes, like Mr. Gonzalez says, he's very shy. One of the awards for getting Employee of the Year is a parking spot, your own parking spot with your name on it, and he didn't want it. He wouldn't take it. We almost had to force him to take it. So, but after he realized the benefits of having his parking spot right next to his office, he's okay with it now. So, but I just wanted to say a few things about him. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he's an amazing individual. So proud to have him with us.
Thank you, Mr. Naquette.
I'm just going to continue with the next item on the agenda. Board proclamation, School Lunch Hero Day, May 5th, 2023. Jamie, Sanchez, and staff, they could maybe join me. Thank you. Okay, let me say a few nice words here, or let me read the proclamation. Orange Unified School District Board of Education proclamation. School Lunch Hero Day, May 5th, 2023. Whereas nutritious meals at school are essential part of the school day, and whereas the staff of Orange Unified School District's Nutrition Services Department are committed to providing healthful, nutritious meals to the district's children, and whereas the men and women who prepare and serve school meals help nurture our children through their daily interaction and support. And whereas the day of Friday, May 5th, 2023 is School Lunch Hero Day. Now therefore be it resolved that the Orange Unified School District express its deep appreciation to these valuable employees and commends their good work on behalf of the children. The importance and nutritional value of school meals are well documented. For many children, school lunch is the most important and nutrient-rich meal of their day. School nutrition employees must balance many roles and follow numerous federal, state, and local regulations to ensure safe and healthy meals are available in schools. School Lunch Hero Day provides the opportunity for the community to thank these hardworking heroes. Orange USD will be celebrating the day by serving churros. All right. Serving churros on K-12 lunch menus, providing certificates of recognition to all nutrition services employees, and encouraging teachers and administrators to have students write letters of appreciation to their cafeteria staff. Thank you very much. Here is your resolution. Congratulations. Step out here.
And I did want to share with all of you that our staff will be getting this little goodie bag tomorrow. It's a cup of coffee on us, so there's a coffee tumbler in there with the instant coffee as well as cookies. So I have two amazing individuals here. Lilith Hayes, who is my accounting technician 2, who makes all the money happen in the department. She is a lunch hero, and she does so many things for me. And the amazing kitchen manager from Santiago Middle School, Linda Mackey. If your child goes to this school, I assure you they are getting amazing food every single day. So thank you both, ladies, for everything you do.
Okay, we have plenty of recognitions today, so I've asked for some assistance. National School Nurse Day, May 10th, 2023. This year, May 10th is designated as National School Nurse Day. This designation provides us the opportunity to recognize and honor the service and dedication of our school nurses and commend them for their commitment to students of the Orange Unified School District. As we celebrate National School Nurses Day, we honor what our school nurses do to improve the health and success of our students. At this time, I would like to invite Herberto Angel, Executive Director of SCS, to join on, let's see, oh, Andrea, were you gonna shoot? To join Madison Minor at the podium to accept the proclamation on behalf of all Orange Unified School nurses.
Okay. Are there any school nurses here to represent?
No, they're all over here.
Please,
Come on up.
please join Trustee Minor.
All right, I'll go ahead and start reading while they're coming up. So, School Nurse Day, May 10th, 2023. Whereas our children are our most valuable resource and educational achievement is directly affected by their health and well-being, and whereas our school district continues to enroll more students with multiple and severe health handicaps, and whereas the number of students with unmet health needs is increasing and interfering with normal developmental milestones and academic success, and whereas school nurses are charged with the responsibility of addressing these critical issues and providing diligent care for the health, development, and disease control of all students through the implementation of our health services program, and whereas school nursing services include health assessments, interventions, education and referrals, development and supervision of specialized healthcare plans for medically involved students, and networking with community agencies. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Orange Unified School District Board of Education declares May 10th, 2023 as School Nurse Day and commemorates the unique contribution of our school nurses to the total education program. Congratulations. Thank you.
No, I would just go straight to his desk. No, yeah, definitely. Or whoever.
Did you want to say something? Do you want to say something? No.
Picture first, afterwards. Thank you for the recognition of National School Nurses Day on May 10th. I would like to present to you our lead nurse, Linda Hasse, along with our district school nurses who are proud to be active members of our incredible health services team. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minor. Our next proclamation.
I think they have one more presentation to make
I'm
on
sorry.
school
We're
nurse.
almost done. Now to honor our school nurse of the year. Brittany Carrasco, better known as Minnie, has been selected by her peers as the OUSD School Nurse of the Year. Minnie was born in Seoul, South Korea. I'm sorry. Close. And moved to California in 1976. She graduated with a nursing degree from Biola University and is set to graduate with her Master's of Science in Nursing with an emphasis in nursing education in June 2023. Minnie is fortunate to have a variety of nursing experiences during her professional career in family practice, internal medicine, and pediatric nursing. Minnie's children attended OUSD schools beginning in kindergarten at Villa Park Elementary and graduated from Villa Park High School in 2020 and 2022. Being an active volunteer at each school her children attended and building relationships with parents, staff, and admin, she desired to be a part of the district that influenced and poured love into her children. After 20 years in the ambulatory care setting, Minnie transitioned in school nursing in 2019. Her experience in leadership roles as facility manager and nursing supervisor in the ambulatory care setting prepared her to skillfully problem solve as well as take initiative to identify opportunities to increase the quality care of her students. Currently, Minnie covers Cambridge Elementary, Chapman Hills Elementary, and La Vida Elementary schools. As a school nurse, Minnie used her critical nursing skills to assess the needs of her individual students and provide appropriate healthcare resources and referrals, promotes treatment compliance, encourages continuity of care, recommends healthy lifestyle choices, and develops a plan of care as needed. She enjoys the opportunity to connect with students and staff as well as promote optimal health outcomes in students with chronic health conditions, intervene in acute and emergent health and safety concerns, advocate for students, actively collaborate with parents, healthcare professionals, instructional staff, and school administrators to facilitate academic success among her student population. Minnie also enjoys the interprofessional collaboration across disciplines to serve her students' best interest. She highly values the relationships she has developed and continues to develop on a professional as well as personal level. The mutual respect she has developed among peers, staff, and parents, and other healthcare professionals is an example of Minnie's strong interpersonal strengths that allow her to excel in her role. Minnie's personal goal as a school nurse is to continue to build relationships based on mutual respect and shared knowledge and best practices, thus raising the standard for school nursing by striving for operational excellence. Her commitment to teamwork and dedication to the school nursing professional models our district's EDGE core values of integrity, equity, respect, and excellence. She is truly an asset to our district, to OUSD's health services. On behalf of health services, it is my true honor to designate Brittany Minnie Carrasco as OUSD's district's 2022-23 School Nurse of the Year.
Thank you very much for this wonderful honor. One of the things that I just, as Mr. Angel was saying, you know, I truly do value relationships, and I feel, you know, working together as a team, we can do the best for our students. And so just an encouragement, but foster that interprofessional collaboration so that we can just do the best for our children. And I also just value OUSD, like he was saying. My children went from kinder to high school, and it was just, it just shaped them to the wonderful people that they are. So thank you so much.
Okay, we're now moving on to item H, Board Proclamation, California Day of the Teacher, May 10th, 2023. Trustee Rumsey will be assisting me with this.
Yes, I'd like to invite any teachers in the room to come up and join me at the podium. Teachers. Whereas it is well known that California has led the country and the world in its contributions to innovation, and whereas California teachers have long set the bar for innovation and creativity in their classrooms, and whereas by nature, California teachers seek to bring innovative thought and creativity into their classrooms every day, and whereas California teachers, like their well-educated professional counterparts, continue to add to their own education by completing advanced degrees, coursework, and professional development throughout their careers. And whereas California teachers can't help but be influenced by the innovative, stimulating, and creative atmosphere that surrounds them. And whereas California teachers continually look to enhance science, technology, engineering, and mathematics programs in their schools. And whereas California teachers strive to create an educational community that is inquiry-based, collaborative, and promotes creative thinking by providing teachers with the freedom and support to be great. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education declares May 10th, 2023 as California Day of the Teacher to recognize the contributions of more than 1,300 teachers and commend them for their dedicated service to the students of the Orange Unified School District, dated this 4th day of May 2023.
Okay. The next item is item I. Board Proclamation, Classified School Employee Week, May 21st through the 27th, 2023. Mr. Trustee Ortega will assist me with this.
Which one do I read? Let's hope. Hi, how are you? Absolutely, bring them all.
I think that's all. Can we have classified folks come up to the podium?
Classified employees in the House, we'd like to invite you to the podium. There they are. go on both sides. Thank you.
To the left, to the right. There's a dance on that, right? We all good? Great. Okay, Classified School Employee Week, May 21st through 27th of 2023. If you allow me, as the rest have read the whereases. Whereas classified employees in the Orange Unified School District are partners in education and play a vital role in day-to-day operation of our schools. And whereas our classified partners are challenged with the responsibilities of safely transporting our students to and from school, providing well-balanced and nutritious meals, keeping the buildings clean, safe, and comfortable, meeting the needs of parents, principals, and students in the offices of our schools, assisting teachers in the instruction of students and library services, providing support to schools through administrative services. And whereas classified employees accept and meet these responsibilities with dedication, service, and devotion in these economically challenging times. And whereas classified employees have earned the respect and gratitude of the Orange Unified School District school community, including certificated employees, administrators, parents, and community members. And whereas members of the Board of Education express their appreciation to our classified employees and partners in education for their exemplary and dedicated service to students in the Orange Unified School District. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Education declares the week of May 21st through the 27th, 2023, as Classified School Employee Week in the Orange Unified School District to recognize the contributions of more than 1,500 classified employees and commends them for their dedicated service to the students in the Orange Unified School District. Congratulations.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Darlene Swanson, and I am the president for 1,500 classified employees here at Orange Unified. Good evening, Acting Superintendent Gonzalez, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and distinguished guests. Thank you for taking the time to acknowledge the classified employees here at Orange Unified for Classified School Employees Week. The past couple years have been challenging for all school districts across California, but our classified employees have gone above and beyond for the students, parents, teachers, and others here at Orange Unified. Although they are stretched to the limits and exhausted, we do it day in and day out for our kiddos. We love what we do. Do you know who your indispensable classified employees are? I do. I'm going to tell you who they are. Our custodial and our maintenance staff who keep our campuses clean, safe, and operational make OUSD a great place to be. Our school bus drivers, transportation staff who operate under some of the most stringent safety guidelines to ensure students get to school and home safely. Our office staff who offer incredible support to our students, parents, teachers, and administrators. Our food service workers who take great care to present food in ways they are appealing to students so we can keep them fed and ready to learn, especially during state testing. Our technical staff who keep everybody connected online so we can keep functioning as a school district. Our media staff who do a bit of everything to expand the minds of our children, because after all, it's what we do. Our paraeducators who roll up their sleeves to care for to support students and help them overcome new and sometimes ongoing challenges. And our school safety officers who keep our school grounds, students, and staff safe and secure. These are the inspiring and invincible employees who are the glue that hold this district together. I hope you all take part in celebrating Classified School Employees Week with all support staff at all schools and sites. We are the proud and dedicated backbone of Orange Unified School District. Thank you to all of the classified employees for what you do daily. We very, very much appreciate you. Thank you. You are the classified employees of Orange Unified.
Thank you, Trustee Ortega. Okay, let's move on to item 5A, approval of minutes from the April 13, 2023 board meeting. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve the minutes as presented and reviewed. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, moved by Trustee Minor. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Erickson. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Trustee Rumsey, item 6, public comment.
Guidelines. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education, on agenda items during consideration of that item. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Public comment on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction will occur after consideration of action items, information discussion items, and consent items. Our first speaker is Maria Correa.
Hold on. Would this be on, it's on when we get to that item? Remember, okay, during consideration of that item.
We are, yes, so we have some that we're going to wait until,
So do we have anything on the easement?
oh, we don't.
Okay,
My apologies.
okay, thank you. So,
Okay. We have, so we were gonna do, take, we were gonna take 4H.
Which is also somewhat unusual. We received a public comment card on a item 4H, which was part of the recognition section of our agenda.
for teachers.
However, we take the public comment at this time, so we thought it would be good to bring that person up at this point to go ahead and comment on
Okay.
on 4H.
So that's one.
Well, we have, there's several in here that say 4H.
So it would be 4H, we would go, it's an agendized item, so we
So we
thought,
take all the 4Hs right now.
yeah, that would be
Okay.
my recommendation.
Okay, so if we're taking 4H, I will look for those cards. And Maria Correa is one.
See the first one? That 4H?
Yeah.
Buenas noches. Soy María y vengo aquí a
Señora, ¿me
agradecer.
puedes esperar un momentito? Alguien va a venir a... Gracias. Are you going to be interpreting? Okay.
In order for me to interpret for this public comment, I have to suspend the streaming right here, the interpretation. Just one.
Okay. Okay.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es María. Agradezco a todos los maestros que es su día y también los felicito por su educación, que les da educación a nuestros hijos, también por ser unos grandes maestros y también porque están aquí y llegaron a ser maestros para llegar a darle educación a nuestros hijos. Los felicito en este día por su gran esfuerzo que están haciendo y pues un abrazo para todos los que están presentes, también a los maestros de nuestra escuela Esplanada porque son unos gran maestros para nuestros hijos y para todos los que están aquí presentes.
Good evening. My name is Maria Carrillo. I'm here to thank all the teachers, congratulate them for the great effort they're doing first of all, to become teachers and then to be able to educate our children. Especially, I want to congratulate all the wonderful Esplanade teachers. And thank you again. Thank you very much for all your effort and for teaching our kids.
Next speaker is Cecilia Flores.
Señora, un momento. Para los que van a hablar, especialmente en este asunto, tienen que hablar de los maestros. Okay, el asunto debe ser de los maestros. Así está escribido la agenda, entonces así tenemos que respetar cómo está escribida la agenda. Can you translate in English, please? Oh, I can do it. Basically, what I've just pointed out is, I know. What I just pointed out to those who are about to speak is the item is on the day of the teacher, and that it has to be, the speeches have to be specific to the day of the teacher, because that is how our agenda is written. Thank you.
And on deck will be Lucero Ramos.
Okay.
Up next.
Buenas noches a todos. Buenas noches, señor Ledesma, señor Ortega y mesa directiva que conforman la mesa directiva del condado de Orange. Vengo aquí a representar mi escuela Almudena y mi escuela Esplanade, agradeciendo a cada uno de esos maestros que hacen un gran esfuerzo en nuestro condado de Orange. Agradecida de todo corazón por su día y por su gran esfuerzo que hacen día con día para que nuestros estudiantes, nuestros hijos, crezcan con una buena educación. De todo corazón, muchísimas gracias desde el fondo de mi alma. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Cecilia Flores, and I am a parent of students from Almudena and Esplanade. I want to thank all the teachers in their day, and especially these teachers from these schools, because they are doing a great effort in teaching our students. Thank you very much.
On deck is Sean Kutu, or Kautu.
Yeah, they know. Yeah, they know.
Hello, board. My name is Luz, and I go to Esplanade Elementary School. The reason I am here to speak is on California Day of the Teacher. I would like to thank all of the teachers that have brought me here today. I would like to specifically thank my current teacher, Miss Ihara, who has helped me through so much during the school year. I appreciate her a lot because she cares about each one of her students and has helped us all progress through our hard times. I know she is always there when I need someone to talk to. I am in 6th grade this year, and after being at Esplanade for 7 years, this is my last year at Esplanade. However, it makes me really sad to hear about the rumors of Esplanade closing as I talk to my friends, because I have 2 little sisters who currently go there and 1 baby sister that I want her to go there in the future so they can have the same great education that I had with the wonderful teachers of Esplanade. I love my school and the teachers there, and I nor my friends at Esplanade will ever back down from this fight.
On deck is
Montel. Apellido Montel.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Va a estar en esperar. A un lado ahí. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Sean Coutu. It's unfortunate that I'm not going to be able to read the speech that I wrote, because to celebrate the teachers, there are some things that I want to talk about that the board is making me worried about how much you guys actually appreciate the teachers. So you can have a day of the teacher, that's great. But whenever you're trying to close schools like Esplanade, or like whenever you're talking about possibly bringing in charter schools like Explore Academy to share space with the Orange Unified School District, you are devaluing the teachers. That's what you're doing. And I hope that you guys all know how tenuous your grasp is on your seats. And that power that you have, it comes from the people, okay? And if you betray the community that you're supposed to be representing, we will take that power back, all right? So thank you very much for your time, but more importantly, thank you West Orange, thank you the teachers, thank you every single part of Orange Unified School District, and what you need to the families that send their children there, to the teachers that create a generation of active learners, not just students, but lifelong learners that want to go out and attack life and learn and take advantage of what they can in this life. Don't sit here and have a day of the teacher and then devalue them. That's not okay. And honestly, the parents are noticing, the community's noticing, and action is being taken, okay? So we're watching. We're all watching. Thank you very much for your time.
On deck is Dylan.
Señor,
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Melquiades Montiel. Quiero felicitar a todos los maestros, a todos los ayudantes que igual ayudan a los maestros. Gracias por la educación que les dan a nuestros hijos y por el apoyo que les dan. Gracias por esos ánimos igual que les motivan a nuestros hijos a seguir adelante, a ser líderes que son los del futuro del mañana, ¿verdad? Y estoy agradecido con todos los maestros. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Melquiades Montiel. I represent Esplanade Elementary, and I want to congratulate all the teachers on their day. And I really appreciate that the teachers motivate our students, and also want to thank the support personnel that also are taking part in this leadership and teaching of our students and in their learning process. We know that they're forming our leaders for tomorrow, and we really want to thank all of them.
On deck is Candelaria Ramos.
Hi, my name is Dylan. I am in first grade. I go to Esplanade. My teacher is Miss Canto. She is the bestest teacher ever. And is the bestest math teacher. I also like Miss Cypress. She has the best books and library. I love the library too. I love them so much, and I love my school too.
On deck is Cassie
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Candelaria. Vengo de la escuela Esplanade. Quiero apreciar a los maestros por ser en este día, pero no tan solo en este día, sino siempre. Y quiero pedirles por favor a ustedes, aunque ustedes dijeron que uno no hable de la escuela, que sabemos que hemos escuchado que la van a cerrar Escuela Esplanada. Tengo mis 3 niñas en la escuela y no quiero que les derroten su corazón, porque tengo una de kinder, primero y 6º grado. Y la verdad estoy muy agradecida con todos los maestros, no tan solo de esa escuela, también de otras escuelas, pero la verdad quiero que miren el corazón de cada niño, porque de nosotros los padres nos sentimos tristes, pero también pónganse en lugar de los niños de Escuela de Esplanade. Gracias.
Good evening. My name is Candelaria Ramos. I come from Esplanade Elementary. I want to congratulate the teachers on their day and always show our appreciation to them. I want to ask you also, even though we're not allowed, to please consider Esplanade, how we as parents are feeling and how our kids are feeling. I have 3 children at Esplanade, 1 in kinder, 1 in 1st, 1 in 6th grade. We want to thank you, all the teachers, from our heart for all what they're doing for our kids. And if we are sad as parents, I want you to know that our children are sad as well. Thank you.
On deck is Kim Vanderhoek.
Good evening, board members. Although this is Teacher Appreciation Week, I'd like to thank Andrea Yamasaki, Chris Erickson, and Anna Page. My name is Cassie. I'm a former student of OUSD. I went to Redding Springs Elementary School, El Rancho Charter School, and graduated from El Medina High School as class of 2021 and began working for the district in January of 2022 while being a full-time college student. I would like to take this time to share my appreciation for all the teachers of Orange Unified School District. All of you as teachers have impacted the lives of many children. I would like to take this time to thank some of my amazing teachers. I would like to personally thank the teachers that have guided me since starting kindergarten in 2008 to my graduation day in 2021 and still continuing to guide me as I follow the path of education. Thank you to Mr. Tarango, Miss Oliva, Miss McChurch, Miss Z, Miss Solis, Miss Gillen, Mr. Parra, Miss Myrise, Miss Cahill, Miss Canto, Mrs. Zahara, Miss Palomares, Mrs. Helmer, Miss Dixon, Mr. Scott, Miss Kaminsky, and the many other teachers that have shaped me to be who I am today. Without you all there to help me every step of the way and always looking out for me and wanting for me to do the best, I wouldn't be here without you guys, so I thank you. I aspire to be as great of a teacher as you guys have been to me one day in the future. Thank you.
On deck is Michelle Bowen.
Good evening, board. My name is Kim. I have 2 kids in OUSD that have been in our public schools since kindergarten, and my oldest is a senior. To acknowledge some of our teachers on California Day of the Teacher, I would like to share with you a few things my family has to say about the teachers we've had. From my senior, he says, Mrs. Wallach was the only teacher in elementary school who made an effort to actually be friends with the students. She was always funny and made the class enjoyable and never yelled at us for anything undeserved. She also accommodated all of my needs and genuinely helped me through the school year. Mr. Finn genuinely cared about the subject he was teaching. He always made an effort to liven up the class and make it enjoyable. He never seemed unenthusiastic or like he didn't care about a subject that he taught. From my youngest, one of my favorite teachers from this year is my science teacher, Mr. Klasky. He always has a positive attitude and is great towards his students. He makes the class a positive environment whilst also teaching in a way that I can stay engaged in. I also appreciate that he walks the class through assignments, making the class have a better understanding of what to do. Another teacher that I would like to recognize is my English teacher, Ms. Lim. She always takes the time to help her students and walk them through what to do. She also makes sure that her classroom is a safe environment for students. It has never been a problem for me to reach out if I have a question about an assignment or if I just need a bit of extra help. She's truly a great teacher. And for me as a parent, I'd like to acknowledge Mrs. Hurst, who brings joy and humor everywhere she goes, but be careful when taking photos around her because her photobombing skills are legendary. Mrs. Wallach, who made my oldest feel seen, heard, and valued in her classroom in a way he'd never experienced before. Her impact on him is something that will last a lifetime. Mrs. Irwin, who instills in every single one of her Kinder B students a curiosity and love of learning. Now, don't let Mr. Blaker's laid-back surfer attitude fool you. He's a caring educator that is always looking for the most effective way to motivate his students, and his snack cubby is epic. Ms. Lim, who recognized that my youngest is a visual learner that loves to draw. She allows visual learners to take notes in her class that incorporate drawing, and they are called art notes. Mr. Olquin, whose lessons are truly college level. He's at Elmo, right, Ruby? His lessons are incredibly engaging, relevant, and something that my oldest will carry throughout his life. Thank you to all of our teachers. Please don't leave OUSD before the recall. We are fighting for our kids, and we are fighting for you. Thank you.
On deck is Veronica Cisneros.
Good evening, OUSD board members. I'm here on behalf of my daughter. She wanted to recognize teachers that made an impression in her life in honor of the Day of the Teacher. So I'm reading her words. On my first day of high school, I could not eat breakfast because I was so anxious. Starting in my first class of the day, my anxiety slowly went away. Mrs. I'm going to say it wrong because we called her Miss D. Mrs. De Loyola, I still find myself using her teachings in college. Excuse me. I really liked her humor and cool hair, and I would like to thank her for the care and time she put into each student. One of my good friends introduced me to our librarian, Mrs. Fisher. She taught me how to do the work behind the library counter. She was very welcoming and funny. She taught me how to check out and return books, and the best part of this was the hours that I would get. She was so great. Ms. Anderson was my frosh soft volleyball coach. She was an amazing coach and taught me so much. After playing for her, I became more serious about playing volleyball for Canyon, and my school spirit grew. Not only did I have her as a coach, but she was also my math teacher during my junior year. I'm so glad she kept her faith in me while we did online learning. She taught me a lot. I'm going to put two in one for this one. I knew Mr. and Mrs. Rommelfinger before I became their student my senior year. My brother played sports with one of their kids. I really, really hoped I would never be their student. Fortunately, I did become their student, and I actually loved it. Mr. Rommelfinger was hilarious, but I already knew that, and Mrs. Rommelfinger was an amazing teacher, and I loved their classes. I am so glad I got the chance to be in their classes and improve my history skills while also improving my writing skills. I was a thrower for Canyon track and field team for 3 years. I was very scared because it was a brand new environment. But my coach, Coach Anderson, really made my track experience the best time of my life. He spent time with each of us throwers, using his extensive knowledge of the sport to help us become the best athletes we could be, whether it was on or off the field. I will always be eternally grateful for his faith in me, the long and genuine conversations he would have, and the most random topics that came to mind. The last teacher I knew I could not go without mentioning was Mr. Graham. I had Mr. Graham as my film teacher for all 4 years of my high school career. I had him for film production, broadcast, and film ed. I learned more in each of those classes than I knew the previous year. Even though I was too shy and scared to get more involved in my first 2 years, he was always willing to find ways for students to find their right path. Many of my friends were not exactly sure what they wanted to study in college, but I knew exactly what I would do because of the classes that I took. I hate cheesy sayings, but I really do not know where I would be if it weren't for Mr. Graham and his classes. Can I say a little bit more? I don't think any of my teachers know how grateful I am for them and how much they impacted me in my future. But I hope they all know now if they are listening. I would love to go into greater detail, but I am supposed to be paying attention in class right now. Thank you, Bridget.
On deck is Kenny B. Cox.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Verónica Cisneros y vengo representando la escuela de mi hijo, la Esplanada y también el Modina. Y yo lo que quiero expresar es la apreciación al maestro, para todos los maestros de la Esplanada en especial, ya que ellos reciben a todas las familias con los brazos abiertos y nos hacen sentir en casa y ofrecen más de lo requerido para apoyar a nuestros hijos. Gracias por todo lo que hacen en nuestra escuela de corazón. Gracias, maestros. En general, gracias a todos los maestros de todas las escuelas. Y también les quiero recordar, con todo respeto, que piensen bien con la mano en el corazón antes de tomar una decisión sobre nuestra escuela Esplanade. Y más que ahora que nuestros hijos ya saben lo que está pasando, quisiéramos que ustedes nos dieran una reunión a la escuela Esplanade, ¿verdad? Para que nos hagan saber qué está pasando o qué va a pasar, para saber cómo preparar a nuestros hijos y que se toquen ese gran corazón que tienen antes de tomar una decisión. Piensen en el corazón de cada niño de esa escuela que le van a romper. Eso es todo lo que quería decir hoy. Muchísimas gracias y que tengan una feliz noche. Gracias. Esplanada no se vende, Esplanada se defiende.
Good evening, all. My name is Veronica Cisneros. I come representing Esplanade Elementary and Modena. I have children in both schools. I would like to express my appreciation to all teachers, especially teachers of Esplanade Elementary. Every day they receive our families with their open arms. They make us feel at home, and they go the extra mile in offering the support to our children. From the bottom of our heart, my heart, I want to thank you, all of you, and all the teachers for all the schools, actually all teachers. And I would like to ask, with due respect, all of you members of the board, that before making a decision regarding Esplanade, you put your hands on your heart and think what's going to happen. Think about our children when making decisions. And we would like to ask for a meeting where we can be informed what's happening at Esplanade, what is going to happen, so that we can communicate with our children about this in an effective manner. So I want to say thank you to all of you from the bottom of my heart as well, and say, well, have a good evening. And Esplanade will not sell itself. Esplanade will defend itself.
On deck is J.J. Mice.
Good evening. My name is Kenny Brayton Cox. I'm a 45-year veteran of public education as a teacher, as an administrator, and I've had almost that many years of public education sitting in a student's desk. Mr. Ledesma, Mr. Gonzalez, members of the board, and OUSD teachers and community, I address you tonight as a retired teacher, as a parent of teachers, as the grandchild of teachers and the grandparent of 13, 11 of whom are college graduates, with 2 on their way, and at least 1 pursuing education as a career. My rough math suggests that our family owes a full measure of gratitude to more than 1,000 teachers. In their absence, I thank the teachers who are here tonight and their colleagues who are home planning tomorrow's lessons for the children and grandchildren of the adults who have placed their faith in Orange Unified School District. Lee Iacocca, a renowned executive leader of a generation ago, said, "In a completely rational society, the best of us would be teachers, and the rest of us would have to settle for something less." In reality, the best of us are teachers. I would add, in a completely rational society and in support of teachers and all school employees, school trustees would understand their role. First, to put personal agendas aside, Mr. Ortega, to provide an optimal environment for teaching and learning, to trust the expertise of the leaders they have hired, Mr. Ledesma and friends, and to ensure that equity and inclusion are not subjects for debate. Tonight, you've honored nurses, classified employees, and a myriad of the team of people who are essential to make a school community work. To education advocates, Ms. Erickson, Ms. Yamasaki, and Ms. Page, I say thank you. To the board majority, I remind you of Ralph Waldo Emerson's assertion, "Your actions speak so loudly, we cannot hear a word you say."
Our last speaker after Mr. Mice is Sergio Bernal. Sergio Bernal is on deck.
Good evening, Board President Ledesma, and trustees. My name is JJ Mice. I'm a proud parent of a OUSD graduate and a current 10th grader. Happy to be in the aquatics program at Villa Park High School. Let's see. Mrs. Firm, Miss Matthews, Mrs. Crail, Mrs. Coddington, Mr. Feldhandler, and Miss Ross. Not OUSD teachers. They're probably all dead, but I still remember them. They were my teachers in elementary school, Jiminy Christmas, 50 years ago. And they made an impression upon me that I still remember their names to this day. And they knew why I was being a smartass in class. They knew how to redirect me. They knew what I needed, and they cared because they were called to their profession. Both my kids were lucky enough to have a Teacher of the Year, Christy Covington, for kindergarten, and she taught them how to recognize what is a penny problem, what needed to be brushed off, but she also taught them how to be good intentional listeners and how to respect their classmates. And if it wasn't for Christy Covington and Joan Sicinas and Dana Vigneault and Courtney Stillwell and Art Cooney and Miss Kim she was at CV, and Mr. Hill and Mr. Smith, he's here somewhere, and Miss Mooney, my daughter wouldn't be on the path that she's on now. My son had Kendra O'Hare, Joan Sicinas, Linda Walker, Art Cooney, Sue Kent. They have taught him to embrace who he is and to push himself. So, for me, teaching isn't just about where to place a comma or multiplication tables or dates in history. Teachers give support, they encourage, they inspire. They notice if a child is wearing the same clothes all week because maybe there's something wrong at home, or if a child is sad. They help kids figure out who they are and feel good about themselves. There's no agenda in teaching but a child's success. And it's actually painful to me that teachers have come to this career as a vocation and as a calling, and they're now being second-guessed and vilified and accused of being criminals instead of truly being respected for everything that they do every day when they show up. I just hope that we can make Teacher Appreciation Day every day. Thanks.
Hello. My name is Sergio Bernal. I have two children in the Orange Unified School District. I have a 12-year-old and an 8-year-old, and my 8-year-old is has had a hard time school-wise up until honestly coming into second grade and having Mr. Mayfield as his teacher. He has ADHD, and he was on medicine up until probably about 4 months ago, when his medicine ran out and it's been hard to find. But Mr. Mayfield has not seen a difference in him just because of the way he teaches his class and how it's been able to let my 8-year-old thrive in his class, and just to see that how much my son, he loves to learn and he wants to go to school literally every day. He can't wait to literally jump out of the car and go to school and see Mr. Mayfield and all his friends at school, and how my 12-year-old is 12 and he doesn't necessarily like school, but he goes and he has teachers that push him, especially Mrs. Bates. I want to say it was history and social studies maybe, and how she pushes him to be the best that he can be, and how I think that they don't get enough appreciation at all. Teaching is very underrated, and it's a very hard thing to do. And I went to 4 different schools here at the Orange Unified School District. I went to them, and I can't remember my teachers' names. I remember my teachers, but I want to say thank you to them, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Mayfield and Mrs. Bates and the teachers that all come into contact with my children and all the children that at their schools. And I think that they are thriving where they are and how the schools are being run. And I think this is some of the best learning environments my kids have been in since coming to the Orange Unified School District. And I don't think there needs to be a change into charter schools or privatization or whatever it is, but I think that it needs to stay the way it is and just build on that. So that's my piece, so thank you very much.
That it? Okay. Very quickly, Mr. Gonzalez, can you comment on this rumor of Esplanade closing?
Yeah, sure. We've actually talked to the principal at Esplanade and asked her if she could communicate to the various parent groups as they meet that the Orange Unified School District does not have any current plans to close Esplanade Elementary School.
Thank you. I'm going to make a couple comments in Spanish. Para la comunidad de Esplanada, la mesa directiva y la administración de este distrito escolar no hemos hablado de cerrar Esplanada. Ese rumor es una mentira. Pero me apuro porque es una mentira y puede que sea que la comunidad de Esplanada se anda usando. Y la razón que ese rumor salió es político. Es político. Entonces, no hemos hablado nada de cerrando Esplanada, para nada. Esta mesa directiva y también, como el superintendente dijo, también el administrativo, administración de este distrito. No hemos hablado nada de cerrar Esplanada, para que es la verdad. Gracias. Okay, my comment was this board and the administration of this district has not spoken a word about closing Esplanade. And I said that is a rumor, that is a lie, and that my concern is that community of Esplanade is being used for political purposes. And that was my comment. Thank you. All right, on to,
Trustee Ledesma, I mean, I just want to make a comment that
Okay.
I don't, you know, our policy is that we don't respond to our speakers because we have to be consistent. So I don't understand how you could do that when it wasn't an agendized item.
right, well, there's a lot of things that are agendized that our speakers, spoke to out of turn. So I just wanted to clarify, because we've had this group.
But you're violating the Brown Act then.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, because-
This is a comment made to the community.
As a board, we're only supposed to speak on items that are
Okay, I'd like to continue the meeting, please. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Trustee Yamasaki. Okay, yes.
I would like to address the president. If you could please have the people next to the interpreter booth be quiet, because we cannot hear the proceedings. We cannot interpret what we cannot hear. Thank you.
Okay, please. Los que están cerca de no andan interpretando, que ayuda con que no hablan no hagan tanto ruido porque andan tratando de interpretar. Please, those of you that are by the interpreter desk there, please kind of keep it down so that the interpreter can get her words out so that everyone can hear. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, item 7. 7A, resolution number 2223, intent to dedicate easement to City of Anaheim.
Mr. Harvey will present on this item.
Good evening, President Ledesma, board members, Mr. Gonzalez, staff, and community. This evening, we will be taking the first steps toward reviewing a proposed easement from the City of Anaheim. Legal counsel from AALRR has been working with the district and the City of Anaheim on the easement process, and as required by law, the board must complete a two-step process. So step 1 this evening is to approve the first resolution that states your intent to enter into agreement with the city for the easement, subject to a public hearing, we set the date for that public hearing in this meeting as well. And then the step 2 would be a public hearing would be proposed for the next regular board meeting on June 1st, 2023, to address any concerns regarding the agreement. And if there are no further issues and the board feels satisfied after that second meeting, a resolution can be signed and approved. So just to let you know what the process is for those that may have not gone through it. The requested easement that we're talking about tonight is part of a widespread City of Anaheim wildfire mitigation project that will convert above-ground power lines to underground lines. The easement is being proposed to allow trenching on our Imperial Elementary and Canyon Hills School campuses to feed the school's major electrical components. Construction on the campuses would take place on non-student hours, such as winter and summer breaks, and will not impact the regular school operations per the city. So if you can see on this slide, here are the areas of Imperial Elementary. We'll start there first that would be affected. Some trenching will need to go across the main driveway, so that's pretty impactful to the school. And the city park entrance is there as well. So those are pretty well-traveled roads that would need to be done, like I said, and that the trenching would need to be done outside of the regular school hours. And then to accommodate the park, we might have to put, they may have to put steel plates at the entrance so that people can continue to access the park, as well as our community and custodians coming in to work during the summer or on the winter breaks. They would need to come into the site. So there'd be some kind of steel plates and accessibility across there so it would not shut down the site. So that's Imperial Elementary School. And stop if you have any questions for each school as we go, if you'd like. And then you could see here at Canyon Hills School, it's the back side of the property that would be affected. Trenching will be done at the property line at the base of the hill, and construction fencing will be added to barrier off that area just in case they had to go into the school year at all. There'll be no effects to the site, access for our staff, students, and parents during this project. So to summarize, tonight we ask the board to consider resolution of intent to dedicate the easement to the city of Anaheim, and if approved, we'll bring the item back for public hearing and consideration of final approval on June 1st. That's our next regular board meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Okay, I'd like to read the recommendation and then take a motion. Recommendation is district staff recommends that the board approve the attached resolution 22-22-23, intention to dedicate easement. The board conduct, okay, public, okay, we are, that's the recommendation. Can I have a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms.
I'll
Trustee
second
Ortega,
that.
seconded by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Item 7B, Transportation Department reorganization.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera will present on this item.
President Ledesma, Mr. Gonzalez, distinguished board members, our cabinet members, and the Orange community. I'm here to present the transportation report. Co-presenting with me is our Director of Transportation, Mrs. Russo. We're going to be reviewing with you some of the challenges that we've been having in our department as a result of a lack of workforce, change in the state law with the starting time. And we're going to look at what's been happening in our department, not only within our department, but this is true statewide. So I'm going to have Mrs. Russo cover this section for you. Mrs. Russo?
Thank you. I'm going to take it off the podium so we're not going back and forth, but good evening. So let me give you a little life in the day of transportation in a quick 30 seconds. So this entire school year, we've been running about 30 bus drivers down. Those are vacant positions. Overall, about 40 vacant positions if you count other staffing positions into that count. So what does that mean? That means that we are combining our routes. We are, doubling up. We are absorbing as much as we can. In a lot of cases, our management is driving daily, and oftentimes throughout the year, I am dispatching. This is happening approximately 2 to 3 times per week. So, it's definitely been a struggle. So, we have to think into our future, what are we going to do to make these changes to better our department? So we have been dealing with the same staffing model for nearly 20 years. And what does that mean? When people come into our district, or those employees that have been here at our district, there's limited opportunities for growth and advancement. We've been facing a nationwide school bus driver shortage for many, many years, and it's not gotten any better. COVID has helped to exacerbate that issue for us as well. And to compound that, we're also dealing with the state making secondary bell schedule changes. So when developing this plan, we've had to think about several different strategies that we would consider to assist our department with career growth opportunities within the individual classifications, giving that incentive for employees to want to come work here for Orange Unified in the transportation department.
Hold up.
And additionally, we wanted to consider that in our staffing model. How are we going to do this to continue supporting our school sites, give them the service that it is that they're, that they need, that the school sites need, the students, our parents, and our community, and consider external funding in order to be able to do this successfully. So as part of our reorg plan, we definitely had to collect some data. And so what did we do? We sent out some surveys to all the districts in Orange County, and we had 9 districts respond to this survey. And as you can see here, the first question that we asked was, what do they do with their bus drivers with their work calendar? So as you can see, Fullerton Joint and us here at Orange Unified are on a 9.5-month calendar. The remaining, most other school districts are already on a 10-month calendar, and you have Irvine showing as an 11-month calendar. So I guess we would say that's our first issue, right? We have our neighboring districts are already employing their drivers for a longer work year. Our second issue that we noticed is the amount of hours that they're guaranteeing to their employees on a daily basis. So we fall in the category of the 6 hours, and we still have some districts that we see are in that category, but others that have already seen the need to grow and offer more daily guaranteed hours to their employees. So overall, as part of this analysis, we had to run some numbers on our personnel changes. And so this data is since January of 2022. And as you can see, we have about a 34% personnel change. You can see the categories in which the changes have been made. And if you look here, resigned, you can see 23 there. So that's a significant number. That means that we've had about 23 people that have resigned, and majority of those people have moved on to other districts because we've already noticed the first and the second problem that we just established, right? Those neighboring districts are giving a longer calendar year and giving them a longer guaranteed number of hours each day. So we've been operating about 30% current vacancies. So this is, as I mentioned earlier, we have about 40 vacancies total. That also equates to about 25% of our entire department. So this is pretty straightforward, but what's not straightforward here is considering everything that we've done and everything that the employees have done. So I do want to ask all the employees that I have here from transportation to please stand. So like I said, this is pretty straightforward, but it's taken a group of people. So I do want to give you guys a round of applause. Without their work day in and day out, we would not be able to successfully run this department with a quarter of our department missing. So they've been able to work together and collaborate and do the best that they can for our students and our school sites and our community. So as you all may remember, in March of this year, we came to the board with the Home to School Transportation grant plan. And part of that plan required us to have stakeholder consultations. And so we surveyed over 1,200 people in total. That was our employees, our parents, and our students. And they prioritized certain things that we should consider moving forward. So as you can see, number 2 most priority was to increase our staffing and/or driver work hours. This is our organizational chart. On the left is the current org chart, and on the right is the proposed. Anything in blue is specific to management leadership positions, and anything in orange is our classified positions. So if you were to lay this chart out on a wall, it would look pretty flat for our current proposed chart, or current organizational chart. So what we're proposing is something that's a little bit more diverse, right? It gives more opportunities. It shows that career growth structure within the classifications to be able to attract and retain our employees. So we had to consider lots of different recommendations as part of this process. We've already identified that, our neighboring districts, we have to be competitive with them. And our current bus drivers are at 6 hours a day and a 9.5-month work calendar. So we're looking to convert those positions that are 6 hours to 7 hours, and those positions that are currently at a 9.5-month work calendar to a 10-month work calendar. So those numbers there, when it says net next to it, it's indicating that those are the positions that we need to be able to move forward. So it includes the vacancies as well. We're also looking to create 5 new lead school bus driver positions. These would be brand new positions to our district at a 12-month, 8-hour per day guarantee, and an additional 12-month position as well. So what does that mean to the employee? The impact to the employee is that right now, if you look in the orange-colored box, they're on a range, their salary schedule goes from about $26,000 a year to about $34,000 a year. And we're recommending to bring them to the ranges anywhere from $34,000 a year to about $44,000 a year. So this equates to approximately a 27.8% increase by changing them to 7 hours and a 10-month calendar. And the net annual budgetary impact to the district is approximately $1.3 million, and we would be using the transportation grant to do this. Our next recommendation is in our training department. This is for our school bus driver instructor positions. Currently, all 3 of those positions are vacant. So we're looking to change the salary placement for those 3 positions while they're still vacant. And in addition to that, adding in a new lead school bus driver instructor position. Again, this is a position that doesn't exist in our department currently, so we're looking to add it, an 8-hour, 12-month position. And the annual budgetary impact to the district is about $155,000. And again, we would be using the transportation grant. So in our department, we also have the vehicle maintenance department, what we refer to as our garage staff. We are looking to add a lead multi-fleet technician. So I'm sure that everyone knows we're advancing in our fleet. At one point in time, gasoline and diesel buses is pretty much all you saw, but we also have CNG, and now we have electric. So we have 4 different types of buses, fuel, charging infrastructure in place, and we need more diversity and dynamic individuals within our department with certain certifications. So that lead multi-fleet technician would cover everything that I just discussed. So by creating that position, we would be closing one of our vacant heavy-duty mechanic positions. And to create that career ladder, we are looking to change the salary schedule for our vehicle maintenance foreman. The budgetary impact here is relatively low, it's about $24,000, and we would still be using the transportation grant. Okay, so for leadership, we have a really large department and we have to consider the support that our classified staff needs. A couple years ago, when we had the retirement incentive, we had our transportation manager retire at that time. So we are looking to restore that position, and we are looking to close a transportation supervisor position when that all comes into play. It's a promotional position that we're looking to have here. And then establish a new transportation field supervisor position. The annual budgetary impact there is about $144,000, $143,000, and we would still be using the transportation grant.
So as Mrs. Russo eloquently covered everything, we have a 4-step plan to address our transportation needs. The increasing of hours for our drivers, any administrative support that corresponds to that, our garage staff, that we need to address the fact that now there's 4 types of buses that they serve, and of course, leadership opportunities, not only for within our leadership, but within CSEA to promote into a leadership capacity. And with that, if the board adopts the plan, and that's the asterisk down below, is that we may need to look at our policies to make some changes there accordingly. So as you look at the total impact, currently we have a payroll of $9 million for our transportation department. This plan is $10.6 million. There's some budgets that we have currently using, which is for summer school, which is an offset because with the change of the schedule, that budget will no longer be needed. So the net impact is $1,472,000. So how are we going to pay for this? In March, the board approved a transportation plan. This is a new grant to districts. So the grant, which is based off of the 21-22 calculations, is $3.895 million. Because this plan that we're talking about will not take effect until 23-24, we can apply those funds to cover our current operational cost. Then in 23-24, we're estimating those revenues to be about $4.1 million based off the calculations. And you can see the reorganization, the purchase of the buses that the board has already committed to in March, and then transportation offsets of $257,000. And then in 24-25, because bus personnel is part of the calculations, so if we adjust their salaries, that's part of the grant. So we're going to see that money come back to us. So we expect the revenues to go from 4.1 to 5.2, and you can see that the operational cost is about a fourth of that, and the rest of it is going to be applied to offset operational costs. We need to bring this plan back to you annually, as required by law, but this is a 3-year lookout. If the board was to adopt the plan, how this plan could be self-sustaining.
Continue? Yeah.
Okay. So, the natural progression is to always wonder what the next steps would be. So we're here tonight for the board, hopefully, to take action. And if approved, we would then start working with CSEA to create job descriptions and also with HR. From there, we would have to post those job descriptions from a leadership perspective all the way through the classified positions. And our goal is to implement the new employee calendar and hours for the 23-24 school year. Thank you very much. And at this time, we're open to take any questions.
Any questions?
I was going to say, I'll just move it.
Well, I have a question. The grant, does that grant come to us year after year, or I know it's for the next 3 years. Beyond that, how does that work out?
Correct. So that is pertaining to the home to school transportation grant that we brought to you in March of this year. And so every year that plan is going to have to be brought back to the board by April 1st for approval.
Okay. But the grant money continues year after year?
Yes, this year is the first year of the grant, and it's in the state budget, so it is applied every year.
Okay. So is there any kind of forecast beyond 24-25 on the grant?
No, we only went through 24-25 because when we provide the board information, typically it's 3 years.
Okay.
So we did not adjust beyond that.
All right. So 25-26 would be potentially a different grant?
No,
potential?
The grant is ongoing. So the transportation grant is committed in the State Budget Act to be an ongoing grant.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Ledesma, I have a point of order because I believe that Trustee Ortega actually made a motion.
Okay.
So we have to do a second and then discussion?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you make a motion?
Yeah, he said, I'll move it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You did say it, I heard it, so I just wanted to make sure that we're following procedures.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Ortega, second by Trustee Minor. Any discussion?
Any other questions?
I don't have any questions. I just want to say this is long overdue. And it's a very well thought out plan that's paid for, and I think it provides the dignity and things that we need to be able to bring in people for these jobs. So I appreciate all the work that you did to get here. So thank you.
I just real quick, I know the answer, but are the employees happy about this whole reorganization? And the employees are going to have the opportunity to apply for these promotions, correct?
I believe that they will be happy. We haven't shared real details yet because we wanted to make sure that we presented it to you first. We do have some employees here
now they know
that I would hope that they're happy. And yes, there will be opportunities for those internally to get these promotional opportunities. So that's very important for us, was to build those career ladders and give opportunities to our employees that have dedicated years and years of service here.
Yeah, that would be my first, is they get first opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
So not only in the transportation department, we've had conversations throughout the business office that we are having to build capacity. We're having to prepare our employees because of the work shortage. We can't be relying on hiring from the outside. So we're focusing on developing our capacity of our employees and providing them promotional opportunities.
That's good. It's great.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
Can I
Yes.
just say thank you very much for all your hard work? I really appreciate it. This is definitely long overdue, and I think it'll provide a lot of opportunities for our employees in the department, so thank you very much.
Okay. Okay.
Ms. Page has a comment.
Sorry,
What's that?
I have a question.
Oh, Trustee Page.
Thank you. So even though you're creating new positions and positions of leadership, it doesn't mean that the job isn't being done. It just means that everyone's taking a piece of the job and trying to fill in the pieces. And so now you're giving them the title and the pay that they deserve, right? Correct. Okay. Thank you so much. And I recently went on a field trip with our school, and I just want to show my appreciation to all of you for jumping in. Like, we needed a second bus, and they sent that second one within like 10 minutes, and we were able to get our entire grade over to the Discovery Cube. So it just shows like how everyone's so dedicated and willing to jump in to help wherever, regardless of what their job description says. So thank you.
This is my 6th district that I've worked in, and I've worked with good transportation departments. This is exemplary, a transportation department. They go above and beyond. I can't even compare them to anyone else.
Trustee Yamasaki.
Yeah, I just would like to make one more comment. When we were at the bus driver day event, Darlene Swanson made a really heartfelt speech. And one of the things that she said that resonated with me is that the bus driver is the first smile that the students see of the day, and that it is so impactful. So that, I just want to let you know, that really resonated with me, and we appreciate our bus drivers.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Item 7C, Resolution 272223, Citizens Oversight Committee Bylaws, First Amendment, and restated procedures, policies, and guidelines.
Mr. Harvey will present on this item.
Thank you. Good evening again, President Ledesma, distinguished board members, Mr. Gonzalez, Executive Cabinet, staff, and community members. So this is just a quick review, so I'll try to be as quick as I can. On March 2nd, we brought these to you in an informational item, so this is just tonight, just a review of those changes, and then you would vote on those to actually put those into a permanent record. So just based on the considerations, So it's been difficult for district staff to fill any vacant positions. If we go with our current terms on our bylaws, 4 members would term out, leaving us in a difficult position, and we would not be able to have a quorum or have meetings because the majority of the members would be termed out. The other major issue was the word advisory that was in the bylaws originally. That basically states that the committee members are advising the board on how to spend money or take action, which was not correct. They are an oversight committee. So here is the first change. It would be to change the 2-year terms to 4-year terms. That would fix the issue of all of the members terming out. There are some members that have showed that they may be interested in actually leaving, but it still looks like we would have a quorum. So we may have to fill some positions after this May. We haven't received anything in writing, but we did get some indications from some members that were potentially going to do that, or potentially could switch positions like we did before last year when we changed the designation of certain members, but they were able to stay on the committee. So there will be some other things coming to the board after this, but this 4-year term extension gives us the ability to have the majority of the members stay on until 25, 26, when the most of the bond proceeds would have been spent by at that time. And then the purpose, as we mentioned, the word advisory is changed in this new bylaws section to oversight. So that's the real nature of what they do. They oversee the budgets. They check out the end of the year audit and make sure that it's complete and that contains all the components it's supposed to. So they're providing oversight, not advising. So that would be the change again here in the language. And then finally, secretary to the committee. It's a small section in the meetings area of the bylaws, but it basically said that a secretary would be one of the members. So one of the members would appoint, or the members would appoint one of the members to act as the secretary. We and they did not feel that that was something that they should have to do. So we have been providing a secretary to the committee for the entire time the committee's been a part of the district since 2017. So this is just to ratify that and just basically state this in writing, but we're already providing this service just in case the board had any questions about that. So those are the changes that we have for you tonight that we're presenting, and we'd like to open up for any questions that you may have.
Trustee Erickson.
I don't have any questions, but I could have sworn we made this amendment about the oversight body a couple years ago. Did we change something about
It was brought to the, in 2018, it was brought to the board, but it was tabled
Oh,
because we needed more legal counsel. And since then, we've talked to Mr. David Casnocha, and he's been supplying us with information and wrote the amendment, and that really wasn't the case before.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
Anyone else? Okay, let me read the recommendation. It is recommended that the Board of Education approve Resolution 272223 and adopt the Citizens Oversight Committee bylaws, first amended and restated procedures, policies, and guidelines. Do I have a motion?
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Yamasaki,
Second.
seconded by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Thank you. Okay. Information item A, update on Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation presentation.
So I'd like to reintroduce everyone to Frank Tucker, President of the Orange Unified Public Schools Foundation.
Thank you so much. Hey, it's great to be here with you guys tonight,
Excuse
by the way.
me, I'm sorry. I believe we do have a comment on this. Do we take the comment first?
Yes, we should take.
Sure.
Sorry, excuse me. We're just going to take a.
Apologize.
Somebody's going to speak on it.
Betty Chu. If Betty Chu is here. Betty Chu.
Nope.
No. Let me double check. Nope, that's it. Oh, look.
Well, it is.
Okay, I'm looking at the descriptions.
Sorry.
That's okay. You moved me up in the agenda.
Excuse me.
That was a big win.
So I guess I would ask Veronica Tarnowski. Oh, no, that's swimming pools. Never mind. Lori Kaler or Britt. No, I think we're good.
You sure?
Please.
Pretty sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are you
There's
here
one
to
right
speak?
here.
Speak to this? Okay.
And this is for item 8. Well, or
Formally,
Public Schools Foundation
8B.
presentation.
No, personnel, I believe.
It's on the foundation.
Oh, did I miss that one?
No, you didn't miss it. We switched it. Sorry.
Okay. I just got here, so I'm behind the curve.
So
Okay.
I'm sorry. What is?
Then I'll wait.
What
It
is
was
your
for the
comment on that?
personnel.
Personnel.
It's consent.
It's consent.
I will
consent.
go when you need me at the right time.
Right.
Okay, thank you. We'll put you in consent.
There you go, sir.
I'd like to reintroduce.
I appreciate that. Superintendent Gonzalez. By the way, you almost had me with the reveal from Orange High. It was like going to be the Geraldo Rivera moment where Al Capone's tomb really does
made them promise we
really
wouldn't
does
have that,
reveal
yeah.
something. You had me go there. By the way, lots of great recognition tonight of everybody in the district. It's really amazing. It's really positive. It's really cool stuff. It's so neat to see it, creating a recognition culture and having people know that people think great things about what they're doing. It's so super important. So I'm here, and I'm really going to be brief tonight because I know you guys, again, have a long slog to get through stuff. I just want to give you a real brief update of the Orange Unified Public School Foundation, kind of what we've been up to, and then answer any questions that you guys have. So I promise I will be out of here in about 10 minutes. Just for your background, the Orange Unified Public School Foundation, which is still just a mouthful to say, has one too many words in it, was formed really last July in conjunction with the district. So the idea behind forming the foundation was to really model it after a lot of the other great foundations that are out there, the Irvine Public School Foundation, the Tustin Public Schools Foundation, really as a way that we could sort of organize, create positive energy, and do some great fundraising for the areas that the district most needs assistance in. So we're working in conjunction with the district, with Dave and with Superintendent Gonzalez to raise money for the areas where you most need assistance in having money. And so right now that kind of falls into 3 buckets. Individual teacher and principal grants. So we've received, through the end of April, over 40 applications for grants. And so we're really looking forward to reviewing those and fulfilling as many of those as we can. We're working with the district on funding VAPA programs to the degree that you need funding in spaces that the world has changed a little bit, I think, since we first started talking about VAPA, because you guys have additional funds that are available. So we're trying to work with the district to make sure we're really working in the places where it's most needed. And then lastly, we're working on health and wellness in the district. So we've applied for community block grant money grants for 3 different schools, for Handy, Esplanade, and I think it's Taft Elementary. And so we'll hear on those hopefully next week, and we're very bullish and positive that we're going to get some funds for those schools to help out in those areas. So overall, we think we're off to a good start, but it's a little challenging because it was a foundation that was started. It's like a startup business, right? No one sort of said, hey, it's a foundation, here's some money, here's a source of some money. They said, hey, you guys have a P.O. box, go. And so, we're out there raising money. We've had individuals give us money, which is great. We are working with some programs, the banner sales and some other things to raise money, but that's an area where we could use some help. And so if anybody is out there watching or listening or thinking, gosh, I've got some extra money laying around, what can I do with it? We are happy to take your money, because it'll come back to the district. The other thing we need is volunteers. We have 12 incredible board members. It's a lot of work to do this stuff, you guys. It's really a lot of work. And so if you go to the PSF website page, which you guys can do now, there's a button down there that says, find out more. Gosh, it's just like Amazon. It's just as fun. Press the button, buy. It's like going to Google. So you can do that, and we promise to try to be as fast as Amazon and contact you as fast as Amazon would to get your package to you, because we really do need volunteers. Volunteers is what makes it work. And I think again, we're trying to build a foundation that can really do a lot of great things for the district, and we just need some assistance. So we're excited to get going. We're excited to be starting to do some things and be funding some things. We're just looking forward to raising a lot more money so that we can do a lot more of that in the future. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions you guys have.
Any questions? Trustee Erickson.
No questions. I just want to thank you and thank the rest of the board members. I know you are working very, very hard, and I know I think you did just start with a P.O. box, and that was about it.
Literally,
so.
we started with a P.O. box, yeah.
But all of you, I don't know everybody that's on the board, but the people that I know are really hard workers and longtime volunteers in the community, and your work's been appreciated, not just for OUPSF, Is that right?
Yeah, it is.
But for all of Boys and Girls Club, all of the
Oh,
things
sure.
that
Thanks
you do.
much,
So
yeah.
thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, well, the Orange Unified School District is a great place, has a great potential, and we're thrilled to be part of helping to support that and make it even better.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I have a comment, if you don't mind.
Oh, Trustee Yamasaki.
Yes. I would like to commend one of your board members, Wendy Forrest. As I said earlier today, I was at the Kenyon PTA meeting, and she happened to be there.
She's relentless.
Yeah, she was a great speaker. She was there to talk to the PTA about the importance of the foundation and also asking for donations and asking for volunteers.
We're shameless, yeah.
She said she went to many PTA meetings in the last couple of months to present. And so I just want to say that she did an excellent job. And as she left, people were talking about getting involved. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, we've been to 40% of the schools to date. We'll be at 50% before the end of the school year. So we're really trying to make sure that the things that we're doing make sense to the people that really most need to have the resources, which are the schools, right?
Yeah. So thank you.
You're
to
welcome.
your board for all you do.
And
thank you guys too.
And I'd just also like to thank you in support of the Employee of the Month program and Employee of the Year program, because
Sure,
I know
of
that
course.
that's a new endeavor you are participating in. So we
Of course, and we
appreciate
couldn't be happier to do it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks you guys.
Thank you. Okay, next item, facilities assessment, high school swimming pool.
I'm just going to hand this to you.
We have public comment.
Mr. Rivera, we're going to take the public comment first.
So is Lori Kaler here?
It's not
Okay.
about the pools?
I'll put you in consent
Okay.
then. Joe Lynn. And on deck is Veronica Tarnowski.
Hello. Thank you, board, for talking to me tonight, or listening to me tonight. I was going to tell you a little bit about my kids. I'm a little nervous about that tonight based on some of what's going on. But needless to say, my children are in the OUSD school system. They're going through the Villa Park track, and they are swimmers. So they are probably going to end up at the Villa Park swimming pool. And I want them to have a great swimming pool when they get there. That being said, I want to make sure we're doing the best for the entire school system. I know that you just replaced a pool. We have more high schools with more pools that sound like they're about ready to go too. And I want to make sure we're doing our research. So if we're putting in the big pool at Villa Park and we're going to have the other high schools use that because that will be the big pool, I want to make sure we know that we're making the facilities big enough to host multiple schools if that's what we need to do. Or do we need to do a smaller one because we know other things are coming up? Or should we be doing a separate off-site facility? I want the best pool for my kid. I 100% do. But I want to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity or costing us less money or more money down the road because we didn't look at everything right now. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you for listening.
So Veronica. And then on deck is John Sanks.
Hi, my name is Veronica Tarnowski. I have two 8th grade boys who attend Sarah Villa. They are also very active in water sports. I have one that swims over at Esperanza, and I have another one that's part of the SoCal water polo program. So as you can imagine, we go to many pools all over Orange County. We go far down south, and we're up in northern Orange County. My boys are very excited to go to Villa Park High School. They really are. They can't wait to be a Spartan. They drive by it all the time. But what I want you to understand is that a pool at Villa Park is extremely important to the community. It has a very storied water sport program that we cannot deny. I also want to make sure that that when we are looking at this pool, that we're not putting politics in this decision, that it's really about what the school needs, what the students need. That's it. Thank you.
On deck is Nicole Jones.
Hi there. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer and a parent of a daughter in the Orange USD public school system. I need to bring up transparency once again. Mr. Ledesma, last month I was here and I told you about how the agenda items are not publicly posted. Here we are again talking about a presentation that wasn't publicly posted. This is your job as the president to make sure we know what we're going to be talking about. Anyway, one of the parents did actually take the time to go to the district office, review the presentation in person, and I was able to see a copy of this in advance. It's somewhat confusing. I hope this will be explained when the presentation comes. I'm seeing that there could be an option to repair the Villa Park pool for about $3 million over 5 years. I'm also seeing proposals to build a new swimming pool at a cost of roughly $25 million. So if we could repair this at a $3 million cost, that seems like a no-brainer. Let's fix this thing and get a swimming pool that's up and running that can be used for the students. Typically, there would be some sort of a consultant report that goes with an item like this, or a detailed agenda staff report, so the public can understand what options are on the table before we come up and try to speak about them. It helps us speak intelligently. I see a couple items on here when you dive into the details. $23 million for a 25 by 25 pool compared to $28 million for a 25 by 50 pool. Are we really believing that it's only a 22% price difference for 2 times the pool? I'm kind of wondering if something is being left out of these estimates. I don't feel like the bookends are appropriately situated here. No doubt the costs are going to escalate. We know everything is getting more expensive. In the time that it takes you to design, to build, to start construction, and ultimately commission this pool, it's probably going to cost considerably higher than what you're anticipating today. This is going to be a multi-year effort. Are you properly assessing the financial risk that this district would take if you were to consider building a full pool? $25 million can buy an awful lot. Air conditioners, roofs, elementary school improvements. I'm noticing that other high schools have major capital repairs that need to happen on their swimming pools. Do we want to take $25 million at the expense of these other facilities? You know, we need to think about this pretty carefully. I don't see how we can do an Olympic-sized swimming pool without some kind of a bonding initiative or another funding mechanism rather than cashing out almost the entire capital budget. I definitely want a useful pool for the kids at this high school. I'm not opposing the project of getting this pool back in service, but we need to make sure that we're working with realistic costs and we're using these funds wisely. And I hope when I'm up here next month, the agenda items will be posted, Mr. Ledesma. Thank you.
On deck is Ariel Newton.
Good evening, Acting Superintendent Gonzalez, President Ledesma, and Board. You have a lot of different proposals in front of you tonight regarding our district pools. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of presentations and proposals, but no actual movement toward the goal of getting our students a new pool at Villa Park High School. As you are well aware, the Villa Park pool is breaking down and will not last. When the El Medina pool broke down, there was only a discussion of what size to make the new pool. There was never a discussion of whether to give them a new pool or not. You gave them a new pool. Why do we now have all these mind-numbing presentations on whether to sink thousands or millions of dollars into pools that are over 50 years old with crumbling pipes, plaster, and decking? I implore you to talk to someone with some knowledge of pools. While they might give you this presentation tonight with a straight face because you requested it, they will laugh at making this sort of high-dollar investment in crumbling infrastructure. As I have stated at this podium before, our district has the funds for this construction in the matching funds that we receive from the state that can only be used for facilities. These are funds that we were not expecting. Therefore, these were not previously budgeted or promised to any schools or projects. This project can be 100% funded from this pool of money. Our district should have at least one 50-meter pool within our boundaries. Will it be more money? Yes. The estimates look to be about $4 million more. But you are spending $2 million on the Little Theater at Orange High School without blinking an eye. Why is there a microscope on this pool? One answer, politics. This is not political. This is about facilities for our kids. All of our high schools have signature facilities and programs. Elmo has Fred Kelly, Canyon has aviation, Orange has agriculture. Why can't Villa Park High School have the signature aquatics facility for the district? We have arguably the most successful aquatics program in OUSD with the most league and CIF titles. Our swim team just won another league title last week, and our swimmers have been competing in CIF this week. Villa Park High School is the perfect location for OUSD's premier aquatics facility. Our district had the foresight years ago to build Fred Kelly Stadium, and it has been the crown jewel for the football and track programs in our district ever since. Everyone on this board sings its praises over and over again. Why will you not give the same thing to aquatics? Since January, this is my third time at this podium, and nothing has been done. By your own staff's estimation, a pool is over 2.5 years away. Our program at Villa Park will be decimated if we were without a pool for that length of time. All of this has been within your control for months. Vote now.
Next, on deck is Alex Broussard.
Hi, good evening. My name is Ariel Newton. I thank you for your contribution to the excellent education and athletic opportunities provided by OUSD to my children. I have 3 children who are participating in this school district. I'm here to request fair consideration when it comes to pool facility upgrades. Right now, due to a possible conflict of interest, there is a concern that the board may be swayed to give Villa Park the state-of-the-art 50-meter pool they are requesting. Villa Park would then need and receive new tennis courts and a new softball field to accommodate the pool's relocation. In this scenario, there would be no budget left for Canyon's aging pool that also needs replacement. Instead, because both schools, Canyon and Villa Park pools, are on their last legs, I respectfully request consideration of proposals that would improve the pools at both Canyon and Villa Park, or the exploration of a shared use facility off-site of either school. Thank you for your time.
On deck is Darshan Smolodin.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, my name is Alex Broussard. I have a first grader at McPherson Elementary School. She has actually, quite impressively, because she's only 42 inches tall and about 40 pounds heavy, has gotten into dive aquatics, and she's going off the 1-meter board, she's going off to the 3-meter board, the 3-meter platform. My interests would probably be served by having a great aquatics facility at Villa Park, but it's not about my interests. It's about the interests of the entire school district. And it's about advocating for the entire interests of the school district with transparency and integrity. Transparency and integrity are something that this board appears to lack. However, what this board does not appear to lack is conflicts of interest. I think you're going to hear more about that shortly. That's not my speech to give. What I want to see is transparency. Go through, study the problem, get the best bids that you can get. We have a no bid look at a contract here based on somebody who did something a long time ago. Where was the competitive bidding? Where is the competitive bidding? Give us some transparency, give us some good explanations, and give us some explanations for the conflicts of interest that appear with this pool. Thank you.
On deck is Lee Tuznot.
Alex is way taller than I am. Good evening, board. Acting Superintendent Gonzalez. Again, my name is Darshan Smolodin, and I am a proud OUSD parent and taxpayer. On February 2nd, I brought up Mr. Ortega's conflict of interest. That was the story to tell. In regards to the potential Villa Park pool, and he called me a liar and threatened me with slander. So I returned at the next regular board meeting a month later with the receipts. So rather than bring them tonight, I thought I would just summarize. The first was an email sent out by Orca campaigning for Rick and Madison in exchange for a 50-meter pool, acknowledging John as an Orca parent. The other was the last set of taxes filed with the state of California, listing John as a trustee for Orca. Both John and Rick tried to downplay this, saying that the involvement was 6 or 7 years ago. It was 5. But fine, whatever. So I brought another receipt. This is an email sent in July. It is a recap of a meeting from the day before. The subject matter is an agreement between OUSD and Orca, offering Orca the nonprofit rate. I guess they're not a nonprofit anymore, in exchange for purchasing water polo goals and a net for Elmo. Which we do know they got because for some reason it's on tonight's consent gifts, even though they've had it for a significant amount of time. So I find that ironic. Anyways, while I question the fiscal responsibility of this decision, the cost of the items are far less than the discount that he's being given on their rates over even a 6-month period. But what I find most interesting is that Mr. Ortega is listed as one of the attendees at the meeting. John, you can't find time to come to our schools and visit them, but you can come to find time to exercise your power to get your buddy a deal. And I find that, okay. So you need to recuse yourself from this discussion, and then when they have a vote, you need to recuse yourself from that. And I can tell from your face you're not going to do it. So I'm going to turn to you. Rick, you're the president of this board. It is your job to make sure that conflicts of interest does not happen on votes. Okay? For the record, I don't have a problem with OUSD providing our athletes with safe facilities. So this isn't about a pool. This is about taking politics out of a pool. This is about John and his corrupt, self-serving deals and Rick enabling his abuse of power and violation of board policy 9270A. Thank you, Catherine. Rick, do your job.
And on deck is John Kulisic.
Good evening, distinguished board members, Mr. Gonzalez, great to see you all. I just want to say, first and foremost, in the spirit of everything that happened earlier today, Mrs. Benzie, Mr. Fergione, Mrs. Peterson, Mrs. Huntsberger, Mrs. Elliott, Mr. Finn, Carter, Rosh, Avidia, McLaughlin, as well as my own kids, teachers, Mrs. Jimenez, Kaler, O'Hare, Walker, Kent, and Mann, and the others that I've guaranteed forgotten. Thank you for everything that they've done. Apologies, I know that was off topic. But I am happy to address, and I'm so happy we as a group are addressing facilities in Orange Unified. I travel across the country. I go to schools all over the place. I get to see some of the best, some of the worst, and I hate to say it, our facilities do not live up to the standard of the community that we live in and the students that we serve. And I applaud you guys for addressing that. I would just like to implore this board, beg this board, to please exercise prudence. Be thoughtful of the entire community. And I'll use a couple of examples. Our kids spend 7 years in elementary school. 7 years that they're in the same buildings. Those buildings are inadequate. We, as of right now, do not have multi-purpose rooms in most of our elementary schools, meaning when there's inclement weather like today, all outside activities are ceased. There is nowhere to go but sit in their classrooms. When it is dark, we cannot have events outside. Things like the amazing school play at Serrano Elementary that happened just last week. It was awesome. The Lion King, that's Zazu, something about her, as well as bird number 12. Those types of things are now having to happen at other facilities, which are also lacking. We had to have that play at Saravilla, which God love it, but the theater facilities, the cafetorium that exists there is not adequate. We had to bring in our own lighting, our own stuff to be able to put on that performance. It's sad. So, the other part of that is, at Serrano Elementary, there was a playground that in the kinder yard was wildly out of code, which we were told by multiple people. Our PFO raised the money and donated $80,000 to put a new play facility on that playground. The problem is, not every school in this district has the ability to raise that kind of money. We know that we're blessed to have been able to do that. I beg you to exercise prudence as you're making this decision. Make it wisely, spend our dollars well. If there are creative ways to be able to raise these funds, let's please exercise those so we can get an awesome pool for all of these schools and provide an awesome education for our little ones too. Thank you.
And then the last speaker after Mr. Kulisic, how do you say your name?
Kulisic.
Okay, is Steve Anderson.
He's gone.
Okay, then you're the last speaker.
So you're saving the oldest guy for last, huh? Keeping the oldest guy up late at night. Okay, that's okay. I have a good evening, board, and most of you know me. I've been at Villa Park. I'm just finishing up my 49th year helping out with the swim team. And when you come up, if you just say Cooley, that's what all the kids do, you know, just say Cooley, that's easier, and I appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to the report tonight on our pool. Hopefully, you know, we'll see what the finances are to get a 60-meter pool, or 50-meter pool, sorry. 50, that's it. Coach Karsich and I, who's our head coach, and I met with the design team a couple months ago on campus at the pool to go over what we would like. Finance, we weren't told anything about finance, just here's what you would like. Coach Karsich's wife's birthday is tonight, and they had a dinner plan, and he said if he wanted more dinner plans with his wife, he could not attend tonight. So I can understand that. And I'm looking forward to the two options that we presented to them. One is in the current location of the pool, and the other one is right next to it where the handball courts are. And I've been assured by the school and the district that those handball courts, and there's a few portables, could be removed very easily. And I think it would actually be more sense if we could actually put the pool there. That way they could build this pool, whatever size is decided, while we still have a facility that is going right now. So it would be great to put it right next to it. Our pool would be open during the construction, and we have two locations. We do have the most successful program in the Orange District. We've won numerous league titles, as was mentioned just recently, a couple of them, and CF titles. We've had 4 U.S. Olympians out of our program, which is the second most of any high school in the country. 75% of our athletes are scholar athletes, 3.5 or better. 90% of our athletes go to 4-year universities. So we're not only an aquatic program, but we really stress the academics. We have 2 on-campus teachers, which is really great. And I'm retired, so I have time to do whatever I can for the program. And in helping this new pool, I will certainly, I've met with Scott Harvey before, I will meet with him again. Anybody, you tell me what time, more than likely I can help meet. I know all the other schools and districts in Orange County have put in new pools. We can compare what their costs were to what this new pool will be. Newport Mesa's put in new pools, Fullerton District's put in new pools, Huntington Beach has put in new pools. So there's a lot out there you can compare what the cost of pools would be, and I am certainly willing to help. I'm just going to be positive the whole time. And if we get a 50-meter pool built, anybody in the district is certainly welcome to come and use it as long as I have any say in it. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last speaker. Mr. Gonzalez, who will, or
Yeah,
Mr.
presenting
Rivera.
on this item is Mr. Rivera. He'll introduce it.
Let me remind the board and our community what has happened to lead us up to today. In February, the board asked for information regarding the replacing of a pool. At that meeting, the board also gave staff direction to bring forth a schematic plan with cost estimates for a pool at Villa Park, along with a maintenance schedule for all district pools. So here tonight, you're going to receive a presentation on the feasibility study from LPA Architects, Aquatic Design Group, and Cummings Corporation. This team has extensive experience in designing and constructing pools. The presentation is a high-level summary of what the district may encounter with pool installation and anticipated cost. As the district secures an agreement and develop a construction documents and engage the Department of State architect, the team will have better able to refine project cost for the board. The second presentation you're going to hear will be covered by Aquatic Design Group and outline the maintenance and pool repairs. Also here is Mr. Harvey from our facilities department and Mr. Niket from our maintenance department, in case you have any questions. So I turn this presentation over to the team to present to the board and also introduce themselves and provide credentials.
Great. Thank you very much, and looking forward to sharing what we've done over the last several weeks here to help you guys as you make your decisions. So my name is Arash Izadi. I'm Director of Sport and Recreation and Principal at LPA. My sole responsibility at the company is development of athletic facilities and sports facilities at all levels, from K through 12 to collegiate to semi-professional and so on. And tonight we're going to share a little bit about our team and some of the qualifications, a little bit about our experience. We're going to share what we were asked to do, so there's clarity in that aspect of it. Two pool options and some variations in those options, some costs associated with those, and then a little bit about schedules, how that could pencil out depending on your decisions. As I introduced myself, we also have two other people here. I'm with the architectural firm, design firm LPA. We have Dennis Berkshire with Aquatic Design Group, and on the phone we have Cummings Corporation, Alan Campbell. He is our independent third-party cost estimator that helps us develop the cost models for the options that you're going to see tonight. So a little bit of experience, just to give you a background. We're currently working on about 16 different aquatic facilities, from joint use facilities to collegiate to high school facilities, all those ranges, and from competitive to recreational pools, all over California and frankly all over the country. We were asked to share a little bit about some of our current projects and wanted to give you a little bit of a perspective on how this could translate to some of the pool sizes that you'll see in a little bit here. Temple City High School, which was bid in 2017, at 33-meter pool. All of these pools are 25 yards by some meter dimension. So 25 yards by 33-meter pool. These are total construction costs of about $15 million. Davis Senior High School, which was designed in 2020 and is waiting for going through the bid process shortly. That is a 25-yard by 50-meter pool. That is at an $18 million estimate right now. That estimate will need to be updated because that project is on hold pending the construction on another part of campus before they can implement this pool project. The Godinez High School in Santa Ana Unified School District, that one, we're exploring joint use opportunities with the city. That is actually a two-pool complex, a 25-yard by 25-meter pool and a 25-yard by 50-meter pool. That one is estimated right now at about $44 million project cost. El Rancho High School, 25-yard by 33 meters, total project cost of about $21.5 million. And then Kathleen McDonald High School, that is a 25-yard by 33-meter, total project cost of about $20 million. And you're seeing that 33-meter and 50-meter size because those are some of the most predominant pool sizes that you'll see across facilities in California. As we start to share some of these numbers, typically when people quote a number, it is in the construction cost world. And that is typically about 70%, 65 to about 75% of a cost of a project. The overall cost, when we reference project cost, that is both the hard construction numbers and all of the other ancillary costs that go in the development of a project, which we refer to as soft costs. So tonight we're going to be talking to you in terms of total project cost. So understanding the program and the existing site, we were asked to study 3 pool options, a 25-yard by 25 meter, a 25-yard by 30 meter, and a 25-yard by 50 meter. There's multiple variations in those as well, and those obviously impact things up and down accordingly. We were asked to look at those pool sizes and how they could be accommodated within the existing site, essentially a test fit. And then how we can develop this project to minimize impacts to other programs and other facilities within the campus and in the adjacent areas. Wanted to give you a little bit of a reference. When we start to talk about pool sizes, why would you select one pool size versus another, and what can those accommodate? What kind of programs can they accommodate? So I'm going to ask Dennis to chime in a little bit here and share a little bit about the program elements for each pool.
Thank you, Arash. Good evening, everyone. When we talk about the programming and these pool sizes, the first thing we normally do, and we did in this case, is to meet with staff and talk about the programs that our facilities expected to serve. And in the case of aquatics, it becomes an issue of swimming, the swim teams, and we need to understand the swim meet events and their requirements, as well as the swim practices for the teams and all. From water polo, so we look at the water polo again for the daily practices and then what we need to host our games for water polo. We also take a look at physical education, which is a California Education Code requirement for our public schools, and how PE can come in and use these facilities, as well as other club teams and other uses that we might have for these. So when we start to take a look at these, we can look at a traditional 25 meter by 25 yard, which is normally known as a junior Olympic size pool. And in that size pool, it can support our swim team meets. It's going to have anywhere from 10 to 11 lanes that would support practices, and we can assume 4 to 6 swimmers per lane for practice. So then we start looking at the number of teams and the sizes of the teams so that we can get our students into the pool for practice and training and then get them home at a reasonable hour for dinner and homework. If we take the one thing a 25 meter by 25 yard pool cannot support, however, is floating water polo field of play. And water polo field of play is defined by CIF as a minimum 25 yards face a goal to face a goal, to a maximum 30 meters face a goal to face a goal, and a minimum 45 feet wide to 20 meters in width. At the high school level, we're typically seeing water polo played at the 25-yard face of goal or the 25-meter face of goal. And one of the things that we've seen evolve was that 20 years ago, all of the high school pools were being built as 25-yard by 25-meter pools. When water polo became more prevalent, we started into the 30-meter pools because that became the minimum length pool that could get us a 25-yard floating goal water polo field of play and transition to the code minimum 10 feet of shallow water at the end so that we could support PE and other shallow water programs. Now we're seeing in the last 5 to 6 years, the water polo is growing at the high school level, looking to go into the 25-meter. And that was where Arash mentioned a moment ago, where the 33-meter pool comes in. Because if we want to be able to support up to 25-meter floating water polo, now we need to lengthen that pool a few more, say 3 more meters to be able to support that. But generally, from a water polo standpoint, when we take a look at the 30-meter pool, we know we can have 2 practices simultaneously to that practice support, and then it supports that floating goal. The 33, again, can allow 2 teams to practice at the same time, and at the same time give us a 25-yard or a 25-meter floating water polo field of play. And then when we go to the 50-meter pool, this obviously can support up to the 30-meter, which is outside of the high school programming. And it can, again, support 2 teams practicing at the same time. It's also going to be a pool that'll give us upwards of 20 to 21 lanes. So once again, if we look at that 50-meter pool and say 6 students per lane in a practice, that means we could support up to 120 students practicing at one time. So now we can start talking about not having to stagger schedules, morning and evening, or have people wait till later to get into the pool, and especially under the new school hours where it's going to be darker and become more of a challenge to be able to support that.
Thank you, Dennis. So let's get into the specifics of the project site and this project area. So on your screen is Villa Park High School, and the area in blue is the area essentially that we've been looking at in terms of the pool complex. On your screen here, you'll see at the top of the screen the gym and locker room facilities, the existing pool right in the middle of the screen, the volleyball court and the existing batting cages to the west of the existing pool, the ball walls, some portables that are shown in dash adjacent to those ball walls that we believe, as we understand from the district, are no longer used. The existing portables, the sea of portables there below building 600, and then again the existing portables on the bottom of your screen adjacent to the existing softball field. So just to give you a little bit of a context of what's around this existing facility and what may be impacted. So we've explored two options that Coach alluded to a few minutes ago. One option places the new facility in the existing location of the pool, and the second option shifts it to the east a little bit, so there is the potential to operate one facility while the other one is being built. And then within each one of those options, we explored the three pool sizes that I referenced a few minutes ago. So option 1A looks at the 25-yard by 25-meter configuration, places it in the location of the existing pool. The pool obviously in blue, bleachers to the left and right of the pool. To the right or to the east of the actual body of water would be the support building that includes the restrooms and the mechanicals and so on. And then that area identified as J as the paved area, that would be where the ball walls and those portables, those existing portables are located. And in this scheme, you see a dashed line that says fire lane. That's a very important aspect in this because it allows us to maintain that fire lane and service the project as would be required. So in this scheme, looking at that 25-yard by 25-meter pool, estimated rough order of magnitude of about $20.5 million to about $23 million. Now, there's various stages of development of a project. This is the very initial stage, so there are necessarily no beans for the bean counters to count. So the cost estimators are looking at program costs and how these programs are valued in terms of the value of the project and those components. So these aren't exact estimates of exactly what the bid will be. These are ranges that say what the project could develop to and establishing a design to budget. Looking at option 1B, exact same thing that you saw with the other scenario, just a slightly larger pool. It's a 25-yard by 30-meter pool and really maintains a lot of the same things that you saw in that previous scheme. The fire lane is allowed to operate, and all the other components really essentially stay exactly the same with no impact to those existing portables to the south of the complex. This scheme is estimated.
Can I ask a quick question? Was
Yes.
that that's an east-west orientation then?
No, so north-south.
North-south, okay.
Yeah, so the pool would be oriented in the north-south direction. The long dimension is in the north-south. The swimming is always typically done in the 25-yard dimension, so that would be east-west.
Okay.
So typically the hierarchy, and this is not an absolute, but when we design these facilities, the rule of thumb is the priorities is water polo in terms of orientation because you're in the pool looking up and taking it from a goalie that played water polo.
Right,
Last
not
thing you
looking
want to
into the
do
sun,
is see
right,
the sun in
okay.
your eyes. Same thing you would do on a soccer field. Then diving, because again, you're elevated, and then swimming.
Okay.
So the swimming is east-west, water polo is north-south.
North-south, got it. Thank you.
Sure. So this one, again, 22 to 25 million, and essentially takes up roughly about the same area, just a little bit larger than the existing facility. So looking at the 50-meter, what this shows is that actually it does fit. We can make it fit into that area. Obviously, a larger impact. What this does is it does impact that fire lane. However, the fire lane can be adjusted to accommodate the facility, and it does displace those portables to the south. However, those portables can be relocated into the upper right-hand corner of your screen there. So this does all the things that you saw in the other schemes, and it does fit. However, it does displace those portables, and those 5 of those portables would need to be relocated and the fire lane slightly adjusted. So in this scheme, we're talking about 26 million to about 29 million. And one thing I did fail to mention, this includes the pool, the body of water. It includes the building. The building would have the code-required restroom facilities, changing rooms, et cetera, locker rooms. It would have the office component in there, and it would have the pool mechanical and storage facilities as well. And it accommodates some bleachers, the required deck area, fencing, and all of those things that would go with the project. So all of these concepts that you're seeing include all of those components. So option 2 really is very similar to what you just saw. The main difference is that we've located it to the east of the existing facility, with an attempt here to not impact the existing facility and allow that to remain operational to the point that the mechanicals and the existing condition of the facility would allow you to do that. So this places it to the east of that facility. Same thing that you saw with option 1 in the very first option that we shared with you. All the same components, the ball walls and those existing portables that aren't used, those 5 portables, those would be removed as part of the project. What this does is, as you can see, there's a small pinch point, and if I could show you right there. So that is the tightest portion of the site. It does not impact the existing softball field. We're able to, at this level at least, design it in the sense that it does not impact the softball field. However, it does displace the fire lane. So as part of that, the portables that were located on the bottom of the screen here, those would have to be relocated. Those five of those portables would need to be relocated, and the fire lane could then be adjusted to accommodate those portables and the needs of those portables. So this scheme does allow the existing swimming pool to be maintained while this is being constructed. This is roughly about 19 to 22 million. The reason you're saying that delta in the cost is because it does not consider the demolition of this existing facility, because you're maintaining it while you're building the new facility.
That was a question that I did have. So is there a cost estimate for the demolition of the old site once the new one is finished?
Yeah, this doesn't include that, but you can see that in the original option 1s. It would be in that same cost range to demo that existing facility.
Explain that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What would be the what would be
Sure.
approximately an estimate?
Roughly, and Cummings can share in this, roughly, where the difference in cost is in that $1 million range, $1.5 million to demo that facility. Now, depending on what you wanted to put back in that space, that would not be accounted for, but the removal of that facility.
So pulling out the concrete, filling in the hole,
Exactly.
pulling out the old equipment, but then obviously deciding what goes there.
Then you have to figure
Right.
out what
Okay.
you want to put back there. But it is then an open plot of land that you can utilize however you deem is necessary.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. So again, all this existing sand volleyball court, the existing batting cages, the existing softball field, in all of these options, those are all maintained, and those are not, at least at this level of project development, those are not impacted by it. So we talked about the 19 to about 22.5 million. Option 2B, again, same exact concept. It just goes into the 30-meter pool size. Same things that you saw with the first. We're still able to do it. That same pinch point still works. Those same portables would be relocated here. It's simply a slightly larger pool size based on what we shared with you earlier. And this could be maintained. The existing swimming pool could be maintained during construction. There's no guarantees that that facility would make it through the whole process without some remedial work to it. However, it's maintained. And this is about $21 to $24 million. And then looking at option 2C, the one difference between this option, this sub-option, and the other two that you just saw, because of the length of the pool, obviously a larger pool, the whole complex has to shift to the west a little bit. So essentially it's closer to the existing pool complex. That would require some phasing of construction happening in this little transition area. So we would, the development of the new facility, we would build the pool, we would build the building that supports it while this is maintained, and then once these were all built and operational, we would come back and finish the rest of that pavement and the removal of some of those other facilities. So there is a little bit more overlap on the 50-meter pool because, again, the whole facility has to shift to the left or to the east to not impact that existing softball field. Hopefully that made sense. This is about 25 to about 28 million demo cost. Oh, there we go. So we've got the demo cost identified here as about 891,000, so roughly about that rounded, that $1 million number that I indicated earlier. So this is just a rough summary that shows all three of those options in one place so you can compare them. In option one, the simplest option, 20.5 million to about 23 million, and my eyes aren't as good as they used to be, so I'll look over here. Option 1B, 22 to 25 million. Option 1C, 26 to 29 million. And then in option 2, 19 to 22.5 million, 21 to 24 million, and 25 to 28 million. Okay. And we can pause and come back to any of these slides as needed. So looking at the project duration, this is taken in a void, right? In no specific starting January or March or December or anything like that. And this is rough because obviously as we develop the project, we need to understand a lot of the specifics about it, and the sizes of the facilities could impact some of that construction schedule and so on. But roughly about an 8-month design process, roughly about 4 months getting it through the jurisdictional approvals, which would be DSA and the health department, and then roughly about plus or minus 18 months of construction for a roughly 2.5-year process from soup to nuts. Okay. So and with that, that is a presentation, and we'll turn it over to you for questions.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rivera, do we go on to the next one, or do we talk about this one?
It's your pleasure. You can ask questions of the team.
Okay.
Or if you want to go to the next presentation, it's up to the board.
Okay, let's any questions for these gentlemen? Trustee Ortega?
So I'd like to know, who are these gentlemen on this face page of the presentation?
Younger versions of the people standing in front of you.
I was like, wait a minute.
It's my driver's license picture when I was 18.
We all have them. Thank you again for your presentation. Sorry, it sounds loud. I just have some questions. Number one has been mentioned already. You know, we're looking at this as a community pool. You know, it's not just a pool for Villa Park. It's for the community, which the community encompasses basically Orange Unified. And it's been mentioned when Elma was down, they were using Villa Park and Orange, kind of split the difference, however, who was available and things like that. So, you know, I want to put that out there that it is, and as Mr. Cooley has stated about the students that have gone through there and their accomplishments and just the whole aquatics in itself. And of course, we want to provide what's best for the schools. I mean, that's why we're building what we're building, and we want to continue to grow upon that. And, you know, we go around and, you know, we want to attract. You know, we can hear stories about when we did our fields at all the different sites. That's when then we implemented lacrosse, and then you see a lot more usage on the field. And it encompasses the whole student body. It doesn't just do one, you know, for athletics. It's a wide range. So of course I'd want the best for our schools, period, number one. Also, what is the proposed square footage of the, what do you want to call it, the center, the bathroom?
The building.
The building?
Yeah. The final program would have to be validated and refined, but usually that's in the 3,000 to 3,500 square foot size, roughly. That depends on how the locker rooms are done, team rooms are associated with it, the training, and the first aid room, the office, all of those components. That can shrink and enlarge that building a little bit, about 3,500 square feet.
Okay. where did you folks obtain the cost for this?
So as part of this, we shared a little bit of the experience that we have. Right now, we have LPA alone, and not counting Aquatic Design Group, we're designing 16 different aquatic facilities across the country, most of them in California. However, we believe, as we do on any project development, whether it's a classroom building, auditorium, NPR, aquatic facility, we bring in a third-party cost estimator whose sole and exclusive role it is to develop costs and cost formats for projects. In this case, and they are on the phone, I believe, we brought in Cumming Corporation, one of the largest cost estimating firms out there, and they've gone through the program items that we've listed, the various spaces, the pool sizes, the depths, all the components there, and have assigned those costs, plus looking at everything from the construction durations, the timing of the project, escalation numbers, and all of those things, and develop the cost model based on that.
Okay. Yeah, of course, you present them something and say, okay, estimate it, you know, just like anybody would do. So they're not involved with the whole other components, more of just here, estimate this is in front of you.
They're not doing the programming, they're doing the cost estimating,
Right.
correct.
And as far as the design, who came up with the concept of that design, whether it's a 3,000 or 3,500 square foot building?
LPA did, we did as a
Okay.
design firm. So we met with the coaches, we met on site, we walked all of the facilities, we looked at the facilities and the existing program, we talked about their specific needs, and again, this is at a high level right now. We're not into the nitty-gritty specifically.
Sure.
But based on that, we developed a program based on their requirements, and that included the components that went into the building.
Okay. So this is more for Mr. Harvey so we're utilizing the same firm as we did for Al Medina?
As far as cost estimating?
No. As far as design.
No, HED designed the El Medina pool.
Okay, so their firm does what?
LPA is the.
No, LPA is over here.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, you're asking about the swimming pool portion of it?
Yeah.
Yes, Aquatic Design Group worked on the El Medina pool as well with HED.
Okay. Because as Arash, correct?
Arash, yes.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
Mentioned about the dynamics in the north-south and the east-west, and so that was kind of a challenge, and I addressed this before with Mr. Harvey and how Elmo didn't get situated in such a manner. And so that's why I want to make sure when we do this, that we do it correct. And I did address these with Mr. Harvey before and how we have to align these in the different directions.
And with Elmo is a little bit difficult, and we can have Dennis talk about that we couldn't turn the pool. We didn't have enough space with the baseball fields in between. There's no way for us to get that amount of pool.
Right.
To get a 33 or 35, we would have to move it somewhere else. Even a 50, we'd have to move it somewhere else. So, and turn it, obviously. We just didn't have the space to do that at the El Medina site.
Okay. Then, as far as costs, I see that you've provided a few examples here of costs. In that list you provided us, I think it's not in here, but it's one of the ones you had sent us on the pools, like who's built what and where, and 50s and 25s and what have you. So I don't know if is it in this one, or it was sent home to us. Anyway, in it, there was no cost associated with each one of those. So did you have an opportunity to ask the districts for the ones that were built earlier or just recently within the last couple of years as to the associated costs for those?
No, we weren't asked to do that. We just were asked to provide the pool, what the size was, and when it was built and when it was renovated. So we talked to the facilities use departments, talked to the facilities departments when we could, and got that information. And then as far as the bonds go, we sent information on the bonds and what districts they were, what those bonds were associated with.
But specifics about each pool, we just didn't have that
I'm
information.
not, well, it's a list of like 25 or 30 or something like that.
There are
So
neighboring
The
districts.
more recent, I would say, not the built in 2001 or, something like that.
Trustee Ortega, are you talking about this?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
Is it on our desk? Or?
We didn't have the information on the cost of the pools. That's something that we could look into and ask those districts, and do that.
Yeah. Anyway, so, okay, so we didn't do that. The reason I'm asking is it just seems like these prices are pretty steep. I've had the opportunity to speak to various folks about this, and they just said, what are we trying to build at this price? It's just very expensive.
Yeah.
As part of it. It's like a sticker shock. And they're asking, are you building 2 pools or are you building just one aquatic center? And I can provide a couple of examples of some recent, and the prices are not even close to that.
If I may, from Aquatic Design Group, we're fortunate in that we design about 80+% of all of the public high school pools in California. And we get to see bids every month and how they're going. When we look at the prices from El Medina to today, for example, the pool costs alone, so not counting the site and the lighting and the buildings and everything else. When I stood here and we talked about El Medina, we were talking about pool costs at $145 a square foot or $160 a square foot. And the numbers today are coming in at between $320 to $350 a square foot for that same pool and equipment and stuff. Now, the pool pricing that we had seen held fairly well into the low 200s a square foot going into COVID. And it was just last year that we saw huge spikes in the contractors' bids and how they're coming out. And it seems to be consistent all across throughout the state in terms of what we're seeing. So we've had the same thing in terms of sticker shock. The other thing that I would point out is that the Division of State Architect has changed some of their rules and requirements. So, for example, when we did El Medina, we didn't have the requirements that we have today that the DSA says as part of this pool project. Because of the world we're in today, that's a gathering space classified by Division of State Architect. And as such, we now have to provide safe egress, emergency egress that has to be lighted to a public right-of-way that they require us to include as part of that pool project, or they won't approve it. And so now lighting and emergency power and all of these things, where 20 years ago a swimming pool used to be a safe place to go in a fire to get away from something, today it's a different risk. When we talk about active shooters or other things, now we have to be able to get all of these people out of that space. And they're even taking worst case into how many people we're going to assume are there. That's another example of where DSA's requirements are adding costs that we wouldn't have had even 2 or 3 years ago for the pools. But we agree. I mean, when you look at some of these numbers, it's like, oh my gosh, this is really starting to get up there.
Again, that's why I had the opportunity to speak to many and seeing some of the bids that are out there currently, even as recent as, one down in El Centro is going out for a $12 million pool. Yeah. So, when you look at it in that context for a 50-meter, and if you go up north to the Central Valley, they're looking at a large 50 with a dive as well. And so that is in the neighborhood of a little over 12.
And in those cases, they're pools only. So what's happening is the California Health Code says that we have to have bathrooms, locker rooms to support a pool. They have to be within 300 feet of the pool to comply. And so in those cases, you're looking at facilities where we're building a pool. You have an existing mechanical building to put equipment into, so you're not building that building. So for example, that 3,500 square feet of building that Arash mentioned a moment ago, there may be no building whatsoever as part of that. The challenge is if we say we want to use the gymnasium, locker room, bathrooms to use those for the pool, once again, DSA is going to say that building has to be seismically up to code, that building has to be fully compliant with ADA, or they're going to make us upgrade that building as part of the project. So in many cases, we would look at it and say it might be less expensive for us to build the bathhouse at 3,500 square feet than putting the money into a whole new gymnasium or having to retrofit a gymnasium for full seismic and ADA upgrades.
Right. No, I do understand that and appreciate that. It just, because, you know, if you put in the context of what we paid for Elmo at about, what, 9 million roughly?
Yeah.
Total cost?
Total cost about 7.7.
So let's say 8, if we can. So we're talking about a 3X on top of 8, and that was only a few years ago?
Yeah.
That's kind of the hard pill to swallow on that one, when we're talking about a potential 3X on that one.
So I'll share a couple things as well, and I'm not here to sway you one way or another in terms of the cost. The cost, we hire a third-party cost estimator. Their job is to develop these costs. Escalation is running right now anywhere between 5 to 10% a year. When you look at a 2.5-year duration on a project and go to midpoint of construction, you could be anywhere from 15 to 20, 25% escalation just for the duration of this project alone. A lot of times, that's why I shared the slide a little earlier too about construction costs versus project costs. And this is part of the challenge sometimes. When you ask me as an architect, what does a project cost? I will quote you construction cost. Right? In some cases, you may be seeing construction cost. In some cases, you may be seeing project cost. So if you have a $15 million or $12 million project, you would take that and multiply that by 1.33 or some derivative of that, and that would increase that cost. So I'm not sure the numbers specifically that were quoted to you, how that could, but that sometimes explains a little bit of discrepancy. And then, unfortunately, we're not seeing this just with pool projects. We're seeing this in all projects. And I've stood in front of boards just like yours, and everyone asks the exact same questions: is how on earth could these costs be so dramatically higher? And unfortunately, that's just part of why we're seeing interest rates go up every single quarter and so on, is because those inflationary numbers are impacting this. I'll also add that being on the sports side of things, the sports industry and the development of these types of projects, that's the one thing that never actually dipped through all of these things. It continued to go up because these facilities, pool complexes is one, all of the ones in these areas were built about the same time frame within this 10, 20-year window, and all of them are reaching this lifespan. So frankly, there's just a lot of projects out there, and so that is causing some of that escalation of cost to happen as well. Those are just some of the reasons. They don't explain everything, but just some of our experience that I'll share.
Yeah, because the other one I was going to bring up is, you know, at Estancia, that's a beautiful pool. And sounds like you're familiar with it.
I am familiar with it.
And so, you know, that was for what, $7 million?
Yeah.
For a 50-meter pool, and that was just 3 years ago.
Yeah. They actually redesigned that one because the original cost of it was substantially higher, and then they took it back and then they redesigned
They rebid it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
The interesting thing about aquatic facilities too is there isn't really much room for embellishment, right? Because a pool is a pool, right? It's like saying I got a soccer field. A soccer field's a soccer field, right? You have a small building component, and a lot of the materials of that are driven by the use, right? It's a wet space, so you don't use wood, you know, in the walls, right? Those kinds of things.
And I'm sorry, is that because it's getting late, but the challenge seems to be is that, like you said, water's water, pool's pool, is what it is. It's a face value. The other component is we just finished building science centers at the tune of 22 to 24, 25 million bucks. So you're telling me an aquatic center is going to cost more money than a 2-story science center with all the nuances with it, where chemistry, biology, teaching, everything with it. So a science center costs less to build than an aquatic center. That, to me, is very difficult to understand. And again, it's nothing on you, but it's just trying to understand it, and having the community is trying to understand it as well. It's like, how do you associate the two? I mean, I don't know, and Mr. Harvey wants to chime in on it, but it's just, that's the hardest one to understand.
No, I had the same reaction when I saw the estimate as you did. It's very high. It's a lot more than what we saw at El Medina, but it's third-party estimator that we really trust in. So I don't know if Alan could.
Again, it's not the estimating. You're presenting somebody with something and saying, okay, what's the cost?
Right.
So it's one of those situations, and kind of doing my homework on a variety of these are actual bids from school districts that went out. So it's not pie in the sky or someone told me or what have you. These are actual school bids that were sent out. So that's why it's hard to understand that even currently El Central sending one out for $12 million for a 50 million or 50 meter pool. So how is that? I don't get how we're going to spend on a 50, because as been mentioned before, 50 is going to be utilized for the community and best served for the community. We want to attract to our district, and that's one component of attracting, just like all the other ones. There's many facets to it. So as of right now, I just, the fees are high, but we definitely need to do something. I mean, I would support a 50, but I think we would have to get our erasers out a little bit and kind of figure out how to squeeze some of the costs down.
But to your point, we did not add any frills. We did not add any special items. It's pretty much the exact same list of items that we provided for El Medina, except the size, and obviously the existing conditions are different. But
I mean, Estancia's nice. It's beautiful pool. Large deck space. We can host CIF competitions. Those are the things that we're missing to highlight our facilities.
And that 12 million, was that the full project cost or just the construction cost?
I understand that to be
The bid?
the bid for the construction, and then the 1 to 1.5
Right.
on top. So you're looking at what, 12? My math's not good. What?
15,
say
16 million.
Yeah.
Mr. Ortega, one of the things that the district did that was very strategic and worked for its best interest is to build the STEM centers. Because the STEM centers were built with 2018, 2019 dollars. You've heard what the inflation factor is. If we were to build those same STEM centers today, you're looking at 30 to 40% minimum increases just because of inflation. So unfortunately, we're seeing this across in many areas of the work that we're doing. As we're doing the ESSER projects and we're seeing what the escalation increases are, and we've had to do some value engineering. We've had to do all value engineering for phase 2. So unfortunately, what we're seeing today is the evolution of a compounding inflation and a reduction of the workforce that is applying for those jobs. So when we were doing projects, we would have as many as 20 painters apply for a bid. We're not seeing 20 painters anymore because some of them went out of business and they're being more selective. So it's a compounding effect, unfortunately.
No, and I appreciate that, and I clearly understand that. I'm not naive to any of that, and don't get me started about this whole inflation and everything. But it's just one of those things that to have the public understand and put things in perspective, because it is a lot of money, but it's an investment. It's looking at it in the perspective of that. What's our return on investment? What are we going to gain from that? The students are going to gain. The community is going to gain. So that's the gain in itself about putting investments into our schools because of that for the community. So, and again, I'll just stop there.
Could I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
Is that okay?
Trustee Mayer.
So I did some research on this too. I called a commercial company that does pools, and their estimate on the pool alone was significantly lower. So I was going to ask, I see the legend over here on the left side. I'm on the 25 by 50 meter new site. What is the cost breakdown for each of those items? Is the pool that you're building gutter or is it skimmer? Is it, I'm just wondering what the breakdown is for each of those items. Because if the pool, like the estimate that I got was under 5 million, so if the pool is under 5 million, is it like a Taj Mahal, building next door where the snack bar and the coach's room and the equipment room is? I'm trying to figure out what the cost breakdown is.
So a few years back, we used to use a rule of thumb that the actual body of water was 1/3 of a cost. Your site improvements were 1/3 of a cost, and your building was 1/3 of a cost. That sort of went out the door last couple of years. The actual pool itself, the body of water, plus the equipment. Now, not the enclosure for the equipment. If the equipment was floating in space, right, and you had this body of water, the body of water itself is typically about 1/5 to maybe 1/4 of the cost of the project. That is, again, a project in space, right, without the site applications, the demolition costs of an existing facility, any of those kinds of things, right? So if your pool is 3 million, 4 million for that body of water itself, then that could be anywhere from about a 1/5 of the cost, right, of that project. And then when you call California Commercial Pools or Condor or Nadar or any one of these Western Water Features, any of these pool companies that build pools like this, they're going to be quoting you the construction cost. And then you take that number and obviously escalate it to, and they're giving you today's dollars. So in the terms of this project, we talked about that 2.5-year duration. So the bid on that is roughly about 2 years out from now. So you have the escalation compounding of those 2 years. You have the soft costs that go on top of that. And then the body of water is one component of it. So when you start to add all of those things up, it gets into that price range. I don't know what numbers they specifically quoted you, but I'm assuming they said the body of water somewhere in that, probably depending on the pool size, is somewhere in that $3 to $4 million range. And then if you took that pieces of it and it factored in all the things that we just said and then multiplied that by the soft cost percentage, you're getting into those ranges, and then applied it specifically to our site, removing those ball walls, the relocation of the portables, the soils conditions, and a lot of those things. It just kind of adds to all of those numbers.
Okay. So
I'm guessing that's what that is.
Okay, so you don't have a breakdown of each of the items listed in that legend, is what you're saying?
We do. It's not in the presentation. There is an estimate that was done that has some of that detail from a programmatic standpoint, yes.
Okay.
There is a breakdown.
I think that would be maybe helpful
Sure.
to see.
We can provide you the full estimate.
Thank you.
I can tell you that the estimate itself has the pool costs at about $330 to $350 a square foot for the pool. It's mechanical equipment and piping. And then as Arash mentioned, you've got to then put that into all the rest of the pieces.
And as an example, the categories and the breakdowns of this include things like, so we've got the general conditions, bonding and insurance, contractors' fees, design contingency, escalation to midpoint of construction, and then there's the electrical, site demolition, earthwork, exterior improvements, which would include the pool, utilities, and so on. So there is a breakdown of all those various components as part of the estimate, and we could share those.
And also to answer your original question, it is a gutter pool.
Could you scoot over to the microphone? I'm sorry. I think there's people outside and stuff listening. Thank you.
To answer your original question, it is a gutter pool with a modulating balance tank, surge tank. A pool the size of any of these sizes are required to be a gutter pool by state code.
Trustee Minor, is that it? Okay, Trustee Yamasaki?
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to say I'm a huge proponent of investing in infrastructure for our students, just as Trustee Ortega said. In fact, both Trustee Erickson and myself were advocates of facilities improvement, and we worked our tail off for Measure K and Measure S. So I have many questions and concerns, and there's not really enough time to analyze this whole package, being that we just got it a couple days ago. I mean, there's a lot of information to digest. And like Trustee Ortega, I am surprised about the pool cost as well, as they're drastically different than what we were first told. And I just want to say also that these are my priorities when I'm thinking about this or any capital projects for that matter. First of all, whatever we do, it needs to be fiscally prudent and responsible. Second, we need to serve the greatest amount of students throughout the district. Third, it needs to be equitable and take in consideration of the other two pools that may be something that we need to talk about next. And lastly, I want to know how this impacts the facilities improvement in the rest of the district. So my questions are, regarding use. I don't have a good understanding is the pool use schedule. How many students are on the water polo team? How many students are in the swim team? How often are these pools used? How many hours are actually used by our own students versus outside groups? And I want to know, when the outside groups are using it, how much they're paying. Have we reached out to the community as to how they feel about a pool in their community, because it generates traffic, it generates noise, and I don't have any of those answers. And then as far as cost is concerned, I want to make sure our costs are as accurate as possible. I like to compare apples to apples, and I just feel like this chart right here is not sufficient because it's not showing us everything. And then you say, oh, but throw in another $1 million for demolition. Well, I don't know all these costs. We need to have it in some sort of format where we can see exactly what it entails, because I don't want to be guessing as to how much it's going to cost like the other projects that we had. And I also want to know, does the costs include removing ball walls and removing portables, relocating them? What about geological issues? Because I know Villa Park sits on a floodplain and we had problems with the fields. Is that something that we are going to take into consideration? When Measure K didn't pass, we went back to the drawing board. The polling indicated that the voters overwhelmingly wanted to invest in the classrooms and not focus as much on the athletic side. Are we doing that in our facilities master plan? Are we following our facilities master plan? We have over, $100 million worth of facilities needs throughout the district, or is it $1 billion? It's $1 billion. And when we did Measure S, and we said we are going to use any extra money in the elementary schools and the middle schools. Over 100 stakeholders were in the facilities master plan, and they talked about possibly doing a joint pool over at the Peralta area. We had 1,000 stakeholders who gave their input. And why are we ignoring all of that? And then lastly, I wanted to mention the conflict of interest. I don't know anything about the email that was presented here. What was a $15 an hour thing? I'm not sure. With Orca, are they a nonprofit? Are they not a nonprofit? Are we going to just build this pool so that we can let other people make money off of it? And that is my concern. I always take into consideration our students first. And that's my priority. So I know I threw a lot at you. There's a lot of questions that are unanswered. And so I just don't think we're ready right now to make any decisions. And I know it's informational right now, but I'd like a lot of answers. And if you can give me answers to some of them now, that would be great.
There's a lot there to unpack, but I think what we could do is provide you information in your Friday letter.
But I'd like the public to know too, these answers, because we get it in a Friday letter, but I'd like the public. I think we really need to be transparent about everything that we do.
Definitely.
Okay.
We can provide information to you, and we can bring it back to the next meeting, whatever you would like us to do. So just let us know, and we'll prepare the information and bring it back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else like to speak? Okay, Trustee Erickson.
Okay, so Trustee Yamasaki did bring up something about the soils, because we do know, obviously, that Villa Park is a problem when it comes to that. Does this bid or estimate include anything that might go wrong with the soils, given our history, that we know that the soils here have been a problem for construction in the past?
Everything would be subject to a new geo study. We'd have that done and then determine how we would handle it. But maybe Alan can speak to the allowance that we have for earthwork and how that would take into account, any kind of infill. With the soil situation, like the science building, for example, we had some soils issues that we had to let dry out and whatnot. In the second phase, we made sure that the dirt that we're removing, we're not putting back. We're actually infilling the entire site with new dirt. So it's more compactable, it's better dirt, and so we can ensure that we won't have any geological issues.
But there's cost associated with that.
There is some cost associated with that, yes. So I would ask Mr. Campbell if that's an allowance within what his estimate has.
Yeah, I'd like to know.
Yeah, we've got earthworks, we've got an allowance for cut and fill and over excavation, but without a geotechnical report, we can't really say what needs to be done with the soils. But we are carrying a 20% design contingency on all the auctions that we've priced.
Okay, you said you were doing 16 projects, and I was looking at the projects here. So you basically have 6 pools listed here, and of the 6, 4 of them are 33 meter or 25 meter, right? So there's a 25 meter, 33, 33, 33. So there, it doesn't, are most of the pools that you're doing 33 or thereabouts as opposed to 50 or 25?
Yeah. So the this is you're asking about our experience specifically. We do very few 25-yard by 25-meter pools. We do some of those, but they're usually associated with a city facility where it's more of a recreation facility, and then they have a lap pool that may be used for some level of competition, but not so much a competitive high school facility.
And that would be for a new pool as opposed to a renovation. You're talking about designing a new pool.
I'm talking about designing a new pool,
So
correct, right.
Organizations, as a general rule, aren't designing brand-new 25-meter pools.
Not very often, unless there's, they're very hard pressed. They absolutely need a pool. We have just only this much money, and any water is better than no water.
Right.
And so we deal with that. The rest of it is probably, almost every pool we design starts with the discussion of a 50-meter. We try to take the pool size out of the discussion and really talk about program, and then let the program drive the pool. However, every project has a discussion about a 50-meter. We could be putting a drinking fountain in on a site, and there's a discussion about a 50-meter pool, right? So that's always part of the discussion, and many facilities, it's sort of either become or becoming the standard, really, for a lot of projects. However, I'd say about half of the pools we do at the high school competitive level are in that 33-meter range, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but right around that 33-meter range. And that is because that pool size fits a lot of programmatic needs, and many facilities have site constraints in terms of kind of like, I believe you said El Medino's site had some site constraints. Right. It just doesn't fit, and it's a nice budgetary number. So we see about half of our facilities roughly in that 50-meter range, sometimes even bigger, 60, 65 meter, and so on.
Is that for, is that for schools, or is that
Yes,
for municipalities?
Schools. No, that's for schools. Municipalities, usually it's more of a recreation facility, not always. So there's a recreation pool and then some sort of a rectangle that's for competitive. But
okay, so the fact that 4 out of 6 here, that's not a representative number. You'd say that it's more likely, it's more 50?
Yeah, those were we just put some current projects that are happening, and we tried to put in a sample of some of those. The 16 you saw on the other page are all active projects, and all of them include pool components in them as well.
Okay.
So, but about half and half, at least from our experience. Dennis, you can chime in about your experience on pool sizes.
Yeah, I would say from our experience at a high school level, 50-meter pools probably account for about I'm estimating 20-25%. And then we're seeing anywhere from the smallest being the 30 meter, more commonly today 33 to 35 to 37, 38. And I could start going, just rattling off a list of, all the
That's
different
okay.
high schools we're doing and where they're at. But,
Yeah.
up in Marin, we've got 2 high schools. They're going to be 40 meter pools.
Right. Well, I think of like Irvine, and Irvine's doing, a $90 million Olympic Aquatic Center,
Correct,
and
yeah.
that's just a whole different ballgame than
Right.
what we would need for a school. So from my reading of it, CIF rules, USA, swim, all of that, at a minimum, what we should have is a 30-meter pool, because that would accommodate a men's water polo CIF final. And that
Floating
would be
goal,
the,
yes.
the one time you need it would be for that final tournament CIF for men's water polo.
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Everything else, a 25-meter pool is used for swim, it's used for women's water polo, it's used for all of that, right?
Well, technically, a 25-meter, 25-yard pool can be used CIF men's water polo, but then it's typically going to be the wall goal configuration and not a floating goal,
Okay.
which is often isn't preferred.
So getting down to necessity, as I think Forrest Gump said, a man only needs so much money, the rest is for showing off.
Right.
So at a minimum, we need 25 to 30 meters is what we need, and anything above and beyond that is for showing off, is extra, is for the community, or is for whatever, right?
It is, with the exception of saying, again, for example, swimming, how many students do we have on our teams?
Mhm.
And, how many lanes do we need? So water polo oftentimes drives these pools where we have so much deep water for that field of play that it oftentimes gives us more than enough lanes to be able to serve our high school
Mhm.
swim teams. But in some cases, we might look at it and say, for example, we've got in some schools, they've got a large group of the PE students that can't swim. So the 10 feet of shallow water is inadequate for those schools. So we might go to a 35-meter pool that now can take
To
it from
encompass
10
that.
to 20
Okay.
or 25 feet of the shallow 3.5 to 4.5, then still give us the 25-yard and 25-meter water polo fields of play.
Got
And
it.
that's a real common pool that we do at high school levels.
Okay. Yeah, and I looked back at our El Medina conversation in depth, and not so to speak. And yeah, we talked about all of these things. The only difference is that the price is astronomically higher. And I was even looking at Anaheim High School's, or Anaheim Union, Anaheim High School's 38-meter pool that Cumming did, actually. And that was just completed a couple of years ago, and it was $12,800,000. And that's for a bigger pool than what, if we were looking at a 30 or 33-meter pool. That's an astronomically more expensive pool. So yeah, these costs are really shocking, but I do appreciate having a total project cost as opposed to the construction cost, because so many times, and I've seen this over and over and over, we get the construction cost and then we're down the road and it's like double what we thought it was going to be. That we can't do. So I do appreciate having this. I don't like sticker shock, but I do want to be realistic about what we're planning on potentially spending. Just a little comment on, the idea that this is for the community, and kind of addressing my dear friend, Nicole Jones, whom I absolutely appreciate, and she said, that we can use this for all sorts of schools. But the only thing is, I would disagree with this, and that is, you have a Fred Kelly Stadium, you're playing football there, you're playing soccer there, you're having track meets there, you're having graduations there, you're having events there, you're having all sorts of things. I'm not sure that you have all of that at an aquatic center. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think that you pretty much do aquatics at an aquatic center. So I don't really see the community use the way I see that at a stadium. Where you really can bring the community in for all sorts of different purposes. So I don't really see that as a comparison. And there was this, I think somebody else talked about a theater, again, that's something you build where you can have a million different programs taking, place there. But, here we're talking aquatics. And for Villa Park, I think Ms. Yamasaki asked the question, or Trustee Yamasaki asked the question, how many people are in the Villa Park Aquatics program? And I thought the number was somewhere around 200. And if that's the case, that's about 0.007% of our student population in Orange Unified. And we're talking about spending 100% of our facilities reserves on that program. And as far as the community goes, our job is actually to service our students. That is what we have to spend our money on. And so we need to look at what our students need. We're not supposed to be spending money on the community. I think that if there is a desire to have a community use of this pool, I think that's great. But I think that what we should be looking at then, cities are in charge of parks and recreation for the community. That's what a city does. Schools do it for our students. We occasionally have partnerships with cities so that we can serve both, where we can serve our students and we can serve the city. So, maybe this is something we need to look at with the cities to see if we can have a partnership that we can share the costs if, in fact, we want to have a community pool. But if we want to have a student pool, I think we need to really look at what our students need, not what we may want and think is really cool. I think that I try to put myself in the shoes of a Jordan mom or a Levita mom, and I was a Levita mom, and looking around at the facilities and, seeing what they look like and having somebody ask me, okay, we're gonna use all of our money on something. What's your biggest priority? I cannot imagine that person saying it's an Olympic-style aquatic center at Villa Park High School. I just can't imagine that would be the number one priority to spend all of our money on. When we have other things to do. So that's where I struggle with this, because it is very expensive and we do have so many needs, and I want to make sure we're meeting the needs. El Medina's Aquatic Center is gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's 30 meters. It's not what some people wanted, but it serves a purpose, and it's great. There can be some adjustments that need to be made. But I don't think anybody is saying that we don't need to fix this pool. There isn't a single person that said that. It absolutely needs to be done, but we do need to be cognizant of the needs of the entire district and not just the needs here. And I do also have questions about the accessibility of the campus, given where the pool is in relation to the rest of the campus. When you're bringing people in, and I don't know, Mr. Harvey, maybe you have answers to this, like parking and traffic. If you're having an Olympic-style aquatic center, which is a 50-meter pool, you're bringing in tons of teams, you're bringing in all sorts of things, that's traffic. That's parking spots we need. That's the city of Villa Park wanting to know how the traffic is going to be impacted. The lighting for 50-meter pools is going to be affecting the neighbors. And we know that community is active in these sorts of things. Like, how do we address those things? And how do we make sure that it's secure? This is right smack in the middle of a school, as opposed to, we have talked about, I know the facilities master plan has, putting a 50-meter pool at the Peralta site or putting a theater there or whatever. That's something that doesn't impact anything else because there's no buildings there. Does that also impact the cost? Like, you talked about, the fact that you have to attach it to a gymnasium or you have to attach it to a locker room. If you're in a piece of property that doesn't have any of those surrounding buildings, does that sometimes lower the cost?
Well, in one sense, it can lower the cost. In another sense, it adds to the cost, because now we're going to have to bring in utilities, everything that we already have close by in what we're doing now. And then we're going to be building parking spaces and all these other things for that. And so if we come in and say we need 250 or 300 parking spaces, that's going to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands, almost millions of dollars just for that component alone. So you save on one piece, but then you start adding in these others back.
Okay, so it just depends on what infrastructure is there that exists already and how that works. And then how many parking spots do we have, and how does this impact it?
So we'd have to do a CEQA, which is a California Environmental Quality Act, on this. And we believe it would be an exempt project because we do have a bulk of parking in the main lot. But the thought was that where you see this fire lane in this picture, for example, and where these portables are, that there would be some parking in and around that. If it's located next to the pool that's existing, may be very difficult. But if you were to take out the ball wall, so if we can go back to maybe where it shows without the pool side by side, but it actually in its location, you can see there's a lot more space there that would allow for a parking lot. It's a potential, something that we looked into when we take the portables out. What do we do with that space? Staff parking was one of the biggest things that at least the principal at this time is looking at for that site. So that could be parking. The area that says paved area, number 7, or whatever that number is. Sorry, I can't see over there right now. But it's too late for my eyes. But whatever number that is in that paved area, that final paved area, that could be parking as well. Or, Jay, thank you. It's not a number.
And what about, I think about campus security. You know, we're bringing in all of these people right into the middle of a campus, as opposed to, like at El Medina, it's kind of off to the side. Where you're talking about Fred Kelly Stadium, that isn't actually El Medina's stadium. It's the district's. It's just adjacent.
Right. And
where
typically,
this is,
typically they would have if there were going to be competitions, it'd be after school hours, right? Like it is now. You just wouldn't necessarily have a community, pool use going on during the day.
but you'd have people that
Right.
would be walking around our
You couldn't do that
campus.
with the location that it is now.
You can't, I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
You couldn't necessarily do that without mixing the students and whatever community use that you have. And that's typically not something that we do.
So, and we talk about having this community, access to it or whatever, and that would obviously require staff to have people present if we were gonna just allow the community to come in and use it. So those are all costs that obviously aren't associated with construction or anything that you're doing, but those are things we need to think about as well. Okay, I don't have, the ball walls, so those would just be gone? We would just not do anything with them?
Yeah, we talked to athletics, we talked to the principal, we talked to several people about that, and they just don't use it. It's actually gets in the way. It's a hiding spot in a lot of ways, especially during these swim meets where people kind of line up and go around them and behind them. So
So you're saying it's an improvement to get rid of them?
it would be an improvement to
Okay.
get rid of that, yeah.
That was my question. Okay, and then the portables, we need all of those portables that are there, so they would just be moved?
The way that the bond and the second phase worked out is that we had 5 portables left that we had to maintain
Okay.
out of the 25 that are over there.
Okay.
So that's why there's 5.
And just last question, you work on these all the time. How many of these are actually paid for by like general obligation bonds or bond measures that were passed for this purpose? I don't know if it's unusual to use general fund money. I'm asking the question, I don't know, but based on your experience.
Because of the dollar values, most projects are paid through the bonds or a combination of things. There are projects that use general funds, especially when they're projects that aren't necessarily something that was planned for.
Right.
It wasn't in a master plan. The facility's old. It was sort of ignored for a while, and then it broke down.
Right.
Right,
Like El
and-
Medina.
Right. And so we do see that happening. We see that a lot on the civic side of things, where cities will use their general funds to fund projects like that because they don't have the ability as easily to do the bonds and things like that. But we do see it, but most projects are funded through a bond program.
Right, because you're doing new pools, you're not doing the refurbishing, so.
Well, we do refurbishings too.
Oh, you are? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Cal State Long Beach, we're refurbishing their pool right now. We absolutely do those. It just depends on the age of the facility, and it depends on how old it is. Facilities that are this old, typically we are replacing them.
Yeah.
Because
Because I
impact.
looked up all of these surrounding areas, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, 5 of them had bonds that funded the projects, and then Irvine's just Irvine. Irvine you can't compare to
Right.
anything else because
City
there's,
partnership and
they're city, what is it, like $12 million a year they give to their district? That would be nice.
Don't they have a foundation too?
And a
that,
foundation,
yeah.
yeah. So anyway, okay, thank you.
Can I just add one quick thing?
Yes, trustee Yamasaki.
Because I didn't realize I had the sheet with me, but here's the facilities master plan from LPA. And in it is the Peralta site study. And they placed a 50-meter pool here along with a gymnasium and a theater type thing and play fields. And so I still don't understand why we are not addressing this. This could be shared facilities for all schools to use. That answers the question that that answers what we need. And I just want everyone to take a look at the facilities master plan again. That's why we did it. We need to follow it.
Well, I think the high school still needs a pool though. So then we would be
I
building
understand.
2 pools.
Yep.
And other associated costs, how transportation, how are you going to get kids there? So you got to take into consideration that.
Well, you have practice
And
pools.
it's going to cost you more money to try to update a pool at Villa Park and build a new one. It's going to cost way more money.
Well, we'll wait for the second part of the presentation then.
Well, let's talk
Well,
about.
you brought it up, so I'm
Yeah.
responding.
Let me make a couple comments. You know, our needs here in this district for facilities are endless. I mean, we've had these needs. So there's always going to be that need at elementary schools, middle schools, even continued need at the high schools. So those are program future needs type of thing. But what we have right now is kind of at a crisis point. We have a robust aquatics program at Villa Park, and it's been such that for many, many years. And we've had issues with the El Medina pool going down, and then we had to share, the El Medina folks had, aquatics folks had to share pools with some of the other high schools. So my belief is that this pool is for the students of Villa Park, for the community of Villa Park, and for the OUSD community, because there's going to be needs for competitions, and other high schools can come to, El Medina can come to Villa Park, Canyon, and or Orange can also come to Villa Park for competitions, and it wouldn't have to be such a far travel to other school sites and districts. So
And the pool, the bus has to go there too, right?
I believe, excuse me, Ms. Yamasaki, I didn't interrupt you. So I believe that it's the community of Orange Unified School District that will be benefiting by this pool, not just Villa Park and the Villa Park community. And I think it's important that we give direction to work on these numbers a little more. I think there's some room here for a decrease in cost by looking at it more specifically. I mean, does it have to be a 3,000 square foot or 300 to 500 square foot building? I mean, what can we do without and that kind of thing. So that's my belief. My belief is that we give staff direction to get a fully detailed, I don't know if it's estimate or RFP, what have you, but we get something for a 50-minute pool, because that is what the aquatics program at Villa Park, I believe, requires. I mean, I think this is an aquatics sport that I'm not fully knowledgeable of, but I know enough about the levels of competition, and also we're competing with schools around us. I look at Tustin. Tustin has, all these 50-meter pools, 50-meter pool at Foothill, Tustin, and Beckman in the list there, and I think those are. I mean, we're definitely competing with students Foothill and El Medina, Foothill and Villa Park, so on and so forth. So that's my belief, is that we should give direction to staff to go back to the drawing board on this and really get some detailed, better numbers on this.
For every,
Trustee Erickson.
the roof that we did at Chapman Hills, that was $1 million, right? When we redid them. So, I mean, just thinking about it, for like every $1 million, I mean, we can do a roof for an entire school. And I mean, it's just, you know, I know sometimes it's like, oh, it's only $3 million more, it's only $5 million more. Well, that's a lot of work that we can do. So as much as we can trim off of that, we need to, because we need every penny. And in terms of the programmatic, I mean, we all voted, you know, on the El Medina pool, and, you know, 5 of us, including Mr. Ledesma, voted for the 30-meter pool. Mr. Ortega wasn't at the meeting to vote, and the only one that wanted the 50-meter pool, ironically, was Kathy Moffett, I think, at that time. But the vote was 5-1-1. So we did go through this, and we did determine that El Medina didn't need the 50-meter pool, that the 30-meter pool was sufficient. At least 5 trustees, me, Mr. Ledesma, Mrs. Lebsack, Ms. Delagiani, and Ms. Yamasaki. So we all voted for that 30-meter pool. So I just want to remind you of that.
Right. At that point in time, maybe that was the pool size to get, but now it's we're talking about a 50-meter pool, and now this is the size to get now. Again, I think we got enough feedback from the aquatics community letting us know that El Medina pool is insufficient. I mean, that's the feedback that I've gotten, and so so now we want to try to correct our future decision here.
So the only 2 questions I would have is, what about the 2 costs? We gave you 2 different scenarios, one with the pool next to the existing, one in its place. So that would, in order for us to really get the costs.
I think the one next to the existing, that one's a couple $1 million less, I believe,
Right.
or like $1 million less, because you're not. But you add that $1 million anyways, because you got to do demolition. So either one, I think they're the same amount, basically.
But if we were to get more detailed costs, we'd have to do a little bit more analysis of utilities, things like that, to really drum it down.
Right.
And if that's what we have, a full estimate for you. Maybe we could send that to you, and you could take a look at that full detailed estimate that Cumming provided, or whatever the direction may be to get additional estimates or whatnot.
Well, what are I mean, we couldn't in June, could we not have this on the agenda for a request for proposal? Or what's the term for this?
We'd have to look at that, David. But June 1st would be a very tight time frame to do that.
Well, the thing is we need to start taking some action here and not leaving the community waiting in the wings another month.
Understood.
And then another month, and then another month, and then another 2.5 years before.
So I would suggest that we look at the detailed estimate that we have provided for Cumming. We'll look at it. We'll try to squeeze it down a little bit and show you what are necessary items and what may be able to be adjusted. Because again, we don't have frills on this estimate. It's pretty much bare bones. We're not adding anything special. The size of the building can potentially be adjusted, but it depends on what you want to give to your teams and what you want to have different from El Medina, for example. El Medina was a 3,300 square foot building. So will we match up the same size building just to make it apples to apples in order to get the correct estimate? Those are some things that we would need to know to bring you back really, really accurate numbers and give you an estimate that's less than what we've given you today. Because we've gone to the top estimator that we believe in the industry for pools and have gotten an estimate for what was requested. So
Okay, could you give us the details of what you did here?
yes, we're going to provide that to you.
You provide that to us,
tomorrow.
And then between now and June, it could be an agenda item for request for proposal.
Well, the request for proposal would be, we need to get an architect to actually design this first. It'd have to go through DSA. We'd have to get the DSA plans completed. Then we could bid the project. Once we have the plans done and ready to go, then it would be.
Or you're giving us the details so that, we would look at that and make some suggestions on adjustments, and then you can go back out and get another estimate?
Well, we'd have a licensed architect. Yeah, we can get requests for proposals if that's what you wanted to do.
Well, you have one right there.
Or we could select an architect now and make that choice and put it on the agenda and then start designing. But that's up to the board and what direction you would like to go in.
I'm just trying to get to June being a decision point of a pool.
Why?
I don't know, Mr. Rivera.
May I?
Yes, Ms. Yamasaki, Trustee Yamasaki.
You know, while we're at it, I really want to make sure that we are doing what we're supposed to do. I'd like to request how much it would cost to put a pool over at the Peralta site.
Okay.
So we can compare apples to apples.
No, I think it's just, we're not going to do anything about it. I mean, I don't see. I mean, maybe we can take a consensus here on whether or not that's even something that is going to. I mean, we get these costs, and they just told us 2 years from now or 3 years from now, the costs are going to be all
here's the thing.
off.
When we discussed this a couple of meetings ago, he said, I objected then because I wanted to get some costs too, and Mr. Harvey said that if we get an estimate of a pool, it's translatable to another area. Do you recall? He said something like that. And so I was saying that it's costing us so much money to get these preliminary information, and it was mentioned that the cost here would be translatable to over at Peralta, and we do have some infrastructure over at Peralta. It's not like you have to set up everything again. And so I just feel like we need to do our due diligence and make sure that we explore all of our options.
What do we get by that? I don't think we'll get anything by that.
We should explore all of our options, and if it turns out Villa Park is the best option, but wouldn't it be prudent for us to do that? Especially we're following our facilities master plan?
Like I said, we're in a potential crisis here with a pool going down at Villa Park.
So, Mr. Ledesma, can I request that we listen to the next presentation and then continue this conversation?
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez, we go into the pool assessment for.
Yep. Mr. Rivera?
Yes, Mr. Berkshire is going to present the maintenance repairs for each of our sites. You have a copy of the presentation, and within that there's a pictures, general description. Mr. Berkshire is going to walk us through quickly of what those repairs needed and what the projected budgets would be by year, short-term and long-term, to keep our pools in operation. Mr. Berkshire?
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dennis Berkshire. No, I'm kidding. To get through this, our mission here was to determine the conditions of the existing pools and what it would take to try to bring them into a reliable operation. The process, we were contacted, asked to go through and review the pools. We were asked to take a look at these in compliance with code standards, with maintenance operations issues and concerns, and how these are able to support programming and the uses that are expected to have for these. This was just a background, and for anybody who wasn't familiar with our firm, so I'm going to go, for the sake of time, I'll go through all of this stuff quickly. We don't need to get into these, but as we broke this down, again, we identified code violations, and that oftentimes code violations can occur because when the pool was built, it met code at that time, but since then the codes have changed and requirements, or because of aging that something's gotten to the point where it's out of use or compliance. So we identified these code compliance, maintenance operations issues, then came in and said, what are significant health and safety or significant immediate operations concerns, those were put in the 0 to 1 year needs. We've identified items that need to be taken care of but aren't that urgent, and those were put into the 1 to 3 year needs. And then the items that we know are going to become an issue but weren't as urgent or as dire, then they became the 3 to 5 year needs. You know, the facilities that we've got, these are all pools that are 50 years old. And the one thing I do want to say is the condition of these pools for being over 50 years old is quite remarkable. The district and the staff has really done a good job at keeping these things running in operations. And providing, you know, resources for our students here to be able to use them. But we are starting to see numerous areas with decks and finishes and stuff that are becoming more and more of a challenge. And unfortunately, some of these are going to continue to accelerate at their levels of deterioration. We're also faced where, for example, when these pools were originally built 50 years ago, we would slope decks away from a pool to get adequate drainage 3 to 5%. Today's standard says that because of ADA, we cannot have a slope greater than 2%. And so now the decks have to be flatter. So when we look at ADA accessibility, that becomes an issue. And the flatter the deck, the more difficult you can't withstand, for example, the cracking and stuff that you see here, because when it's real flat, it no longer will drain at all. Now it becomes a slip, trip, and fall concern, or that the fact that pathogens, you know, molds and mildews might start growing and become a concern that can get tracked into a pool that our students might swallow the water and then become part of the what we call enteric illnesses or recreational water illnesses. So as we went through, we looked at things, the plasters, you can see conditions here at Orange High School, the pool pump. Looking at the age of it, it's already beyond its life expectancy, so it's something that, you know, don't look at it too hard because it might fall over. Was part of the piece. Looking at some of the electrical infrastructure at Orange High School. At Villa Park, same thing when we looked at the plaster conditions. And again, one of the things we have to look at is as we get into some of these repairs, they can start to trigger more things to have to be done. So for example, if I just came in and said, I'm going to replaster the pool, the health department's not going to make me become compliant with the turnover filtration rate, that it doesn't meet the current standards, or the fact that it doesn't have the walkout stairs, or the fact that it doesn't have the floor inlets to distribute chlorinated water throughout the pool. But if we come in and say we're going to remove the decks, the county environmental health is going to say, now you have access to all of this piping, and if we don't make you bring it into compliance today, you're not going to spend $1 million on a deck and then say you're going to come back 5 years from now and tear it up to do it. So they're going to make us do it at that point. And so understanding that some of these, one can start to trigger another as we go through. So when we came in with Canyon High School, for example, the year to one, we looked at it and said ADA accessibility, that's something that we should be compliant with. So the surge tank that you have where the water overflows from the pool, the access doesn't meet current OSHA standards for our staff, safety markers that are required by environmental health, emergency showers, and the diving board stand that's starting to become precarious. So in year one, the estimate is to repair or to address all of these items were roughly $40,000 to $60,000. We then also looked at Canyon and said in the 1 to 3, we start talking about repairing the decks. That's not a replacement, but simply repair some of it to put it off for a bit more. The waterline tile repairs where we have missing tiles and broken tiles that can cause abrasions, waterproofing because of the water leaks, and addressing all of these in the 1 to 3 year is $125,000 to $150,000 estimated repairs. And when we get into the 3 to 5, now we're saying that this deck is going to be beyond repair. And so replacing the decks, which then starts to trigger these other things we talked about. So pool piping, pool inlets, the depth alterations. One of the problems we have at this pool is that the water's not deep enough for starting block use. One of the things we used to have 20 years ago, high school pools could have 3.5 feet of water depth with starting blocks for the students to dive in. Today's California standard, the water has to be deeper than 6 feet, at least 6'6", to have starting blocks. The code requires that anywhere the water is 6 feet deep or less, we have to post the no diving, universal no diving system symbols at each and every depth marker saying no diving in this area of the pool. So if we're going to get into all of these, now you can see we have triggered all of these various pieces in the list. Now we're looking at a $3 to $3.5 million. And again, as Arash mentioned in our previous presentation, that's construction numbers. So now when we make it a DSA project, get into testing and inspection, that would then probably add about another 30% on top of that. So that $3 to $3.5 million is really going to be all project in at between $4 to $5 million. When we took a look at Orange, again, same type of a breakdown. So at Orange High School, our year 0 to 1 is $60,000 to $75,000 worth of repairs. The 1 to 3 years, again, finish of the pool, the pool ladders. This was a $575,000 to $650,000 repairs. And we still believe that in these 1 to 3, we haven't gotten into the level of repairs that would trigger the DSA project. But when we get into the 3 to 5 and we get into decks, so the ADA accessibility, the structural engineering that's required, that's going to make it a DSA project. Again, base construction cost estimates are 1.9 to 2.4 million. Again, as a DSA project, knowing an overall project, another 30% on top of that. And at Villa Park, again, 40 to 60 for, again, similar, the immediate things that we had to deal with, the 125 to 150 in the 1 to 3, and again, 3 to 3.5 million in our 3 to 5 year, where we're then triggering all the code compliance issues, again, plus DSA fees, as we would expect this to have to be a DSA project as part of this. So again, when we looked at this, one of the things that we think is important to bring out is that, again, these pools are over 50 years old. The older they get, the more labor they're going to require. As they say up in the San Joaquin Valley in a lot of our projects, these things are being held together with baling wire and duct tape in some cases, but the staff's really done a great job. But what that does tell us is that typically a high school pool in California normally gets assigned 4 hours of labor per day, Monday through Friday, to maintain the high school swimming pools. In districts that get multiple pools, they may say instead of having the on-site staff, we might have a dedicated pool person or persons. So for example, San Jose Unified has 13 high school pools. And they found that they were starting to get into disrepair, and they said, wait a minute, we're paying 4 hours a day of labor to cover this. Well, what they found was they weren't getting the 4 hours of labor. As soon as the tech would head out towards the pool, the radio goes off, and there's an emergency someplace else, and so it just doesn't end up happening. So what they ended up doing was saying, we're going to eliminate those 4 hours a day on campus, and they created 5 positions, full-time positions, as pool techs, 2 two-man crews, and a 5th that could work for vacations and sick as a swing. And then they basically go to all those campuses to make sure that they can be repaired or be maintained and try to be kept up. But it is important to note that, again, right now with the pools, with what we've got, that 4 hours per day of trying to maintain it probably isn't going to be enough, and it's going to continue to go up in what our demands are going to be to keep these things running and keep them healthy and safe for our students. So with that, we'd open it up to any questions or comments.
Any questions?
I have some. Mr. Rivera, what's our pool maintenance now? Like he suggested, it was 4 hours per day per pool.
So we have a senior plumber. Why don't I have Mr. Niket answer that, because it's his department, so he knows this information better than I do.
Thank you. Currently, we have our plumbing department maintains our pools. And part of the reason for that is a lot of the equipment is plumbing. So we have those individuals who maintain it. We have a senior maintenance worker / plumber who is our pool guy, and he's very good at what he does. He's trained. And he's our pool guy. He takes care of the pools. But our senior plumber, he assists him as well. So when he's not busy doing plumbing work, he's assisting him. So as it stands right now, we don't have an official pool guy. That's not his title. I looked at the job descriptions in the district, and I don't believe we have that position. So that would be something maybe we would consider. But at this point, that's who our pool maintenance crew is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And also relay the message that was stated tonight that they have done an incredible job with what they're working with. So looking at the estimates, it looks like all of our pools need to be replaced, right? Like we saw the picture of the pump at Orange High and then also the conditions at Canyon and the comments that came in tonight. It's not just Villa Park that needs to be looked at, but all of our high schools. And luckily, El Medina has a pool now. So looking at all of that and calculating the estimations that was presented right now, it's between $10.5 to $13 million if we were to do this 5-year plan to refurbish every single pool.
Correct.
So all of our swimmers in the district would have a safe pool to swim in.
And I think the one thing that's important to note is that, again, if we were building the pool today for that campus, is that what we would build? So then the question becomes, in that 5-year plan, is that prudent money to spend? In other words, because what we're going to do is take that pool back to a like-new condition. But if we come in and say the water really needs to be 6.5 feet, 2 meters deep, or 7 feet deep or deeper for a lot of our programs, we have these pools that we're spending all this money that isn't the case. So that's one of the hard numbers that we look at. And to Arash's point earlier in the previous presentation, that's why we find a lot of these projects, they're not repairing the pools because they're saying, why would we spend this money if it doesn't meet our programmatic needs?
Which
And
is
at
why
that
a lot of
point-
districts go for a bond, because then they just want a new pool.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, well, I mean, I graduated from Villa Park, and most likely my children will go to Villa Park as well. And I would want them to have a great pool to swim at when they get there. But as this role, we don't just look at like my own 2 children, we look at the 26,000 children that we're serving and what the needs are as a whole district. And so looking at the numbers and what would benefit all of our students, it sounds like refurbishing our 3 schools and then also looking at a new site, building an aquatic center for the entire district. So refurbish our current pools so that they would be practice pools and then have an aquatic center where everyone can go and be competitive. I mean, just looking at the report now, like I would hate to decide on Villa Park, but then ignore Orange and Canyon as well.
Anyone else?
I have a quick question. So when you say the 3 to 5 years, so kind of jumping off what you were saying then, let's say today we decided we're going to just jump straight to the 5-year plan. And so I'm assuming it would probably be a little bit less. I'm sure built into this is what it might cost in 5 years as opposed to what it costs today.
Well, so these numbers that we presented were not given escalation numbers to say 5 years out from now if you do it where it's at. These are today's numbers, but we're saying these are things, if you were evaluating it today, that you could in 3 to 5 years expect to be spending on the pools.
So if we could make them basically like new, all 3 pools for $12 million, and then you're saying build one pool in a central location for everybody?
What would be the time frame on that? Getting that pool out there at Peralta?
Are you asking Mr. Harvey or?
No, I'm asking you because, I mean, that's your idea. What do you think the time frame would be? Yeah.
Well, I think we just heard that we have a foundation tonight that's raising money, and we can find other alternatives to be
Maybe-
able to build
Well, do
it.
you
I
think
mean,
2 years, 3 years, 5 years?
that I don't know, but we have a plan to fix our pools now.
Right, but we
But-
need that competitive pool.
Well, it's going to take Villa Park 2.5 years.
Right.
Right, so we can probably estimate something similar. I don't know. But I mean, we can also look at
I don't know
other
either,
source-
that's what I'm trying to understand.
Well, we
you
can
know,
ask.
some of these ideas.
Well, have we considered looking into other sources of funding? Like maybe we can reach out to the city of Orange and have some sort of partnership with them? Because I know we had a partnership over in Anaheim with Canyon, so they've helped with the infrastructure, and then they used the pool for part of the summer to do summer programs.
My
And that's
question's
what
still-
happened at Canyon.
You're not answering my question, though. I mean, how many years are we talking about?
I would sign up for it today,
Okay, but how many years are we talking about?
maybe 3 years.
Maybe.
Well, it's going to take that long for Villa Park anyways.
Okay.
And you still have your existing pool to use, and we can refurbish those. And they can be practice pools at each site. You know, if you're going to give Villa Park a pool, I guarantee you Orange and Canyon are going to be knocking down our doors to say they want a pool too. And then you're talking about a total cost of almost $90 million or close to $100 million.
I don't know what
with-
those schools are going to do. I just know what our current need is, and our current need is.
Well,
at-
you heard a
is-
parent
is
here, and
seriously at
you
Villa
heard
Park.
a parent the other, ongoing. It's just that, they are, I'm just concerned too. I mean, Trustee Ortega's relationship with Orca.
Just please stop already. You know, Mr. Ledesma, can I answer a couple, please?
Mr. Ortega, or Trustee Ortega.
First, you're talking about now an exuberant amount of money of over $40 million, potentially, to do that. And you're trying to suggest to build something at Peralta, which you're going to have to increase for security reasons because it is an open site. So you're going to have a myriad of other associated costs on top of it. And to build, like these gentlemen stated, parking, just it's not even cost effective.
Well, the parking there needed to be, if you recall, needs to be re-asphalted anyways. There is a parking lot there.
I understand there is, but you need to upgrade it, just like they said. So
We need to upgrade it anyways, right?
again, as some have stated, that here we go again talking about, it has nothing to do with you fine gentlemen, is that we're talking now politics. And that's what this is all about. And so we look at the true needs and truly appreciate what you've done here for these assessments and gone out. And I've seen what some of these pools look like firsthand, and been there when one of the pipe burst and flooded the pool or the decking or the outside area. There is great need, and it's addressing these needs. And so just looking at it from the simplistic view is, what are our needs? What's our objectives, and how do we get those needs met? And it's already been stated, we can go round and round and round. Bottom line is if you're asking, Mr. President, I would be willing to support a 50-meter pool at Villa Park and get it done however quickly we can. If it's going to be less cost to do it next to it, so at least you have something operational in the meantime with the duct tape and, some haywire and what have you, in the meantime, but doing it. And then talking about security, we already talked about that. We talked if community or if there were swim meets or what have you, that you can come in off of the side entrance where you have staff parking as well. And so we were supposed to make a single point entry at all our schools years ago when we did this. So that was never done. So that's another issue, but we're speaking about pools. So I would be one to move this forward. It's late in the evening. If you want to continue to prolong this meeting just because, then it's already 12 midnight.
Are you done, Trustee?
Yeah.
Trustee Minor had something to say.
Yeah.
My question was the urgency, because you looked at the other two pools as well. What is the urgency for Canyon High School's pool as well as Orange High School's pool, and Villa Park's pool for that matter? Is there a dire need for one more than the others, or what was your assessment there?
You know, we didn't. Really didn't compare one to the other to say this is 70%, this is 80%. We certainly could come back and give you that. I don't have that unfortunately available right now.
I would like that.
What we did look at though was the, you know, again, in terms of for this next year, what are the things that are legitimate, you know, safety or issues? ADA accessibility, they're supposed to be ADA accessible, so we're open to lawsuits or U.S., you know, Department of Justice, that type of thing. So that should just be resolved, and it's not a big ticket item anyway, a very big ticket. The others were just the safety markings and a couple of those things, and so that's where we came back and said, you know, beyond this, you know, they're not great performing pools for our programs, but the water's clear, so it's safe. It's got adequate levels of chlorination, disinfection, and filtration. So, you know, they're getting along. And again, we've got students that are having great success in the pools despite the conditions and stuff of what they've got. So we certainly could come back and say, hey, do we think one is more the other, but I'm just not prepared to give you that one tonight.
Okay. And is it worth patching and repairing and Band-Aiding, or is it something that in your professional, I mean, you see this all the time, so in your professional opinion, is paying, you know, the 1 year, 2 year plan, the 60,000 here, the 575,000 there, is it worth doing those Band-Aids, or is it, I mean, is that even something that is functional for a high school to use?
You know, like, for example, getting into that 1 to 3 where we say we're starting to patch and repair the concrete. So we're grinding, tripping areas, we're patching stuff so it's not going to be a stumbling. At some point, each of these pools has to have an annual notice of occupancy permit from the county environmental health. So eventually these are going to get to the point where the health department's going to start writing these up saying, hey, we think this is starting to border on becoming a significant health or safety concern, and we're going to tell you, you've either got to take care of these or close the pools. Mm. And so that's where the repair comes in. And in our 1 to 3, could we make that 4 or 5 by continuing to do repairs and stuff? Probably. But again, knowing that it's going to become more expensive, more labor intensive as we go along, they just continue to be, you know, aging facilities, and they've gotten, you know, past their lifespan.
Okay. And then I think I had 2 more questions. So one was, can you kind of, in steps so that the cost isn't upfront, can you do this in steps where you don't have to necessarily build the, I mean, you would build the mechanic room with the pool. Could you do the gym, not the gym, I'm sorry, it's late and I'm tired. Could you do the locker room, bathrooms, that kind of stuff after the fact, or is that something that you would need to do basically all at the same time?
So the real trigger for us, again, there's 2 things. One is going to be the county environmental health. And if we're doing anything to the pools, refinishing it or redoing decks, we have to submit to them for approval. Part of it's going to be, do they have any concerns and say, well, we've been allowing this to continue to operate under a grandfathered approval, but we're going to rescind that because of what you're doing here. And it usually has to do, again, with that scope. So once again, right now the pools don't filter within the time frame that current code says we should be doing it, within 6 hours or less, filtering the equivalency of that volume of water. To get the chlorinated water distributed throughout the pool, the code says you have to have floor inlets, 1 for every 10,000 gallons of water, to evenly distribute the chlorine throughout the pool. Well, in your pools, you've got a real odd design where they had some floor inlets in one section and then wall inlets in the other. So the problem is in the deep pool where they've got the wall inlets, how do we get chlorinated water out into the middle of that zone? Especially if the water was just heated, because it comes out of a wall inlet It just had chlorine added, but it's heated, so heat rises. So now it wants to rise and go right back to the gutter. And how do I get it displaced out into the middle of the pool? The answer is it's going to be the swimmers to stir it up. So, but it's working right now, and we're getting by with the the levels of use and stuff that we've got. But at what point does the health department say, hey, that's going to have to get addressed? If we pull the decks back and the pipes are available, that's usually the trigger that the county health department's going to say, you now have accessibility to that piping. We're going to make you do all of this. And again, the other big escalator is going to be DSA. So when we go to DSA and they come in, to your point of bathrooms and stuff like that, if we come in and we're doing a major renovation, DSA says, well, code says you have to have all of these bathroom fixtures to support the pool. Where are they? And show us that they're fully ADA compliant, or we're going to make you do that as part of the project for approval. And so there's those things that get triggered as soon as we know we have to go into a DSA project. And so unfortunately, if we do that, we aren't often given the liberty to say, well, we'll phase that. We're going to do this stuff here and that stuff there. DSA unfortunately comes back and says, you're going to do all of these things or it's not approved.
And I guess my last question then is, and it may not even be for you unless you were involved in the El Medina High School pool, is when...
Well, do you like the El Medina pool?
I mean, not really.
Then no, I probably wasn't. Yes, I was involved.
I just think there's some issues, but when it comes to when that pool failed and then it's an unusable body of water for those student athletes, so I guess this is more rhetorical then, how bad does it have to get or how broken does it have to get before we would replace it for these athletes to not even have a functioning pool at their school? So that's where my brain sits, is I guess those are a good starting point for questions in my brain, is to ask, how bad are these pools? And, if Villa Park's pool is going to fail tomorrow, obviously that would be a priority, not knowing what the other pools are like.
And I'm going to pose this to Dennis, but my question on that would be is, what is a typical lifespan of a high school pool? I mean, what is the life expectancy?
Sure.
Yeah.
So the concrete structures can last quite a long time, but typically about 40, 50 years is about an average lifespan for a public swimming pool. One of the things, though, that happens, again, as we've been discussing here this evening, is that oftentimes it may need to be replaced, not because the shell is no longer viable, but because it's become outdated. It doesn't meet the current program needs. Going from 3.5 feet of water depth for diving to now you need 6.5 feet of water depth to safely dive, or things like that. As part of it. Again, when we look at the pools, certainly, like the pump we saw there, it could go out tomorrow. It could go out a year from now. We don't exactly know. We don't have that crystal ball, but we do know that it's gotten to the point where we wouldn't be surprised to see that that's going to go out. And in today's market, we've talked about the economies and supply chains, that pump goes out and getting it replaced, we could be waiting 3, 4, 5 months to try to get the materials to get that back in. When we did El Medina High School, one of the things we had talked about, Scott and everybody had looked at the time, was should we be talking about things like redundant pumps and various systems, and came in and said it's not just adding a pump and a pump, because then the health department gets worried about water velocities and entrapment. So it becomes a pump and a pump plus extra systems to make sure those are all interlocked. And so when we looked at it and said it's not a critical piece of the campus, so to spend that level of extra money probably isn't warranted. Also back then, in terms of getting parts, if a heater goes out, if a pump goes out, it's something that we used to be able to, you're going to get it in a week or 2 or 3 weeks max. And then, we look at today's economy and, right now to give VFD, they can be 11 months.
So one thing that we do is we have a backup pump in our warehouse. And if we get one that goes out, we take that one, replace it, and then we take that one and get it repaired. we get it rebuilt, and then we warehouse that again. So we always have a revolving pump in the district. I'll give you an example. Canyon's pump went out a month and a half ago or so, and the pool was down for a couple of hours, and we had it replaced. So that's those guys in my department doing the good things. So
That's amazing.
not me, my guys. But that's been in place for a very long time, and that was people before me decided those things. But that's a great thing that we do. So.
Thank you.
That
Okay.
it? Okay. Trustee Rumsey?
Just very briefly, after taking in all of the comments and the presentation, obviously this comment is more for my colleagues. Thank you very much for all of the information that you've provided. If you could just wave your magic wand and make it cheaper, that would be great.
Yes.
If we weren't in this crisis with the Villa Bark pool, I believe that we would be putting the surplus money towards junior high and elementary schools and replacing roofs and that kind of thing. Just like we have a master plan sometimes for our home, and we have a list of things that we need to take care of our house, but then something major happens. And so you have to divert your money to that. And then you have to decide, well, am I going to take this money, and how long is this asset going to last me? And you're saying that pools last 40 to 50 years. So whatever we do with Villa Park, it's a 40 to 50 year decision. And that decision was made for possibly good reasons at El Medina, that it wasn't able to be 50 meters. It wasn't able to be turned a certain way. We were limited, but it's looking like we're not necessarily limited at Villa Park. And so whatever we decide to do, because Villa Park is not just about going in and repairing it, from what I'm hearing. This is a 40 to 50 year decision. And so we're saying that, and I understand what you're saying about Peralta, but the city has recently had town hall meetings regarding the Orange Mall, and some community members that have been very upset about a slight change over there, let alone a sports facility and major sports facility project going in the Peralta property is going to cause a huge uproar, I think, in that area. And because I think that if we really could wave our magic wand to have the practice pools at the schools, and to just be able to have this pool, just like we have Fred Kelly Stadium, to have a theater and a pool and a diving competition, a place for diving, that sounds awesome. But we're in crisis right now. We're not dealing with a pool in Villa Park that is going to last even the next couple of weeks, possibly. And so I think that, you listed the people who voted for the El Medina, and that was a decision that was made in the past. And I think that there's some reflection right now, and people want to make a different decision based off of that decision. So I support moving forward with a decision and information on a 50-meter pool at Villa Park.
Thank you, Trustee Rumsey. Okay,
Mr.
so
Leda, can I just add one more comment?
yes.
So I think what I'm hearing from all of us is that the only hesitancy is the cost. And Mr. Rivera, is there any way that your team can try to find additional funding, like apply for grants, or is there anything federally or statewide that we could apply for?
So providing you the latest information about, if I was to take a snapshot picture of our bank account right now, this is what would be in the bank account. So
I can share with you that information and then research if there is any available funding. I couldn't by June 1st talk to the cities and get a commitment because we don't have that time frame. I believe everyone has one. So this is an update to the last document that I provided you. Max, can you show that? So that way the audience can see the same information.
Wow.
Next slide. So these are the balances. These are the cash balances that we have right now in the different accounts. And you can see they total 33.8 million. That excludes any money that we're going to need for the Little Theater project. So at the time that we did this, we were estimating at 2 million. So if you take that off the top, you're looking at 31.8 million. That's the cash that we have available right now. So we can look at what other alternatives there are in terms of funding. And I can't speak that there is any alternatives, but we can research it and bring information back to the board.
Well, I see the numbers of Fred Kelly and Villa Park. You combine those two, you're at like at $23 million. And if we, try to get some reduction in this estimate, reduce the project size or what have you, I think we could at least get closer to that number for a 50-meter pool. Here's at this point, Trustee Rumsey, I think, said exactly what was on my mind. We need a more than 50-year solution, and that is a replacement pool at Villa Park. So that's the over 50-year solution. These repairs and things like that, those aren't 50-year solutions. And I think replacing the pool at Villa Park is a 50-year solution. And I would support a 50-meter pool, but we need to give staff direction, and we can do that through consensus. And Mr. Rivera, I don't know what that would look like as an action item, but I'm assuming it would be funding sources. But you say you probably can't get that together before June? We have a second meeting in June, I believe, right?
June 20th.
Right. How does that look? Possibly?
Well, it gives us 3 more weeks to prepare, so we can see what we can have available for the board and then communicate through Friday memos as we have information and what that information looks like.
Right. And then
let me just reiterate what I'm hearing. So you're looking for LPA and aquatic design to come back and to provide firmer numbers as to what a pool would cost, trying to find some savings. You would like to see what the details of their estimates include. I heard that earlier. And then what other funding sources do we have outside of what you have in front of you to fund the project? Do I have that correct?
Correct. My question is, though, also is that is there, once we look at those numbers, is the process we go out to bid for this or request for proposals? How do we do that?
So the next step would be in contracting, having an agreement for architect services to prepare the construction documents and the necessary documents to go to DSA. So if you want to go through an RFP process and for us to interview architects and professionals that would do that work, we can do that. You're probably looking at a 60 to 90-day process, but what we can do is prepare a timeline of what that would look like. So it depends on what you're trying to achieve. So we have estimates, we have work that we've already paid for. So if we do an RFP, we're going to have someone new come in and potentially start over. Right?
Well, RFP, we give them the RFP parameters, right? We send out the parameters in terms of what the request for proposal is, right? We give the description of what we're looking for. And then they come back with their proposals.
Yes.
The different companies would.
Well, the RFP for professional services would be the hourly rate and what they would, you know, who we would select in terms of hiring to do this work.
Didn't we already hire LPA?
Yeah, I was just going to add to that. We have already done an RFP for services, for architectural services. So we have a bench of 4 or 5 architects already. LPA is one of them that could be available. And we would just ask for proposals to the group of people that we already have on our bench. And then they would provide those proposals. So we wouldn't have to do a full process, just get proposals and then bring those proposals back, and whichever one you wanted to go with, we could go with. And I would recommend, to get to that number that you're looking for, really, that architect needs to do a schematic design. And the schematic design is part of the process that you're going to need to do anyways to have DSA plans. And that schematic design will give you where the utilities are. They'll map the entire facility. They'll do a lot more work than just provide an estimate based on some assumptions like we have done in some site visits. They'll go more deeper in that geotechnical report and then come back with a solid number for you to say, this is what the pool is going to cost. And then based on that approval, if you're fine with that number, we would take that to DSA after and go to the next level of what we call construction documents, like Mr. Rivera mentioned.
But LPA's already started because they gave us this.
So we have a conceptual design as part of that, then it would just be a discounted rate to go into schematic because they have some information.
Right.
And then they have an estimate that will help. And then once they get that schematic design, which you could speak on the time frame for that, Raj.
The only reason why I kind of open it up here is to see if other architect firms or other design firms can whittle this number down.
Yeah.
They would have to provide an estimate, so that would be additional money that we'd have to spend for an estimate. Sorry. That'd be an additional amount of money that we'd have to spend on an estimate as well. So we paid for not only the conceptual design, but we paid for an estimate, a full estimate, which we have. So we can do that again and get multiple estimates, but it will be a cost for each architect to provide that. They don't provide that as part of their
Right,
design.
you just said we have a bench that we could go to.
We could go to them and ask for a number for them to provide the design services for this project, and then an estimate as well. So would we want the estimate first? You know, everything is tied together, and so you have
And we
to,
still have to pay for that.
you still have to pay for that.
Okay.
If I could share, the normal process, and apologies if this is redundant, is we've done this conceptual programming phase, and then there's schematic design, design development, construction documents, and then we go to the agencies for approval. At each one of those milestones, there is a cost estimate, at least we do a cost estimate at each one of those where we engage a cost estimator to confirm that. There's more information at each one of those milestones, there's more details, there's more means to count, right? And so your estimates become more and more accurate. Schematic design is really where you first get enough stuff in there for them to really get their arms around it and develop a more realistic, where it's not a range like we were sharing on this, it's a more finite number. This is a programmatic project. This is not a big design project where we're making decisions of whether I want terrazzo floors or I want tile floors, right? It's a very simple program-driven project. So once you get that additional estimate. As part of that, you do the geotechnical investigation. The soils is probably the biggest variable on this project. You confirm that piece of it. You do some additional investigation related to the utilities. That's probably the second biggest variable on the project. We refine the program on the building. Is the building 3,000, 3,500, 5,000? What exactly is there? And if there's options related to the building, such as team rooms, yes or no kind of things. We can quantify those as well. And you're not throwing away that schematic design package, right? That's something you'd be doing anyway. So that is something you could engage and proceed with, and you come back with more finite numbers as part of that. And then you're really not losing any time, and you're not really losing any money as long as you continue with the same process and team.
So then, Mr. Harvey, could you work with him and try to develop a action item for us for the agenda?
Sure.
I'm thinking the 20th.
So do we want to send out proposals to our entire bench or stick with LPA because they have the information, or how would you like
Well,
to move forward?
to send out to the entire bench, you said that would cost us money.
Well, it just said everyone it's going to cost a little bit more money because they already have a lot of information. So it's going to cost more with those other architects because they haven't done the level of conceptual design
Right.
that LPA has done
Right.
with the 45,000 that we approved in the
I
last.
understand. And let me ask my colleagues. Are we good with LPA?
I have a comment.
Okay, well, first, let me just get the question answered on that, and then you can make your comment.
Well, my comment may be relative to that, so I want to say I could see where this is heading. I mean, this is like something that's being steamrolled in because you haven't addressed any of my questions either. I mean, we're already putting it in. We're going to get a architectural plan.
No, it's not getting steamrolled in. We just need to make a decision here.
I didn't get any of my questions answered.
Well, I think we need to make a decision here.
All
you need to do is.
I'm trying to do my due diligence and get.
Well, part of that would be to vote no. I think we have.
Well.
We have a majority.
I'm not going to get any of your questions answered. So the question is, do we want to throw away the 45,000 we've already spent on LPA, and start over, or do we want to use LPA?
I can't, in good conscience, look. $31 million is what we have in our funds, and I see Fred Kelly Stadium, $17 million. That's El Medina's money. Orange High School, that's Orange's money, right? So.
Fred Kelly is the entire school district's money.
Okay, so then then we should put 1/4 of it into the Villa Park pool then, if that's your.
I'm sorry, Trustee Yamasaki, I want to move forward on this, and if
So
you're willing to move forward, then fine.
What we're saying.
If you're not,
you don't care about
I'm not saying
getting
that.
our
I'm not saying that.
answers.
I'm not saying that. I mean, you object, that's fine. You can object, but some of us want to move forward. And I think there's enough of us that want to move forward.
Well, yeah, because it's the bag.
So.
Well, I also wanted to get more information too. I mean, on conflict of interest. I would like a copy of that email that someone mentioned. I want to find out, I am concerned about conflict of interest.
Okay.
I want to find out, are we charging Orca $15 an hour?
Well, you got a poster right there. You can hand off right now. So maybe after the meeting, you can grab that.
And I want to find out, is Trustee Ortega on their board? Did he receive any consideration while he's on their board? Does he have any family members who work for Orca?
That's separate from this
No,
decision.
these all play into these decisions.
I'm sorry.
Playing into your political game is what it's
No,
doing.
it's not.
Yes,
I
it is.
just wanna
I've
make
already
sure there's
answered
no
the question.
conflict of interest.
Just
Can we
stop
move on
already.
here? Can we move on here?
It's 1 in the morning. The last
Yes.
meeting went till almost 3. We're almost there.
Okay, so the other question I want to ask is, how are you going to answer Orange High School families or Kenyon High School families when they need a pool? Where are you going to get the money from if you already spent it all? What are you going to do?
I'm going to work on this pool, 50-meter pool at Villa Park at this time.
Yeah, but so what are you going to say
I
to these
will-
other
I will
families?
cross that bridge when I get to
What are you
it.
going to say
I will
when
cross that
Fletcher
bridge.
needs something?
Ms.
No
Yamasaki,
Kenyon
you
needs-
are really being not very.
No, I am trying to take the whole.
You're being kind of selfish here. I mean, you're not really taking your
Are you
colleagues into
serious?
account here. I mean, your
Are you
colleagues
serious?
are. Yeah, I'm serious. I'm serious.
I'm being selfish.
I'm telling you.
When I'm thinking
telling
about
you.
the entire district,
We have-
I'm thinking about the families who are on the west side
We
of
have a
Orange.
majority of board members that want to move forward, and we need to move on.
All right,
Okay.
you said it. Because
Okay.
it's already in the bag. Why do we even deliberate? You already came in here.
You know,
It's in the bag.
that was my frustration about a year ago. So, what can I tell you?
As I'm understanding, this isn't necessarily us saying we're building a pool. This is us saying we want to move forward
He
in the
wants an
process
approval in June.
with Mr. Harvey to get a more finite estimate. Is that what I'm understanding? This isn't us saying, yes, right now we are okaying this.
So the suggestion would be to get a schematic design and then get an estimate based on that schematic design that would be more accurate based on, you know, all of the site information that we would get through that design process. Then if you approve that schematic design, that would be a next step to then say, okay, go ahead and prepare construction documents to take the DSA and get this approval. And then we still wouldn't have any kind of plan to construct the pool until we got those documents back, send them out to bid, and then got the pricing. So that's the 2.5 year process, you want to call it, that we would start now. That would be, we'd be a little bit up on that, having some conceptual design already. But I don't know if you could speak to the time frame,
If we stay
Raj?
with LPA, is a June 1st more information at June 1st possible?
I think we want to try to coincide this with Mr. Rivera's having funding sources. So maybe June 20th.
We can come back with some more information on the first.
Oh, okay, there you go.
We can come back with more information on the first, and then the 20th, we could have a schematic design, proposal for you.
Okay.
I'll move to approve that.
It's not an action
Well, it's
item,
not an
we're-
action item.
it's an information item.
You got, I think you have direction, Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Rivera? Mr. Harvey? Okay.
And then we could answer some of those questions within that time frame as well, Mrs. Yamasaki.
That'd be good. Okay, let's move on. Consent items.
We have some comments.
Okay, let me read my, consent items are acted upon by one motion. However, any such item can be considered separately at a board member's request and will be acted upon following approval of the consent.
I don't think so.
Of the consent items.
I don't know.
Trustee Rumsey,
Yes.
there are ones to pull?
Lori Kaler?
Do we pull the items
Pulled some,
first?
make sure it's not ones that we pulled.
Okay, you're non-agenda?
What do you want to speak to?
Yes,
Okay,
non-agenda.
you just wrote public comments. I'll put that over here.
Do we get to pull items though, other items?
Yes, but I just want to see if there's any cards on items that we already pulled.
I have a card on 12A.
Okay, so, no, 13, it would be 13A.
Okay. Well, it says 12A on right here.
Well, there is a 12A, I think, but 13A, B, E, G, H, M, S.
No.
So anything that says 13.
Not that I can tell.
Okay. Okay, now, Trustee Yamasaki, you wanted to pull some?
Yes, I'd like to pull several items.
Okay.
I'd like to pull 11A, gifts,
11A gifts, okay.
11K, Parker and Covert,
Okay.
11N, Atkins and Andelson,
11
11W,
11F, did you say?
N,
N, okay.
11W, Parker Covert, and 11V, Knowledge Saves Lives.
V is in Victor?
Yep.
Oh, V.
So did you get them? 11A, 11K, 11N, 11W, and
11V.
11V.
Right. Okay. Anyone else? No, 11. They're all 11. Anyone else? Okay. Trustee Yamasaki, would you like to move everything else excluding?
Sure. I'll move it.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Yamasaki.
I'll second.
Consent items excluding 11K, 11A, 11W, 11N, and 11V. Seconded by Trustee Rumsey.
So,
Trustee Minor.
So when will the comments for consent items be allowed?
Right after we,
Do
yes,
this.
no, we need to, it should be now, sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me. Okay.
Okay, so, Britt, I'm going just to ask if you're in non-agenda item. Okay. 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 There's a Britt for 12A. No. Okay. Tanya? No. And then Kim Vanderhoek. Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Trustee Yamasaki, you want to go through your items?
Yes, I'd like to discuss 11A gifts. I see that coincidentally, there are some donations from Orca, Water Polo Net, to Water Polo Goals, Colorado Timing System Board for Villa Park High School. Can you tell me the total cost of the donations? Because it doesn't break it down, it doesn't separate it from the Project Learning Garden for Fletcher.
I don't have the exact number, but I believe they're close to 10,000.
10,000
10,000 total.
for all three?
I believe that's the case.
So then that means the Project Learning Garden would be 23,000?
That's approximately,
Approximately?
approximately.
So the value of the three are 10,000?
I believe so.
Okay.
Can we see that email? I haven't seen that email. I'd just really be interested in seeing what it says.
Mhm. Well,
You want me to bring it up?
I think we
You
can
know what?
provide it to you in a Friday letter.
Mr. Ledesma, this isn't how a meeting is conducted.
Okay, yeah.
You know, this isn't a back and forth.
Right, and
We didn't,
Trustee
we just asked for
Erickson-
the email, that's all.
Okay, well,
Excuse me.
Can we move forward here?
Yes.
Oh, I wanted to get the cost, because it doesn't break down the cost by item.
Well,
We're still talking about it, so.
what we do when we pull, usually we go through all of them, and then if they're all good, then we can do all at once.
Oh.
Otherwise, we have to do motion and second, like 5 times here. Okay, you want to go to the next one? Or,
I have a question. So this meeting, it looks like, took place July 8th of 2022. And it was basically, it looks like it was a deal that Orca would donate something of around $10,000 in exchange for getting a $15 an hour deal to run their program at El Medina. So, yeah, I think it's just weird that this is on the calendar today, almost a year later. When did this email get turned over?
I don't think we have enough information. You have an email, we don't have enough information on how to tie.
I don't have any information.
Right, how to tie it to this. So you can.
You need to act civil is what you need to do.
Vote for this or not vote for it.
And this, okay.
Okay? So let's move on to the next one. 11K?
Okay.
Did we vote on that one, Mr. Ledesma?
He's
I
gonna do
figured
them
we'd
all
go
together.
through all of them together and then,
Well, we're not, are we going to vote on them all? We can't vote on them all together.
well, it's up to.
Why don't we just do it separate, since it'll be
Okay,
easier in
let's do.
case there's something
okay,
else we
all
won't
right.
pass. or
Motion and
whatever.
second on 11A.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, moved by Minor.
I'll second.
Trustee Minor, seconded by Trustee Rumsey. Any discussion?
I have a question
Yes,
about a different topic. So the project,
we're on A.
We're only voting on A and discussing it.
Yeah, I am talking about not the El Medino Aquatics, but I'm talking about the Project Learning Garden. That's the first bullet point on that item.
Okay.
I just wanted to know the timeline and what that looks like.
So we just recently received the information on that. We're vetting that out through contractors. I know that some of the parents wanted to do the work, and we let them know it had to be a licensed contractor because of how big the job is. So they're working on either using that grant, with an outside contractor, or we're trying to work it out if they can do parts of it with an outside contractor and do some volunteer work. So we're still working through it, but the timeline would be hopefully, sometime in the fall that we would have that completed.
And so the maintenance would be volunteer from the students and families?
Well, that would be, you have to construct it first. The maintenance is a whole different situation.
Okay.
With community gardens, at times, it's difficult because people want to do them and then they're really gung-ho and then they leave the site and it goes to disrepair. So we have to be committed either by a district to say, okay, maintenance is going to take care of this because it's a nice donation, or we have to have a contract, so that's yet to be decided. We're still talking about that. But I think the bulk of the conversation right now is, let's get it built, let's find out how to get it built, what contractor we need, and so we will work with the parent groups. But they were a little bit frustrated with the fact that they had to use a licensed contractor, but it is public works, so I have to make sure that it's done the right way through the right licensed contractor.
Okay, so the plan has been approved?
It's in the basically discussion process right now to find out, again, how we're going to fund it, what's going to look like, the logistics, and what we call our project approval request
So
process.
it's ongoing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'll move it.
Well, it's already been moved and seconded.
Oh, I'll vote for it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-8.
Hold on, Mr. Ledesma, I need to abstain from that one.
You need what?
To abstain.
Oh, okay, so 601.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Item
11K.
11K.
Parker Covert. I just had a couple of questions. I wanted to find out, the amount is going to be increased by $100,000 for a total of $350,000, correct? Is this cost due to, or maybe I can just ask you, can I get a breakdown of what the costs went to? Like what projects? So I just has a number here. And so I want to find out who was billed for what project or what areas, whether it was due to.
These are legal services, though.
Yeah, but I like a breakdown of what is causing the increase.
So we can provide you a Friday memo outlining what we anticipate those increases to be and in what categories.
Yeah, and I'd like to find out why it needed to be increased by $100,000. And maybe that's a Friday memo. Maybe there's some attorney-client.
Well, maybe we can talk to you a little bit more about your exact request, because you could break down costs in a few different ways also.
Yeah, I actually sent a request to, actually it was Mr. Velasquez in February and Mr. Rivera asking for a breakdown of what the attorney's fees, because we have multiple attorneys, but a breakdown for costs, like how much are we spending on charters, how much are we spending on special education, like legal fees. I'd like to get that at some point. And I know some of
this
it
is
is
just for
attorney-client privilege, so I get it, but
And
generally
so is
speaking-
it just for this year? I'm sorry. Is it just, this cost is for till the end of the school
I
year?
believe the amendment is for this school year.
Yes.
So this is $100,000 more for till June.
Correct.
Also, because of the timing of the board meetings, so we have a June 1st and a June 20th. So by the time that we get invoices, we don't have a time to agendize, to amend a contract.
So it could be lower than this?
It could be lower, yes.
Okay. All right. I just want some clarification.
Sure.
So is there any kind of, is there an issue on this? Because I'm assuming you want to
Well, it's just
hold off.
information that we hadn't received yet, and so
Right.
I wanted an idea of what it is
Right,
before
I
we
just-
approve it,
right.
because that's
I
what
think
we
we
did.
can process the request regardless of which way Ms. Yamasaki would like to vote.
I don't understand.
Well, we wouldn't be able to provide it to you right now in order
Yeah,
for you
yeah,
to
yeah.
make your vote, but we would get the answers that you're asking for regardless.
Okay.
Okay, so you can still
Then I'll
vote on
move
it.
it.
I'll
Okay.
second.
Okay, moved by trustee Ortega,
Ortega.
second by trustee Rumsey.
Rumsey.
Okay, 11K. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, 11N.
Same thing. I would like a breakdown of what the cost entails.
That's for next school year,
next
right?
year.
Yeah.
So is that
Or is
like
it
basically
estimate?
it's not a,
This
I mean,
one is
that's
for
just a max of what we
23-24.
can spend.
Okay.
It's like a retain, I mean, the equivalent of kind of like a retainer, right?
Now, what, was this something that, Mr. Gonzalez, we were going to hold off until we get a report?
Terry Tao.
Not in our minds. I think we can certainly, for this one, it's for next year, so we wouldn't be able to provide any type of reporting on how the
So these
money
are
is-
the annual renewals that we do every
So
May.
this is for July 1.
Right.
Are we able to engage with our our
Okay.
attorneys on questions? But
So this cost came from the cost from last year, or approximately?
no, this is our annual
Estimate?
renewal for the next
Okay.
school year. But if you'd like information on this past school year on AALR,
Right.
it's not this item, but,
Okay.
if we're hearing the request, which it sounds like it's been made
Correct.
before.
I made it in February, so if
Okay.
you, and I sent it to Mr. Rivera and Mr. Velasquez, so I don't know where, I'll resend it.
We'll talk
'Cause I
about the best efficient way to get you the information, because obviously these bills are detailed and there's many, and, we also have shortage of staff in the business
I
office.
love looking at legal bills. I'll be happy to look at them.
So we would need to engage with either our attorney firms to provide, summary or, collect the data in some way that could be reportable to you. And so I think we need to talk about that a little bit, whether or not we're breaking it down by each attorney from the firm, or whether or not we're talking about labor versus,
I'd like it broken down
potential
by
litigation.
topic, by like sort of generally.
That's what I was
what
talking
are we
about, that I'd like to
spending it on?
talk to
Right.
Ms. Yamasaki in a little bit more detail, and yourself, so that way we could get those dollar amounts to you without getting into so much detail that it would take us 6 months to get it to you.
Okay.
Okay,
That
so.
would be great.
I'll
We're
move
on
it.
11N. Who's moving?
I'll move it.
Moved by
I'll second.
I think it was
trustee
already
Erickson,
moved. Wasn't that moved? Never mind.
second by trustee
Rumsey.
Rumsey. Any discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
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 All's opposed? Okay, 7-0. Okay, now we're on to V.
W,
Oh, W, okay.
yeah. Parker
Well,
Covert again for,
V comes before W.
V's before W.
well, I didn't
Just
pull
saying.
V.
You said V.
I thought it was V.
Oh, I said W.
V as in Victor.
Had V as in Victor. but not
Pacific
W.
Medical Clinic.
I wasn't pulling that, I was pulling W.
It's 12, I think she was talking about the next
You
12.
didn't pull
Pull
V.
V? No.
No,
Oh,
okay.
12
So we need to
V?
vote on V?
No, not
Sorry.
12, maybe 13?
It may help you if you want to just withdraw altogether, if I offered to you that this is for the 23-24 year, just as we did with ALR. This
Well,
item, W is for the
Because the
next year.
cost increased too from this. I see that it's 450,000 for the next school year, whereas this past school year was 350,000. So
Okay.
I wanted to maybe, if we can limit it to a lower amount,
V,
and
I
if we need
think.
to,
Come back with an amendment if we need it.
and if we need to up it, we can approve it later.
Yeah, we can start with a lower amount and then
Yeah.
make adjustments as necessary.
Yeah.
So I think, then would it be a motion to amend?
Which one are you on
Sure
here?
that we're on W, and Trustee
Pacific Medical Clinic?
Yamasaki is asking if we could change the dollar amount from 450 to 350
Mixed up, sorry.
Okay, I'll move it.
with the change.
Sorry, are we moving it at 250?
350.
350?
350.
Okay.
So we need to also pass.
So do we need to vote on the amendment
Okay.
first?
We have a,
Am I
We have a
looking at an
motion.
old agenda?
Do we need to
Parker
pass
Covert.
V and W now, though, because we
Parker Covert is
pulled
X.
V?
See, look, I have this.
Yeah, I have it.
You have the same
W.
We're all loopy.
All right.
These booklets need
That's where the
page numbers.
confusion is. We have different agendas.
Right.
So
we
I
got the one
didn't
from Friday.
misspeak. I was like, did I say V and not W?
Yeah.
But no,
I think there
it's-
might be a
had W
draft
also.
agenda
You
up
wanted
here.
W also,
13V,
but I
I
have
think.
V.
Wait,
I have,
No, I have
maybe not.
That's 13 pages.
I have 11W
I
is
think
Pacific
he
Medical
said-
I had
Clinic.
W.
It is
Parker Covert.
probably the
No,
draft.
11W is Parker and Covert.
Right.
Can we just,
So 11W, it's the new agenda.
Okay.
So we have a first and a second.
We have a first and a second.
We
To
actually-
approve 350,000 legal fees for 23-24.
Any discussion?
Well, we probably technically needed to vote to amend it to 350, and then we vote to approve the whole thing, right?
I think that's what John just said, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have,
I'll second that. Is that, it hadn't been seconded?
Okay, who moved it?
John.
Moved by
John.
trustee Ortega, seconded by trustee Minor.
and this would be a vote on the amendment to change it from 450 to 350.
Okay.
Then after that, we'll vote on
On the
On
on
the,
the item.
on the-
right.
Okay, discussion?
Oh.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes, or amendment passes? Okay,
So now we'll vote on the amendment.
Now vote on the item. I'll move the item.
I'll second.
moved by trustee Ortega, seconded by trustee Rumsey. Discussion? Hearing none, all's in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, was there another one?
Yes, it's 13V as in Victor, knowledge saves lives.
I think that's where the confusion was. It's 13B.
Okay,
And
sorry.
Ms. Yamasaki
Knowledge saves
pulled
lives, okay,
it,
yeah.
so.
Okay. I'm there now. Ms. Yamasaki?
No. That was never
12.
12, what? 12B?
We've already voted on, we've voted on all the consent items, and now we're just voting on the pulled ones.
So this, is this, I think this is the last one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it's 13V,
Yes.
knowledge saves lives.
Yes. So Knowledge Saves Lives is the program that we're using for the active shooter training. So I want to thank you for putting it on the agenda because I know last month we weren't sure where it was at. I just want to clarify something. Trustee Ortega mentioned at the last meeting why it wasn't on the agenda last year when I was president, and I would like to have this opportunity to talk about it. There were 4 community safety meetings held last year, and I believe that it was determined that they would use Knowledge Saves Lives. And it was tentatively scheduled to go in the December agenda, and training would commence in March. Because we had a new board member and because the agenda was heavy, Dr. Hansen and I decided to move the item to January. The expectation was that the agenda was going to be light in January. Who knew? So, who could have anticipated that everything would be turned upside down in January? So, I had asked interim Superintendent Velasquez in February, or actually in January, when it was going to be put on the agenda, and he told me he was told not to put it on the agenda, and they would want to look it over again, and they would put it in on February. That never happened. So, you're the current president, Trustee Ledesma, and so I don't know what transpired after January, and I still don't really have a clear answer as to why it wasn't on the January agenda. And so I didn't appreciate that Trustee Ortega said that it was me who didn't do it, so I wanted to make sure that it was clarified.
Thank you. So, with that clarification.
I'll move it.
Moved by Trustee Rumsey.
Second.
Second by Trustee Minor. Any discussion? We're on 13V.
V as in Victor.
V as in Victor.
And so I just want to ask a question. It says dates will be finalized following board approval, but the anticipation is that it's going to be in August, correct?
We are working hard to make that happen, and we're working with the provider of the training on availability, because we have a large amount of staff, over 3,500. We're potentially trying to train in a small amount of time. And so we're going to be looking at that schedule and discussing it with our associations also, to make sure that we can do it in a way that sets up the teachers with the training and also gets them set up properly to start school.
Right. Now, I understand it's tight now because it's May 4th instead of January, but I do think that it's something they've been asking for, and it needs to be a priority for sure. So
Definitely.
I know you're making it a priority, but just.
Okay. We have motion second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
You opposed it? No, I said aye. Oh, okay. So.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Okay. Now we'll move on in the agenda.
Public comment.
We go to public comment. Trustee Rumsey, please, can you read the?
Non-agenda items. Members of the audience may address the Board of Education on non-agenda items that are within the board's subject matter jurisdiction. Speaking time is limited to 3 minutes per speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes per topic. Persons wishing to speak should submit a public comment card prior to the meeting. Non-agenda items may neither be acted upon nor discussed by the board, but will be responded to either by telephone, mail, or subsequent meeting. Britt. And then it is Lori Kaler after Britt. Sorry, you're on deck. Lori.
Oh, I'm
sorry.
You want to go first? Okay. I'm going to read something someone tried to read for me at the past meeting while I was out of town, and apparently she was not allowed to continue to do so. I'm here today to follow up about a meeting I wasn't able to attend, which was right after Chris Erickson attended an OC Dems meeting to promote the recall. Surprise! Your lack of leadership to unite this district and your poor behavior in trying to divide our community is and should be taken more seriously than just a slap on the hand from the DA. You're the one guilty here. You accused your board members that you work with of offending the Brown Act, yet you have said in the last meeting you're willing to sit there and continue to express your opinion, which is breaking the law. It is. And you're going to whip up all of your folks over here to keep pushing a lie about something these four did not do. You can keep shaking your head all you want to, but what you're doing is unprofessional. It's not behavior becoming of someone on that board. And if you want to continue, you should just resign. If you're so upset about this board majority, go do something else. Come be part of the public and fight on this side, because you're obviously confused. You've come out here and spoken. You've spoken from the die up here. It's just, I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're politicizing of every single thing and trying to throw things at your fellow board members is disgusting. And there are a lot who aren't here because they can't hang until whatever time it is in the morning. But a lot of people don't like watching what you're doing, going out and telling the OC Register things, getting DUI Dave Min to help you out with things. It's disgusting what you've been doing, and I guess I have my right to say this, and they'll probably all boo me. I don't really care, but please stop. Just work with your board members. That's all I'm asking.
On deck is Julie G.
80 to 95% of children with gender dysphoria grow out of it.
as long as they are allowed to go through natural puberty, rather than being affirmed in a transgender identity, according to the American College of Pediatricians. Puberty blockers and chemical castration drugs are the same thing. Drugs such as Lupron, Zoladex, Trelstar, and others are commonly prescribed to confuse children as young as 10 years old. These are the same drugs which are given to chemically castrate sexually violent males in prison. The list of long-term side effects and possible risks include osteoporosis, impaired glucose, depression, infertility, anemia, loss of muscle mass, weight gain, diabetes, high blood pressure, stroke, heart attack, problems with thinking, concentration, and memory. This is child abuse. A recent study shows that the rise of transgender identity is brought on by social contagion. 250 families whose children developed symptoms of gender dysphoria during or right after puberty were surveyed. Lisa Lippman, a physician and professor of behavioral science at Brown University, found that 80% of the parents in the study reported observing none of the early signs in their children to meet the diagnostic criteria for gender dysphoria. From the cases reviewed in her study, she concluded that what she terms rapid onset gender dysphoria appears to be a novel condition that emerges from cohort and contagion effects and novel social pressures. From this perspective, ROGD likely exhibits an etiology and epidemiology that's distinct from the classical cases of gender dysphoria documented in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. The prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until around age 25. This is the last part of the brain to mature, and it controls complex thinking, decision-making, impulse control, and personality. The number of detransitioners is growing. I have personally heard heartbreaking testimonies of young people who deeply regret decisions which caused irreversible damage to their bodies. The suicide rate of individuals who have sex reassignment surgeries is extremely high, even in countries which are very trans-friendly. A 30-year study conducted in Sweden, where the culture is strongly supportive of transgender identity individuals, documents their lifelong mental unrest. The suicide rate of those who had undergone sex reassignment even 10 to 15 years after their surgery rose to 20 times that of comparable peers. In the light of all these facts, why would a school affirm or even groom a child to transition their gender and keep this information from parents? This is causing harm. I urge this board, for the sake of our children, to require that schools notify parents or guardians of children identifying as a gender other than what's on their birth certificate. Thank you.
Julie G. Jo Lynn.
Hello. First, this is not something I was going to say earlier, but I realized it is super late, and I don't know if it's possible to change the agenda to allow students to speak at the beginning of the meeting, because it feels like any students should not still be here at this time of night. I feel like I shouldn't still be here, you shouldn't still be here, but definitely not students who have class tomorrow. So I don't know if that's possible. The other thing that I wanted to talk about is I think diversity and inclusion are so important in our schools. So many of our greatest scientific and cultural discoveries have come from meeting people who think differently and act differently than we do. The space program right now consists of so many different countries working together to get astronauts into space and back, and hopefully to Mars and back. And our schools, right now it feels like there's a push away from diversity, and I don't understand why, because we all bring something to the table, something different, and if we can give everyone a voice, we can hear what everyone has to say and really gain from everyone's experience, not just the one that we come from. So thank you. Have a good night.
Cassie. Yan Riley. Frank Rodriguez.
Good morning. So, as most of you know, I specialize in social media. So I had the pleasure of looking at almost all of your guys' accounts, and I'm here to kind of just give some feedback on that. Regardless of where you're at on the recall, we still have a district to lead. We have expectations for the people in these seats to ensure that you're able to get your message out there. So my team and I, we deep dived into some of your social media. So we went ahead and developed logos for all of you. If you look, your guys' names are actually transparent because of the #1 word that you hear in this room is requesting transparency. Each one of you are your own elected officials, so all of your guys' logos will be unison, but they will also affect your individual hopeful personalities, depending on like pen strokes, logo, fonts, things like that. The first pages, you're gonna see letterhead that was developed for each of you that you can utilize on your social media pages when you are developing some sort of statements, things like that. Following that, you have your email signatures, which you obviously can use on your emails. And then the logos that will all be emailed to you for you to use on any of your social medias. You also get provided Instagram templates so you can post on your own with these templates in a unified way. If you notice the lines that are on these templates, they mirror the edge here in orange. So just to kind of help build the marketing. When we all cohesively push a message together or all cohesively have a brand together, it's easier to unify the people within our district, which is part of your guys' job. Regardless of what our personal political opinions are, the students of this district, the parents of the district, the people in this room rely on you to do the best that we can to unify people. If we push a unified brand, it makes it just that much easier. Erickson, I looked at your Instagram, and I noticed you don't post on there much. I usually get feedback. It's usually because people don't have much to create. We created you some templates here. We can definitely change these up, change the color, whatever you need. You can definitely write out a few paragraphs with this image and just post it. If you're just sitting there on the couch and you want to get a message out there, boom, 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 you can use this photo. There wasn't many of you online. I would really like to get away with the one with the water bottle. I think that that wouldn't really look good for your social media brand. And then also for you, Anna, I really liked how you did the board recap last month. I noticed you did a video on Instagram. They don't have a pause feature. So when you put the image on a slide and it's just quickly going through, people don't have time to read it. If you just quickly screenshot that and post that on Instagram, that will get more views, that will get more engagement. We created you some templates that were around Orange Unified's brand, so you can use like orange that just goes with our district. I have more to go over, tons of free stuff to give you guys. You're free to email me.
Brooke Ikamara and Brittany Ikamara, you can both come up.
Thank you.
Thank
Good
you for
evening.
being
My
here.
name is Brooke Ikamura, and I am a senior at Canyon High School. My school has made many renovations to our campus, including the new STEM building and the new cafeteria. These changes make me very proud of my school, but there is one revision that I do not agree with, and that is the styrofoam trays in the cafeteria. As the co-president of Project Earth, which is an environmental club at our school, I urge the use of alternatives to these styrofoam trays. Many teenagers are very wasteful and unfortunately do not always consider the environment. Since student reliability is not guaranteed, action must be taken at the root of the problem. Through research, I have discovered that styrofoam comes with an array of detrimental environmental effects, including the fact that it is non-biodegradable, meaning that it cannot be broken down by natural organisms. It will remain on Earth for over hundreds of years without any degradation, and in addition, the styrofoam can also be made with HCFCs, which is an ozone-depleting substance. Based on the Children's Environmental Health Network article, its small pieces and lightweight allow it to be easily blown into bodies of water and contaminate with toxic chemicals. I've been participating in beach cleanups since my freshman year, and at every single beach cleanup, no matter the location or the time, I have noticed that the most frequent item I picked up is styrofoam. The worst part is it's not just a full styrofoam plate or cup. It's thousands of tiny pieces as a result of this easily breakable material. At beach cleanups, I am told by hosts that beach cleanups are not the solution. Stopping at the source is the solution. Switching from styrofoam can be Canyon's first step to being a source of the solution rather than participating in the problem. Brittany, my co-president, our club, and I have gathered a total of 897 signatures this school year. These are signatures from the club, from our student body, faculty members, which also includes the managers of Canyon High School's cafeteria. While going around the school asking for signatures, we have received so much support from our fellow classmates and underclassmen. In addition, we have also gathered quotes from students from every grade to get their input on these styrofoam trays. A senior from Canyon wrote, "Our school should maintain the same level of eco-mindfulness throughout the school. It offers an environmental class, which is IB Environmental Science, meaning that the environment is important enough for us to be educated on. In this class, I have learned about how harmful and devastating landfills are to our planet. Styrofoam, which is made of polystyrene, is slow to degrade. When it is disposed of in landfills, the foam can leach chemicals into the environment, harming water sources. Removing styrofoam from the cafeteria can invoke change school-wide. We can help save our planet one step at a time. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to bring awareness."
Hi, I'm Brittany Ikamura, and this is just the continuation of our removal of styrofoam. So I'm also a senior at Canyon High School, and as an environmental enthusiast, I'm concerned about the damage it will do to the earth. But as a student, I'm more worried about the harm it does to those who eat off it. According to the World Health Organization, or the WHO, a material that makes up styrofoam, called styrene, has effects on human health. Their experiments on human volunteers show that certain exposures to styrene lead to nausea, drowsiness, increased prevalence in abnormal EEGs, which are medical tests to measure electrical activity of the brain, and inaccuracy in psychological tests. These are only some of the effects that I found in the publications of the WHO. Not to mention that several cases show that styrene gives an increased risk of cancers in the lymphatic and the hematopoietic systems. These effects show to be most prevalent from styrofoam that is heated, and coincidentally, students use these trays to carry their warmed-up burritos and other heated foods. Additionally, styrofoam creates a high-pitched sound when brushed against itself, and some people actually have a neurological disorder where they have a sensory deficiency to the sound. Los Angeles City Council approved the ban on styrofoam along with San Diego, DC, New York, and more. Discontinuing the usage of styrofoam trays will allow Canyon to implement changes that are bound to occur. We aren't here just to bring awareness of the variety of issues that come with styrofoam. We're also here to present possible solutions. Our first solution is the replacement of styrofoam trays with paper trays. Paper packaging are biodegradable, non-toxic, all-natural, and can be recycled up to 7 times. Since it's able to decompose, there are much lower chances that it will be a source of litter. In addition, it's made from wood, a natural and renewable resource. And another non-favorable solution is reusable trays, and this way you can completely eliminate waste and reuse them for years to come. Thank you for your time, and I hope that new changes will be implemented. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to express my concerns. Thank you.
Lori Kubasek. Lori. I'm going to just name the names because just in case they're here. Mariana and Do something? No. Beltran. Glenda Sanchez. Mariela Garcia. Adriana Alcaraz. Juana Cantor, Alex Broussard, I know he's here.
First and foremost, I've got to correct the record regarding our first speaker's speech towards Chris Erickson. Chris Erickson has as much involvement in our recall as Rick Ledesma does. She's probably a little more in favor of it because she's not the one getting recalled, but geez, the fact's just wrong. The recall is a direct and proportional response to the board majority's nakedly political termination of Dr. Hansen and appointment of our 1-month interim superintendent, John Ortega's buddy, Edward Velasquez. Now, my actual speech first starts with a clarification. Last time, it was about 2:30 in the morning, I called Madison a useful idiot. People didn't understand it. There's a definition. It is a political term. It is a naive or credulous person who can be manipulated or exploited to advance a cause or political agenda. I was not calling Madison an idiot. In fact, in my pursuit of transparency, I pulled Form 700s for the board members. Madison did it correctly. In fact, Madison probably over-reported. It's great. It's wonderful transparency. You know who didn't? Angie Rumsey and John Ortega. Now, Angie Rumsey, we know, works at Salem. Salem is a private school within Orange Unified School District that mainly feeds 2 private high schools. Now, is that a potential conflict of interest with OUSD? Of course it is. And of course you have to report your employment on your Form 700. Do it. Revise it. Turn in the Form 700s, Angie. You can do it tomorrow if you want to. Then we have Mr. Ortega, whose conflicts of interest really seem to know no bounds. We have Orca, we have Mr. Velasquez, and we have his business, Rockeye Consulting, which is frequently listed in the city of Orange. You've got to put that on your Form 700, Mr. Ortega. Have a little bit of integrity, just a little bit, tiny little bit. Try and make a showing of it. For the love of God, please. Now, we know that that's one of your conflicts of interest. The others, put those on the Form 700 too, because we know other things. And if you don't, we will call you on it. Thank you.
Joette, Dawn, Maria L. Sorry. Okay. I don't know.
Dawn and Maria L. are no longer here.
So you're Joette?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna have to change this a little bit. I've never stayed this late, and it's been crazy. I think that so many people have spoken, and we're all getting distracted as to what's really important. I would like to thank, in particular, Rick Ledesma, John Ortega, Angie Rumsey, Madison Miner. You guys have all stood up against incredible odds. And of course, I'm speaking of what I saw, the incredible circus, which was last meeting. I want to thank you, and God bless you all for what you do. We all have a lot to be thankful for. We thank you for standing up to those who would implement the destructive critical race theory, or CRT, in our classrooms. And we thank you for standing up against those disgusting people who would stock our children's school libraries shelves with pornography and trans-agenda propaganda. There is no parent, and no grandparent in their right minds who would want to have that kind of trash shoved down their child's throats. Thank you for protecting us, protecting our children from that. Thank you. Thank you for protecting our children from the trans agenda and its accompanying propaganda that is being forced on our children. Right down from Gavin Newsom. We thank you. We thank you for continuing to protect parent and parents' notification rights. And we would like to remind you that although Parent Notification Bill AB 1314, although it was shut down and shot down by Newsom and his degenerates in Sacramento, AB 1314 can still be implemented at a local level here in Orange County. We thank you for being ever vigilant of this and being vigilant of anti-parent and anti-kid criteria like the stuff that Planned Parenthood pulled at El Medina High School just this past last week. Thank you for protecting the parents and the children. Thank you. It does wonders for my mental health. And when I was growing up, we were taught that homosexual rights were a matter of protection with the understanding that what happens behind, just give me 2 seconds, behind the bedroom door should not be regulated. Our children's bedroom doors are not a matter that is open to anyone's discretion or opinion other than their own parents. Parents are their best children's advocates. I long for the day that this meeting can focus on math, history, science, reading, and writing that would help all of our mental health. Thank you.
John Sanks.
All right, I'm going to be super quick here on this one, but I don't understand why you waited until the day of the board meeting to complain about the lack of the agenda items that are associated with the consent calendar tonight. You pulled 1/3 of the education consent. You tabled 1/3 of those items, including 13M, which would receive a $400,000 grant. You as board members can easily ask the staff to add the information that you need prior to today's meeting. Why are we just now saying this? Have you not been reviewing these contracts over the last 20 years? You've been voting on them? Get it together.
Sonia Gonzalez, Kelly Johnson, Florida, JJ Mice, and then Darshan. Oh, I'm sorry, JJ. Excuse me.
No, please.
She is here.
Okay. Alrighty. So it's really late. I'll make this really fast. I sent a letter to the board and to the principal of El Medina in regards to the Planned Parenthood attending about, I guess, a week ago. I got a response from the, actually, I didn't get a response. My daughter's father got a response from the principal stating that Planned Parenthood was actually part of a student event, so it wasn't funded. That is not acceptable to me, mainly because I understand that, first of all, I understand that the district goes through a very deep vetting process for any kind of third-party organization. I'm really shocked that this district does not follow a lot of the same ethical criteria in regards to third parties and how they interact with our children. I had included in my letter ethical questions about Planned Parenthood outside of just straight abortion, which to me, I don't feel that's representative as an organization that we should, allow Planned Parenthood to be on campus. I want to say for those who support transgendered agendas, it's not easy. Jordan Peterson had produced something recently in regards to parenthood trauma. I'm one of those. I live that today. Alumni of our schools kind of represent the health of our schools. My daughter was graduated within the top 20 of her class, and then she dropped out after having a scholarship at UCLA. She now is concerned about having to afford to take medicine to support her decisions. She, like I had mentioned in here, she has also been exposed to Planned Parenthood during high school. I did explain that in my letter. So I would like to go ahead. I did submit this to the Orange County Department of Education and ask them to answer as well. So I would like to have you guys look at this again kindly and answer my questions because I don't feel that the principal did. Thank you very much.
Okay, JJ Mice.
I have to say, I'm really tempted to follow up a couple of those comments, but I'm going to give you all back 3 minutes.
And Darshan.
Good morning. Britt, before you leave, I should probably tell you that Chris isn't running the recall. I am. Okay, so I have a couple of less aggressive things that I want to clarify. Angie, you had said something about a 50-year decision during the pool conversation, and I actually agree with that. I just want to make sure that you understand that. So I'm an El Medina parent, and one of the things that I know about our buildings is that we're getting our 4 main instructional buildings redone. They're going to be beautiful. I'm so excited for our kids. My kid won't be there anymore, but I'm excited. It's not going to have a new roof on it. And that money that we're emptying out would pay for the new roof that's going to keep the water from ruining those buildings. So we do have to have a global. So I'm just saying probably something to consider. My other correction or thing that I wanted to talk about was for you, Rick. When you spoke to our Esplanade parents that had come to express their concern, you said that someone was lying to them and that they, like basically that it wasn't true. I know that that was said by other people. I want to say that when you have an email sent to OCCA families that says, "Dear families, we're thrilled to announce that we have been officially agendized to speak before the OUSD school," which this didn't happen, board on March 2nd to present our proposal for accommodations at Esplanade Elementary School next year. This is very exciting, blah, 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 right? And then it doesn't happen. But it makes them nervous. They hear about this. Their parents that they know that go to those schools say, yeah, we're going to take over your school. They're just going to take it. We have the board majority. So then last week, Jeffrey Barkey's giving an interview, and he says it is yet in reference to OCCA and Orange, not Placentia Yorba, not Newport Mesa. It said it is yet to be. He said it is yet to be determined whether OCCA will eventually share a campus with a traditional school, or if a school might be consolidated, a school might consolidate 2 half-empty campuses and provide the other to OCCA. So you cannot tell that these families that they cannot come and tell you how much they love their school and how they want it to remain. You know that there's a predatory charter school right next to them, and they should be able to defend themselves. So, anyways.
Okay. Anyone else have to add anything? Okay, want to adjourn the meeting at 2 o'clock a.m.